Chapter 3101. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation enough to offset. Looks like you guys still don't believe me. If there's no other way, I can only call her here to prove it. She's in the Imperial Harem anyway. She's probably with my mother right now. She's been on the immortal planet for quite some time now and even entered the Imperial Harem. Haven't you heard? Oh, right. My future wife from the Tianji clan has 2 words. Ingtai. At this point, Yi Xian finally shut his mouth. However, the surrounding members of the royal family instantly changed their expressions and exclaimed in shock. Ingtai, are you sure she's from the Tianji clan? Long Huai gasped. He was so shocked that the white hairs on his back were about to break out. Previously, he was sure that he was unlucky to have met a lunatic and had to play with him for half a day. However, this was instantly overturned because a woman called Ingtai had indeed come not long ago. Moreover, this woman had indeed claimed to be Prince Xian's confidant. More importantly, this woman's cultivation was clearly at the Mystic Light Realm 4th level. How could it be possible for so many coincidences to be piled up together? After all this time, you knew? If you knew, why did you pretend? She's already here, and she's in the Imperial Harem. Why would I lie to you? Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes and took the opportunity to mock him. Also, I'm not from the Tianji clan, but you insisted that I was. Now that I'm telling you that Ingtai is from the Tianji clan, you still don't believe me. Are you crazy? What are you trying to do? With that, Long Huai immediately believed 80% of it. A look of ecstasy quickly appeared on his face. Almost all the other experts in the surroundings were the same. Long Xiang and the other princes were even more surprised. They felt that they had been saved from a hopeless situation and that the light of hope had suddenly returned. Naples and the purplish warbler were also quite shocked. Both of them were present when Yi Xian obtained Lightning Fortress. Only the part where they entered the Lightning Tomb in the middle was known from Yi Xian afterward. Previously, they had always thought that Lightning Fortress was obtained by Prince Xian after he killed a member of the Tianji clan. However, based on Long Huai's reaction, it was extremely likely that the woman called Ingtai in the royal palace was a Mystic Light Realm upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race, as he said. If that was the case, then the Lightning Fortress was definitely not the spoils of war that he had obtained from killing a member of the Tianji race. It was clearly a gift from that female robot of the Tianji race called Ingtai. This alone was enough to prove his identity as a spy of the Tianji clan. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the expressions on the faces of Naples and the purplish warbler changed. Although they did not immediately question him, the doubts in their hearts grew stronger. Ha! What a Prince Xian! You should be proud of yourself for being able to make my emotions fluctuate so much in just half a day. However, no matter what your purpose is, today's matter can no longer be settled peacefully. Just based on your ambiguous relationship with that female Tianji clan member, Ingtai, and the fact that you even accepted her generous gift and helped her infiltrate the Immortal Star, the crime of colluding with the enemy is already confirmed. As for whether you have become an enemy spy, we will know when we come back. Speaking to this point, Long Huai's expression darkened. He suddenly shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Quickly take him down. Can you still speak properly? Let me say it all in one go. Will it kill you to be agitated again?" Just as Long Huai's shout fell, Yi Xian spoke again. Halfway through, he suddenly sighed. A one-track mind is really scary. His brain doesn't even know how to turn things around. I've already said it so clearly, but he still hasn't reacted. With this kind of desperate IQ, I don't know how he managed to trick his way into the position of supervisor. Although he did not mention any names in the latter half of his sentence, as if he was talking to himself, the word supervisor had been mentioned. Even a fool would know who he was talking about. Many gazes subconsciously swept toward Long Huai. There was more or less a hint of strangeness in their flashing gazes. The latter was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. It was really too infuriating. Thinking back carefully, he realized that in less than half a day he, as the head of the Overwatch Council, one of the 8 great academies in the Federation's headquarters, had cried out several times. Quickly take him down? However, every time he cried out, he would immediately be played a dirty trick by this brat in front of him. Either that, or he would pretend to be crazy and directly ruin it on the spot. If this happened a few more times, he was afraid that the root of his illness would be left behind. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Long Huai's heart couldn't help but become stronger. Just as he steeled his heart and did not hesitate to personally take action, he only wanted to immediately take Yixian down and in today's matter as soon as possible to prevent more problems from arising. Yixian suddenly shook his head and sighed. Forget it. I'll just say it directly. I originally wanted to be tactful. After all, this kind of thing where I take the initiative to take credit for myself is really a little difficult to say. Do you know why I suddenly mentioned Ingtai and even took out Lightning Fortress to prove that what I said was true? Because she is 10 times better than Old Devil Wen Xing. Even if Long Kuei is added in, he is still far inferior to her. The Tianji clan must have secretly bought many spies in the human clan and the other clans of the Wan Luo Federation, right? But among the spies that the human clan or the Wan Luo Federation bought and placed in the first universe, other than those hundreds of servant clans that are not presentable, have there been even one true Tianji clan member? Furthermore, Ingtai is far from an ordinary Tianji clan member. With her strength of the mystic light realm, even if she is not a true core giant, she can at least be considered a high-ranking member, right? This prince helped the Federation abduct from the Heavenly Legacy race. Cough, cough, persuaded such an astonishingly valuable member of the Heavenly Legacy race to surrender. Even if this is a bit of a mistake, this merit should make up for it, right? Sir Inspector, what do you think? At this point, Yixian did not say anything else. He glanced at Long Huai playfully and then waved his hand as if no one was present, and the lightning fortress in the sky returned to the undying world in his body. During this time, the sound of cold air being sucked and continuously sounded from all around the square. Everyone, including Naples and the purplish warbler, suddenly understood everything at this time. They finally understood that Yixian had a card up his sleeve from the beginning to the end. No matter how the situation developed, he had long been in an invincible position, let alone a mystic light realm member of the Heaven's Legacy race. Even an ordinary planet realm member of the Heaven's Legacy race would have an inestimable significance to the human race or the myriad Luo Federation. With such a heaven-shaking contribution in hand, what is a small mistake? Thinking of this, most of the experts present blushed, especially those who had once angrily accused Yixian of being a spy of the Tianji clan. They were so embarrassed that they could only hope to find a hole to hide in immediately. Their faces were burning with pain, as if they had just been ruthlessly slapped by someone. What nonsense! Chapter 3102. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations D. For some reason, Ingtai felt that something was not right today. It was not from the outside, but from herself. Since half a day ago, her eyelids had been twitching from time to time. Later, when she was relaxing in the back garden of the Lady Rose Palace, she suddenly sneezed. This was not a big deal for normal people, but even for a mystic light realm expert, it was impossible for this to happen. Not to mention that she was a robot from the Heaven's Legacy race. Since then, Ingtai had doubts in his heart, and he didn't feel good about it. However, at this moment, her eyelids suddenly started to twitch again. Moreover, they were twitching nonstop, even more so than before. No, this is too strange. I can't let this continue. Ingtai's expression changed slightly as she stood up in shock. Her face was gloomy as she turned around and walked out of the room while muttering to herself. She decided to leave the immortal royal city and wait for a few days to see the situation before making a decision. It wasn't that she was a coward. The key was that this was the Immortal Star, the headquarters of the technology faction, one of the two factions of the human race. Even the headquarters of the 10,000 Luo Federation was here. It could be said that experts were as common as clouds in the sky. Although her mystic light realm cultivation wasn't considered weak, she wouldn't even be able to struggle for her life on this immortal star. Just in this immortal royal city, although the immortal emperor seemed to be the strongest on the surface, his cultivation had only surpassed the void realm, which was the 13th realm. Compared to Ingtai, who was at the 11th realm, the mystic light realm, he was only 2 realms stronger. However, how could the immortal royal family be so simple? Those old monsters of the royal family, who had not shown themselves for who knew how long, were the truly terrifying existences. They were the foundation and support of the entire immortal royal family. Not to mention, even the immortal emperor, who had surpassed the void realm, was an existence that she could only look up to. If the immortal emperor could surpass her status, he could crush her with a flick of his finger. There is no need to even mention the imperial teacher of the immortal royal family, called Dier. Ingtai had once seen his back in the imperial palace. This Dier's cultivation seemed to be on the same level as the immortal emperor, which was the 13th realm. But Ingtai always had an intuition that the truth was far from that. The name Dier was simply too capable of evoking her endless imagination. No, it should be said that any member of the Heaven's Legacy race who heard this name would be like her, subconsciously forming some sort of association and guess. Although this association was just a baseless guess, Ingtai's intuition told her that this Dier definitely had something to do with the clan leader of the Tianji clan, Di. If that was really the case, with Di's terrifying cultivation, no matter how weak Dier, who was somewhat related to him, was, he should not only be at the 13th Great Plane, right? In short, ever since she came to the immortal planet and entered the royal palace, she suddenly realized how overconfident she had been. Here, the only thing she could do was keep a low profile with her mystic light realm cultivation. Unfortunately, Immortal Imperial City was not a place that just anyone could come and go as they pleased. In addition, she still had some hope in her heart that her identity as a member of the Heaven's Legacy race would not be easily discovered. As long as she was careful, she should not be in danger. In addition, Prince Xian had already returned to the Third Universe and had even reached the imperial capital of Tianming. Concubine Mei's order had been sent out, although Prince Xian had not returned to the immortal planet yet. In any case, her sudden departure at this time would definitely arouse suspicion. But she had no time to care about all this now. Today's matter was too strange. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid that unforeseen events would happen at any time. Even if she was willing to take the risk, she had to leave. After making the decision, Ingtai sneaked out of Concubine Mei's palace immediately. After leaving the inner city, she smoothly arrived at the edge of the outer city. After a little more, she could be considered to have successfully left the imperial city. As for the even larger immortal imperial city outside the imperial city, Ingtai did not care at all. With a little joy, Ingtai moved forward again. After a while, she finally passed the last checkpoint and left the immortal imperial city. Unfortunately, just as she took a step forward, her figure crossing the edge of the outer city's defense array and officially stepping into the territory of the imperial capital, an incomparably powerful and mysterious force had already descended without any warning. It instantly locked onto the chi around Ingtai's body, causing her to be unable to move in the slightest. The sudden change caused Ingtai's expression to change wildly. Her beautiful face turned pale as she cried out in alarm. With luck in her heart, she instantly realized that she had been targeted long ago. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that she had just left the imperial city and hadn't even taken a step before she was discovered in an instant? Wouldn't it be better to just stay in the imperial city? You forced me to take action, Sai. As soon as Ingtai's exclamation fell, Dier's helpless voice sounded in her ears. Then, without waiting for her to recover, her vision suddenly turned black, and she completely lost consciousness. However, her figure did not fall to the ground because of fainting. Instead, as if she had been teleported, she disappeared into thin air without any warning. Immortal Imperial City, the Imperial Preceptor's Palace in the outer city area. To be precise, this was actually the underground of the Imperial Preceptor's Palace. What appeared in front of them was a huge underground hall. The entire hall was incomparably vast. No matter which direction one looked at it, one could not see the end of it. In addition, although it was underground, when one looked up, The bluestone dome of this vast underground hall was at least 10,000 meters high. An underground space of such a scale was not a small project, and it was even more impossible for it to appear under the immortal Imperial City. Therefore, this underground hall should have been built using space-folding technology. The hall was originally empty, but at this moment, because this place was too vast, there was no way to distinguish the direction of the hall. With a flash of green light, a relatively independent small room appeared on the floor of the originally empty hall in the blink of an eye. There were even 4 walls and a dome. It was squarish and about 100 meters long. Some large precision instruments could be seen everywhere in the room. In the center, there was a green platform that looked like an operating table. However, it was not material. It was clearly in the form of energy. Ingtai, with her eyes closed, was lying on this green energy platform at this moment. From time to time, there were rays of green light of different shapes scanning her body from top to bottom. This process lasted about 10 minutes. The green light, which had been flashing nonstop, finally disappeared. The next moment, a thin old man suddenly appeared on the side of the green energy platform, as if he had teleported. It was Dier, who had rushed out of the Imperial Preceptor's palace not long ago and seemed to be going to the headquarters of the Federation. I knew it. How could he be so careless? He even forgot to implant the trigger mark in the source code. Chapter 3103. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo, Studio Machinery Race, that must be it. As soon as all the Tianji clan members are born with intelligence, DE will leave a trigger mark in their intelligence center. Once they have the intention to betray the Tianji clan, the mark left behind will immediately be triggered. The source code will be disrupted, which is equivalent to self-destruction. Because of this, the real members of the Tianji race cannot be bought over by the human race or the Federation. Since this girl also has a trigger mark in her source code, this can only be the result. Either she has tricked the brat outside, or the brat is boasting. The possibility of the latter is obviously higher. This tester is quite interesting. Compared to the last one, he is much more clever and flexible. Moreover, the testing system in his body seems to have grown to a higher level. Although its aura is a little mixed, it exudes a mysterious aura. Even with my current sealed state, I can't see through it at a glance and see everything. Should I undo the seal and see the secret? Forget it. Let's wait and see. Even if it's just undoing the primary seal, the price is too high. This brat still needs to grow, but his potential is huge. I can help him again. While muttering to himself, Dier's gaze swept over Ingtai, who was lying on the green energy platform. After thinking for a while, he raised his hand and waved. In an instant, the cyan energy platform burst forth with brilliance. Ingtai, who was originally just lying on the surface of the platform, suddenly sank down and entered the interior of the energy platform. His entire body was enveloped by the energy. At the same time, countless crisscrossing green threads burst out from the inside of the green energy platform. They were of different shapes. Some swept across Ingtai's body, like the previous scan, while some directly entered Ingtai's body. After a long time, they came out from another location. This process lasted for a full quarter of an hour. Finally, the countless threads bursting out of the green energy platform gradually came to a stop. Ingtai, who was immersed in it, slowly rose up and finally returned to the surface of the platform. He was still lying there with his eyes closed. It seems that D's realm has increased again. It took me 15 minutes to undo the trigger mark in the Intelligence Center source code of a mysterious light realm member of the Tianji race, although it's only in a sealed state. In just a short 15 minutes, Dier's face had become slightly paler. At this moment, he muttered to himself and waved his hand again. Fortunately, I've finally succeeded. Now, this girl is no longer a member of the Tianji clan. Her source code has been changed, and the trigger mark of my machinery clan has been left behind. From now on, she'll be a member of the machinery clan. Yes, she'll stay by that brat's side. Although it's impossible for her to become his wife, she's qualified to be his personal maid. At this moment, Ingtai, who was lying on the green energy platform, suddenly opened Tai's Tai, who was lying on the green energy platform. Ing Tai, who was lying, was race. Ying's was race. Then, she rolled and got up from the green energy platform. When she saw Dier, she greeted him, clan leader. Then, she respectfully stood aside with her hands clasped behind her back. She lowered her head slightly and didn't say anything. She looked like she was waiting for orders. Both Dier and Di were robots created by the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo. They were self-aware and had a new life. However, Di betrayed the human race and killed Xingbo. At that time, he induced a large number of intelligent robots to be born. Gradually, the Tianji race formed a certain scale. In the end, they fought the human race. In the first universe, they started a war that lasted for tens of thousands of years and swept across the entire universe. In the end, the human race was defeated. They left the first universe and entered the third universe to develop. The first universe became the territory of the Tianji race, and Di became the overlord of the first universe. This was a matter of the past tens of thousands of years ago. Apart from Di, Dier was the other first-generation robot created by Xingbo, who was self-aware. He was always grateful to Xingbo and never left the human race. Later, he became the imperial advisor of the immortal dynasty of the human race's technological camp. Over the years, there had been several generations of immortal emperors in the immortal dynasty, but the imperial advisor had always been Dier. Under Dier's command, there was also a robot race. Di's robot race was called the Tianji race, while Dier's robot race that had self-aware was called the robot race. The Tianji race was the enemy of the entire Wanluo Federation, while the robot race was the human race's ally. However, the robot race rarely appeared. They also had their own base camp, but it was not exposed to the outside world like the Tianji race in the first universe. No one knew where the robot race's base camp was. Only the patriarch, Dier, knew. Now, Ing Tai, who was originally a member of the Tianji race, was no longer a member of the Tianji race after Dier spent a lot of effort to change her core source code. Now, she had become a member of the robot race. Therefore, after waking up, she called Dier the patriarch. Now, you have nothing to do with the Tianji race. The trigger mark that Di left in your core source code has also been erased by me. However, your original memories have been retained by me. This is originally impossible, but seeing that I have obtained some useful information from your core source code, and that I need you to follow that kid, I'll make an exception this time. Also, if you want a horse to run, you naturally have to feed it grass. I have also increased your cultivation to the peak of the mystic light realm. Whether or not I want to hide a part of it is up to you to decide. In short, in the future, your mission is to stay by that brat's side and help him grow. I won't interfere with the specific details. My only request is that you don't casually reveal what happened today to him. I don't plan on meeting that brat yet. Even if I do, it will only be as the imperial advisor of the everlasting dynasty, not as the patriarch of the robot race. The testing system in his body has not grown to the point where it can let me reveal everything. Go. That brat is in a bit of trouble right now. Go and help him solve it. Although he is a fake prince, since he has the pure, everlasting royal bloodline, this prince's identity is confirmed without a doubt. I can deal with the everlasting emperor, but as for those old fogies in the dynasty's resident elder pavilion, before the seal is unlocked, even I can't force them to submit. If there are no accidents, even if we can make them accept this prince's identity, it is impossible to avoid a disguised attack. Follow that brat and be mentally prepared for this. Just protect his safety. If you encounter any difficulties, don't try to ask me for help. In times of real danger, I naturally won't sit and do nothing. After all, he obtained a testing system that I spread out, so he can be considered one of my disciples. Chapter 3104. The dust has settled. Husband, Ing Tai has been waiting for you for a long time. Since you're already here, why don't you return to the palace? What are you doing here at the Federation headquarters? As soon as Grand Imperial Uncle Long Huai finished speaking, he was just about to make a move to capture Yi Xian when an exceedingly delicate voice of a woman that clearly carried dense resentment suddenly resounded out at this moment. Ingtai's face was filled with hidden bitterness as she flashed through the sky, and as she spoke, she'd already descended not too far away from Yixian. She looked at him with pity and didn't say anything else. Yixian was immediately stunned. The Neapolitan and purplish warbler beside him were the same, especially the latter. After being stunned for a moment, his eyes flashed with hostility and vigilance. He stared closely at Ingtai's face, examining her from head to toe. All the surrounding federal supervisors and members of the royal family were also stunned. Ingtai's initiative to come here was unexpected to everyone. Peak of the 9th level of the Mystic Light realm? You were actually concealing your cultivation before? Even first Imperial Uncle Long Huai's expression changed slightly when he saw the cultivation aura that Ingtai revealed at this moment. Although he was an expert at the 12th Great Realm, the Void Stage, there were not many people in the Imperial family who revealed such a level on the surface. At the very least, more than half of the 10 great Imperial uncles were at the 11th Great Realm, the mysterious Light Stage. At this moment, Ingtai revealed his cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of the Mystic Light Realm. He was only one step away from the 12th level, the Void Realm. Once he took this step, it would be equivalent to Prince Xian having a supreme existence of the Void Realm by his side. To him, this was extremely significant, and it was truly eye-catching. Apart from that, Ingtai did not conceal his cultivation base this time. Even the essential aura of the machine race was revealed. It had to be mentioned that the mech race and the Heaven's Legacy race were essentially the same. They were both intelligent robots that had developed their own consciousness. The only difference was their internal core source code. However, their external auras were completely the same. In addition, although D-Air's machinery tribe was a companion of the human tribe, he had always been hidden by D-Air and had never shown himself. Therefore, at this moment, when Ingtai revealed his aura, coupled with Yi Xian's previous words, almost everyone instinctively thought that Ingtai was from the Tianji tribe. Although there were many experts present, including inspectors from the Federation headquarters, important members of the Immortal Imperial Clan, and even 3-star generals of the Immortal Imperial Army, none of them had ever come into close contact with a member of the upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race. Even though Naples had entered the First Universe many times to engage in battle with the Heaven's Legacy race, those battles had always taken place in the shadow of the starry sky. Even if the enemy camp had a true upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race, they had never had the chance to get close. Therefore, at this moment, when Ingtai appeared and revealed an aura that was different from that of a human without any scruples, everyone present regained their senses. Their expressions immediately became strange. This was especially so for the 5 princes and a few imperial uncles. Their expressions were uncertain, and a dark light flickered in their eyes. No one knew what they were scheming in their hearts. You are indeed from the Heaven's Legacy race, and you even concealed your cultivation to infiltrate the immortal star. It seems that you have ulterior motives. After a flash of light in his eyes, the first Imperial Uncle Long Huai suddenly laughed coldly. Since that brat said that you are a member of the upper echelon that he persuaded from the Heaven's Legacy race to surrender, then what harm is there in believing him? Whether this is true or not will be known after a trial. If you can't provide important information about the Heaven's Legacy race, then this will undoubtedly be false. When that time comes, In other words, this was clearly a prelude to detain Yi Xian for interrogation. Furthermore, it was not just Yi Xian, but Ingtai as well. If she could provide enough information about the Heaven's Legacy race to prove her sincerity, then it would be fine. If she couldn't, then today's matter could forget about coming to an end. Yi Xian's earlier words of persuading a member of the Heaven's Legacy race to surrender would be completely overturned. Sir Inspector, I'm sorry, but your Federation's Overwatch Council does not have the authority to interrogate me. Or rather, if you want to interrogate me, I'll have to trouble you to obtain permission from the dynasty first. In the face of the first Imperial Uncle Long Huai's words, Ingtai calmly took out an item and directly raised her hand to show it to Long Huai. This is the Imperial Advisor's order. I have already surrendered to the immortal dynasty and am now a spy of the dynasty. If your Federation wants to obtain any information related to the Heaven's legacy race from me, it is not impossible. However, please negotiate with the dynasty." Hearing this, the first imperial uncle was immediately dumbfounded. The imperial advisor's order that Tai took out could not be fake, and the meaning of this imperial advisor's order was very clear. It meant that the immortal dynasty had already acknowledged her identity and accepted her. Now, even if she was a member of the Heaven's legacy race, she was already a spy of the immortal dynasty. If the Federation wanted to investigate her as a spy of the Heaven's legacy race, it was tantamount to slapping the immortal dynasty's face. This was absolutely impossible. It would cause internal strife within the Federation. In reality, even Yi Xian was a little dazed at this moment. His previous plan was to force Tai to go along with his words and admit that she had already been persuaded by Yi Xian to surrender. After all, she was a member of the Heaven's legacy race. Following this identity being exposed by Yi Xian, cooperating with Yi Xian was already the only choice. Otherwise, on the immortal star, only death awaited her. In this way, not only did he resolve the matter of Wen Xing and the killing of Long Kuei, he even resolved the crisis that Tai had brought to him. No matter what the other party's goal was in using her identity as a member of the Heaven's legacy race to enter the immortal star under the guise of his fiancée. When all of this was exposed, and it was exposed by Yi Xian himself, Tai could not continue to cause a ruckus. She could not do anything. She could only be passive. However, everything in front of him was a little unexpected. He did not understand how things had suddenly developed to this point. Had Tai obtained the recognition of the immortal dynasty long before he had arrived? She had even obtained the imperial advisor's order. Could it be that she had come to the immortal star to voluntarily admit her identity as a member of the Heaven's legacy race? But what was the purpose of doing so? Could it be that she really admired him and did not hesitate to surrender to the immortal dynasty in order to start a so-called butterfly love with him? Thinking of this possibility, Yi Xian immediately shuddered. If this was really the case, then this girl was clearly crazy. How could she do such a thing? If she continued to pester him like this in the future, thinking of this, Yi Xian did not feel good. He had a feeling that after tossing and turning for so long, in the end, he had still fallen into her trap. At this moment, as Tai raised her hand and flashed Yi Er's imperial advisor's order, the surrounding Federation supervisors all breathed a sigh of relief. However, the members of the imperial family, including the imperial uncles and the 5 great princes, all sighed. Chapter 3105. Translator, Nioibo, Studio Editor. Nioibo, Studio 18th Prince's manner. No matter how unwilling Long Huai was in the end, Yi Xian, Naples, and the purplish warbler still swaggered out of the Federation's Overwatch Council. Oh right, other than the 3 of them, there was also Tai. Just as Tai had said, the Imperial Advisor's token in her hand was enough to prove her identity as a defector of the Tianji clan. She had already been accepted and acknowledged by the Eternal Dynasty. Even the Wanluo Federation could only negotiate with the Eternal Dynasty and request for assistance if they wanted to obtain any information from her, a defector of the Tianji clan. As for whether the Eternal Dynasty would agree or not, that was another matter altogether. In short, with the Imperial Preceptor's token, even if Tai was truly a member of the Heaven's legacy race, the myriad sifting Federation would not be able to touch her. Her body had already been marked with the mark of the Immortal Dynasty. From now on, she was a member of the dynasty. Furthermore, she was an imperial concubine, the 18th prince's concubine. When he thought of this, Yi Xian immediately felt a headache. If Tai's identity was revealed by him, and she had no choice but to follow Yi Xian's words and cooperate with him, then Tai would undoubtedly leave something in Yi Xian's hands. Without mentioning anything else, at least in the future, he would no longer have to worry about her bothering him with words like a butterfly's love. But now it was different. Long before Yi Xian returned to the Immortal Star, he had already taken the initiative to confess his identity to the Immortal Empire. In this matter, Yi Xian couldn't control him at all. In this way, If Ying Tai continued to pester Yi Xian with the excuse of a butterfly's love, other than being depressed and vexed, there was nothing he could do. Don't forget, she was a supreme existence at the great circle of the mystic light realm. Even Naples could only be crushed in front of her. Yi Xian did not even know if the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn could crush her like Long Kuei. Long Kuei was only at the 4th level of the mystic light realm, while Ying Tai was a supreme existence who was only one step away from entering the 12th great realm, the Void Realm. There was a difference of 5 whole levels. At the 11th great realm, one level was often the difference between heaven and earth. The difference of 5 levels was truly a completely different concept. Unlike Yi Xian's heart Aya, after leaving the Federation's Overwatch Council, Naples and the Purplish Warbler were completely relaxed, and their moods were they? Were clearly in a good mood. Was his Daybreak Studio. Was studio. Was studio. Was studio. In addition, the marriage between the prince and the Xianyuan family was also resolved. Ying Tai was a robot. Even if she could be given the position of concubine, it was impossible for her to become the first wife. From the looks of it, the news of the so-called marriage was purely a way for the dynasty to appease and rope Ying Tai in. Since she was a robot, how could there be any ambiguity between her and Prince Xian? Regarding this point, Xianyuan Xing no longer needed to verify it to be certain in her heart. At this moment, she had already determined that everything that had happened before was just a misunderstanding. No matter how jealous she was, the target should not be a robot. As for Ying Tai, after leaving the headquarters of the Federation, she did not say a word. She followed behind Yi Xian obediently, as if she was his servant. This made Yi Xian feel quite relieved. At least this girl knew how to judge the situation. She knew that this was the immortal star, not a place where she could jump around. She did not dare to be as arrogant as she was in the Demonkin Star area. After the 4 of them left the Wanluo Federation, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and summoned the Dongshu shuttle. After the 4 of them stepped into it, they headed straight for the immortal royal capital. The immortal star was where the immortal royal capital of the human race's technological faction was located. Not to mention the 9 satellites. Just the immortal star in the center was enormous. The vast plain loaned to the Wanluo Federation for the Federation's headquarters was only a very small area of the immortal star. There were many cities in the other vast areas. These cities were all located around the everlasting imperial capital, scattered like stars in the sky. The immortal royal capital was the largest city on the immortal star. The immortal royal capital was located in the depths of the royal capital. The royal capital was divided into the outer city and the inner city. The inner city was where the immortal royal capital lived, while the outer city was where the officials of the royal capital attended court, as well as the prince's residences, the imperial preceptor's hall, and the elder dormitory. Of course, the elder dormitory and the imperial preceptor's hall were restricted by formations. Most people couldn't enter without being summoned, not even the princes. The residences of the princes and the residences of the many members of the royal family were located in the ordinary areas of the outer city. Among them, only the princes of the immortal emperor's direct line of descent could have their own residences. Although the other branches also had residences in the outer city, they weren't princes' residences. As for the 10 royal uncles and the like, they had long moved out of the outer royal capital to oversee the 9 satellites. There were dozens of princes of the immortal emperor. Some of them were underage and were not allowed to have their own princes' mansions. These underage princes were all arranged in a place called the Prince's Academy. There were specialized instructors in charge of cultivation, etiquette, and knowledge in science and technology. Currently, there were only 28 people who had grown up and owned a prince's manor. In other words, there were a total of 28 princes' manors in the outer imperial city, and Prince Xian's manor was the 18th prince's manor. Although Prince Xian had left the Undying Star to participate in the royal family's ultimate trial, as long as it wasn't proven that he had died outside, the 18th prince residence that belonged to him would continue to exist. The group of old servants and maids who were in charge of managing the residence were all present. However, before Prince Xian left the immortal star to participate in the royal family's ultimate trials. He wasn't outstanding among the 28 princes. He was even looked down upon because of his cowardly personality. As such, not only was the 18th prince's residence not in a good location, but it wasn't grand either. As for the old servants and maids in the residence, there was no need to talk about them. When Prince Xian was still around, there might not have been a lack of housekeepers or maidservants. However, ever since Prince Xian left the Undying Star, these old servants and maidservants had all left through various channels. Most likely they had all left. As servants of the royal family, they also needed to consider their own futures. Following a cowardly prince like Prince Xian only sounded good on the surface. In reality, everyone knew that there was no way they would be able to make a name for themselves. As a result, there was only one loyal old servant left in the 18th prince's mansion to take care of everything in the mansion. The rest of the servants went their separate ways and tried their best to join the other princes' mansions. Chapter 3106. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Dragon's Den and Tiger's Den. This is your 18th prince's mansion? Isn't a little too shabby? Also, it's so bleak. The purplish warbler rolled his eyes and said as he looked at the 18th prince's mansion that was so quiet that it made people speechless. As the 18th prince's mansion, there was no problem with the basic foundation of the mansion in front of them. It occupied a large area, and the courtyards were connected to each other. Most importantly, it was too quiet. At a glance, the courtyards within sight were overgrown with weeds. After all, there was only one old servant who stayed here to take care of such a large courtyard. It was impossible for him to even clean up the weeds. Creak! At this moment, the double-riveted door of the 18th prince's mansion slowly opened. Just by listening to the creaking sound, one could tell that the door had not been opened for a long time. Even Yi Xin couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. As the door opened, an old man with white hair and a beard but a stocky build entered the four people's line of sight. The old man's mental state was quite good, and his cultivation strength was also decent. He was actually a level 4 black hole realm expert. When he saw Yi Xian, he was stunned for a moment. Following that, as Yi Xian deliberately activated the royal bloodline, a trace of the bloodline aura that originally belonged to Prince Xian faintly spread out. This old servant with a black hole realm cultivation immediately had tears in his eyes as he choked with sobs. Xianzi, it's you. It's really you. This old servant has finally waited for this day. Yi Xian secretly sighed in relief. It seemed that the old servants that the 18th prince acknowledged were different from the members of the royal family, like Long Huai. They only acknowledged the aura of their master. As for other things, they were too lazy to ask, and they didn't have a right to ask. The four people stepped into the 18th prince's mansion, and what appeared in front of them was a huge main courtyard overgrown with weeds. Yi Xian frowned, and the old servant hurriedly explained, "Xian's? No, Prince Xian, after you left, those fellows all left one after another. All these years, the entire 18th prince's mansion has been taken care of by this old servant alone, so it's fine. From now on, you'll be the chief steward of the 18th prince's mansion. Just call me Xianzi." Yi Xian was slightly touched. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he found out the old servant's name. His surname was actually Long, and his name was Long Kong. He was a member of the branch family of the Eternal Dynasty, and there was a weak royal bloodline flowing in his body. He was an elder of consort Mei's bloodline. Ever since Prince Xian came of age, he had been following Long Xian until now. Xianzi, after you came out of nowhere and became the Feishing Federation, those fellows were like stray cats that smelled blood. All of them wanted to come back, but this old servant stopped them all. This bunch of ingrates. Some of them are even currently servants in the 5th prince's mansion. They suddenly want to come back, and they have ulterior motives. This old servant can't let them come back to harm you. At this moment, Long Kong spoke again with a choked voice. Originally, the 18th prince's mansion had a total of 18 courtyards, and there were no such weeds. Although this old servant is only one person, I'm still in the black hole realm. Although it's tiring to take care of a mansion, I can still do it. It's because those fellows came every day and wanted to trespass, especially those guards. Among them, there were a few commanders and vice-commanders who were also in the Black Hole realm. This old servant was no match for them, and I was seriously injured by them. This happened a month ago, and I haven't recovered yet. That's why this courtyard is overgrown with weeds. This old servant, I have failed in my duty. What? Those fellows actually injured you? Yi Xian was instantly enraged when he heard this. Long Kong had said very clearly that those fellows, including the guards in the 18th Prince's mansion, had all gone to seek refuge with the other princes after Long Xian left. Some of them even went to the 5th Prince's mansions to listen to their orders. But now, after knowing that Prince Xian had appeared out of nowhere, these fellows actually wanted to return. If it was said that the 5 princes hadn't instructed them to plant spies by Prince Xian's side before he returned, Yi Xian wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. However, those fellows actually dared to injure Long Kong, the only person who was loyal to the 18th Prince's mansion. This was already beyond what Yi Xian could tolerate. Forget it, let bygones be bygones. Although this old servant was outnumbered, at least I didn't let those fellows take a single step into the 18th Prince's mansion. Seeing the indignation on Yi Xian's face, Long Kong was comforted and tears appeared in his eyes. With a comforted expression, he choked on his sobs and quickly wiped away his tears. He forced a smile and said, "Now that the prince is back, it's a big matter. However, this is such a big mansion, we will definitely need to recruit some servants to take care of it. This old servant only has one thing to say. This matter must be handled by this old servant. Not a single one of those ingrates who left before can be let back." That would be a slap in your face, child. Naples, Purplish Warbler, and Ingtai were also filled with righteous indignation at this moment. Their long, shapely eyebrows furrowed. On the other hand, Yi Xian frowned and pondered for a moment before grinning. He waved his hand and said to Long Kong, "Don't worry, Uncle Kong. You don't need to worry about this matter. I don't want any of the people in this imperial city." At this moment, Yi Xian had already made up his mind. Everyone inside and outside the 18th Prince's mansion would be his own subordinates. Even if most of them were demons, so what? Even Ingtai, a true upper echelon of the Heaven's legacy race, could walk openly in the immortal imperial city. What did a few demon-dweller guards and servants count for? This old man wants to see if those ingrates and the people from the 5th Prince's side dare to behave atrociously in the 18th Prince's mansion. After making up his mind, Yi Xian immediately sneered. As long as they dare to come, no matter if they are in the open or in the dark, this prince will throw a sentence here. Anyone who dares to come will not be able to return. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and summoned the Dongshu shuttle, the Black Mosquito, the Black Wind, and the Saint Child. Immediately after, with a thought from him, a large number of Devil Cultivator and Magical Beast experts walked out of the Dongshu shuttle and the 3 space fortresses. They didn't say a word as they quietly stood around Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, thousands of troops came to meet him. Not to mention Uncle Kong. Even the Purplish Warbler in Naples were shocked. This was clearly the rhythm of turning the 18th Prince's mansion into a tiger's den. This is going to be fun. The whole mansion of the 18th Prince is full of demons and magical beasts. Once this formation is set up, those who don't know will think that they have been teleported to the Demon Star area of the first universe. That's right. That's right. The 18th Prince's mansion is full of demons and magical beasts. Once this formation is set up, those who don't know will think that they have been teleported to the Demon Star area of the first universe. Chapter 3107. Despicable slaves. Due to the fact that this was a special period and he was currently at the peak of his power, even Ingtai of the Tianji race could move freely in the imperial city. There was nothing else to worry about. As such, the demonic beast experts Yi Xian mobilized from the Void Hole shuttle, and the 3 demonic beast fortresses were extremely powerful and luxurious. First was the internal affairs. In this regard, in the command cabins on the top floors of the Black Mosquito and Black Wind fortresses, there were many professional demons who specialized in this matter. The male attendants were all extraordinarily handsome, and the female attendants were all top-notch beauties. Their professionalism was impeccable. In this regard, Yi Xian mobilized 200 demonic beast scouts from each of the two fortresses. In total, there were 400 demonic beast scouts, half male and half female. In the future, they would be in charge of the internal affairs of the 18th prince's residence. As for the head of internal affairs, Yi Xian arranged for two people. One was Uncle Kong, who would be in charge, and the other was Li Mosquito, who would be his assistant. Apart from that, there was also the guard team of the 18th prince's residence. In this regard, Yi Xian put in a lot of effort. It was divided into the Demonic Beast Army and the Demonic Beast Army. The Demonic Beast Army was a hidden force, made up of 1,000 mosquito beasts and 1,000 soldier ladles. The mid-stage Origin Realm 8-star Wang Ladle was the commander of the Demonic Beast Guard team. The Demonic Beast Army was the force on the surface, led by Guihai Yidao and 1,000 demonic beasts to patrol the residence. At the same time, the Origin Realm 4's Wafontai was the commander of the Demonic Beast Guard team. Apart from that, the wretched Mosquito Butcher was also released by Yi Xian. As the head of external affairs, this guy was smooth and slick. His words and actions were often unexpected, and one sentence from him could make someone faint. In the following period of time, the 5 princes would probably attack the 18th prince's residence openly and covertly. With the wretched Mosquito Butcher at the front, even if he couldn't do anything substantial, it would be enough to annoy the princes a little. When Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the Void Hole Shuttle and the 3 demonic Beast Scout fortresses into his undying world, the hidden guard team of 1,000 mosquito beasts and 1,000 soldier ladles was nowhere to be seen. The magical Beast Guard Legion's Origin Realm expert, 8-star Wang Chao, was the same. Yi Xian had given him the authority to directly take down any expert who came to invade the 18th prince's mansion. If the other party secretly invaded the 18th prince's mansion, there was no need to report it. As for the 1,000 demon slaves under Guihai Yidao's command, they had split into several patrol squads in a short amount of time. They began to patrol the surroundings of the 18th prince's estate. When this Origin Realm demon slave team was first established, all of them, including Guihai Yidao, were at the 1st-star core realm. However, so much time had passed, and Yi Xian had unconditionally provided them with all kinds of cultivation resources. Most of the time, he was busy with the other forces and basically didn't disturb them. All of the demon slaves were fully focused on cultivating and breaking through. Now, they were basically all at the 2nd-star realm, the Meteor Realm. Some of them, such as Guihai Yidao, had already reached the 3rd-star realm, the Satellite Realm. Compared to Yi Xian, they were only 1 realm away. This was an impressive improvement. Back then, Yi Xian was also at the Starcore realm like them. Although Yi Xian was now at the 4th-star realm, the Planet Realm, they were only 1 realm lower than Yi Xian. This showed how hard they had worked. After all, Yi Xian had been able to reach the Star Realm in such a short time because of many coincidences. It was also very difficult for Guihai Yidao and the others to have such achievements. At this point, the arrangements in the 18th prince's residence were finally completed. The originally lifeless 18th prince's residence was full of vitality in the blink of an eye. Uncle Kong had witnessed the entire process with his own eyes. Guihai Yidao and the other demonic experts looked no different from humans on the surface. However, anyone could tell at a glance that the 1,000 mosquito beasts and the army of soldiers were definitely not from the 3rd universe's human race. They definitely came from the outer domain. But even so, Uncle Kong still didn't say anything. Seeing that the originally empty 18th prince's manor was full of life in an instant, he had an expression of great joy. As for the wretched Mosquito Butcher, when he heard that Yi Xian had appointed him as the external director of the 18th prince's residence, he would personally take care of all matters related to the outside of the residence. His status was on the same level as Uncle Kong's, and in an instant, it was as if he had been injected with a shot of chicken blood. He was just short of howling, so he immediately pulled Uncle Kong and directly entered the residence, as if he was about to start his official business and understand the situation from Uncle Kong. Keep a close eye on this old thing. Remember to send a few people. They don't need to do anything else. Just follow behind him in shifts and keep an eye on everything about him. Of course, in name, they will be the external chief's personal guards. After the wretched mosquito butcher left with Uncle Kong, Yi Xian turned his head to look at Guihai Yi Dao and gave a new order. In his opinion, he would have to stay in the 18th Prince's mansion for a period of time. In any case, Yi Xian had nothing to do during this period of time, so he could take the opportunity to carefully investigate the problem of the wretched mosquito butcher. The entire 18th Prince's residence occupied a vast area with 18 courtyards. Each courtyard had several rooms like a maze. Therefore, even though Yi Xian could assign a lot of people with a wave of his hand, it was still possible for these people to settle down in such a large residence. Although Yi Xian was a prince and the owner of the 18th Prince's residence, he didn't know the rules here. Of course, he could have used his personal communication system to invade the starry sky network of the immortal star and search for everything. However, due to the existence of the immortal star superbrain, this method was no longer possible. Yi Xian didn't dare to use his personal communication system here, so he could only give up on this idea. In fact, he didn't need to worry about any of this at all. As the head steward of the residence, Uncle Kong took care of everything in an orderly manner. Without waiting for Yi Xian to ask, the male and female demon servants he assigned to Uncle Kong to take care of the residence's internal affairs had already figured out all the rules in the residence. Naturally, someone would come and lead Yi Xian to his residence. As a prince, Yi Xian's residence was the last courtyard. It was extremely exquisite. According to the rules, even the purplish warbler and Ingtai, who were close friends yet to be married, were arranged to stay in the front courtyard. As for Naples and the other male guests, they couldn't even enter the 3 inner courtyards and could only stay in the middle courtyard of the residence. After everything was settled, Yi Xian heard a commotion coming from outside the residence. If he guessed correctly, it was most likely those ignorant, lowly servants who knew that Prince Xian had returned and recklessly came looking for him. Chapter 3108. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. The prince is wise. Why can't we go in? We are all old officials of Prince Xian's mansion. Who the hell are you guys? Why are you acting as guards in the prince's mansion? This is originally our duty. You are overstepping. We have to report this to the Imperial Clan Court. You probably don't know, right? Guards and maids in the prince's mansion must register with the Imperial Clan Court before they can. That's right. You guys are all unorthodox. Get out of the 18th Prince's mansion. This is our territory. Let us in. If you stop us, we will immediately turn around and report this to the Imperial Clan Court. At that time, we will drag you to prison. None of you can escape. Get out of the Imperial City. This is not a place you can stay. Ingtai, Purplish Warbler, Naples, Uncle Kong, and the wretched mosquito butcher followed behind. Yi Xian had just entered the second courtyard of the 18th Prince's mansion when he heard the noise in the courtyard. The words were extremely arrogant. Even he could immediately hear the anger in them. He frowned and sneered inwardly. Listening to these guys, it seemed that he couldn't make decisions in his mansion. He had to listen to the arrangements of his family members in the Imperial Clan Court. In addition, these guys outside were so arrogant. Judging from the noise, it seemed that there were 200 or 300 people gathered. After receiving the news that he had returned, they actually gathered at the door as if they had made an appointment. They opened their mouths and shut their mouths as if they were the masters of the 18th Prince's mansion. They actually wanted to drive away all the guards he had arranged. Amazing. If it wasn't for the instructions of his 5 imperial brothers, how could this group of servants be so bold? It seemed that these guys still hadn't given up. After failing to act openly, they planned to stab him in the back. If the 18th Prince's mansion was really infiltrated by their people and completely controlled, Yi Xian would be surrounded by spies. It would be difficult for him to do anything. He was a dignified prince, yet he was unable to pass down a single order in his own residence. When he encountered something, he had to personally do it. This was a huge loss of face, and it would undoubtedly cause Yi Xian to become a laughingstock in the royal family. At that time, the original momentum would instantly change, and he would probably be ridiculed the moment he left the residence. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart was filled with murderous intent. He didn't matter about those 5 princes. There would be a day when he could settle the grudge with them. There was no rush. However, no matter what, he couldn't let these traitorous dogs off easily. Otherwise, the entire immortal imperial city would think that he didn't live up to his name. No matter how great his reputation was outside, he was still the weak and incompetent old 18th when he returned home. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian led the group of people behind him to the first courtyard of the 18th Prince's mansion. The door of the 18th Prince's mansion was wide open. There were 200 to 300 people crowded outside. The ones with their heads up were obviously some guards. They should be the previous guards of the 18th Prince's mansion. The 3 people in front of them were all at the Black Hole Realm. The rest were basically at the Planet Realm and Star Realm. Facing them across the gate were 3 teams of demon guards led by Guihai Yidao. They were basically at the second major realm, the Satellite Realm. Overall, they were weaker by more than 2 major realms. It was no wonder that the other party dared to be so arrogant. They were clearly bullying the new guards of the 18th Prince's mansion because they were weak. As for the mosquito beasts and soldiers, although they were at the Galaxy Realm and Black Hole Realm, they didn't reveal themselves because they were hidden sentries. Although Zhuofontai was also present, he concealed his cultivation and no one could see that he was at the Origin Realm. Otherwise, these guys wouldn't have dared to be so rude and overbearing. Just as Yi Xian led the few people behind him into the first courtyard, the sharp eyes of the group of fellows who were looking in from the front door of the prince's mansion immediately saw his figure. Immediately, a few people began to shout loudly, "Your Highness, what's the meaning of this? We are all old people of the 18th Prince's mansion. Why are we not allowed to enter our own mansion now? Where did these foreign slaves come from? They are all unfamiliar. I'm afraid they haven't even registered when they entered the Imperial City, right? Don't mention reporting to the Imperial Clan Court. This is against the rules. Reporting to the Imperial Clan Court will take at least half a month to investigate such a large group of people. What will happen to the security of the 18th Prince's mansion during this time? What if some rascals sneak in at night? Your Highness, this will be a great loss of face for you. Your Highness, for the sake of our reputation, let's chase these fellows away and let us, the older generation, serve you instead." Although these words sounded reasonable on the surface, there was clearly a threat in them. They were afraid that if Yi Xian didn't agree, they would disguise themselves as rascals and sneak in the mansion to cause trouble at night. This was most likely the follow-up plan of the 5 great princes. They were really arrogant. Realizing this, the killing intent in Yi Xian's heart was already extremely dense. With his current status, it was naturally a small matter to kill these few slaves. However, if that was really the case, he was afraid that his 5 brothers who were unwilling to give up would not have to worry. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's anger couldn't help but gradually dissipate. A smile appeared on his originally gloomy face. He grinned and waved his hand at Guihai Yidao. "All right, don't guard the gate. There are all the old people of the 18th Prince's mansion outside. If they want to come in, why stop them? Just let them in." Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment. Only the wretched mosquito butcher didn't seem to be surprised in the slightest. Instead, he laughed sinisterly. This fellow had a good understanding of Yi Xian's methods. He knew that Yi Xian wasn't that easy to get along with. There must be a deeper meaning behind his words. Guihai Yidao was stunned for a moment before he frowned. In the end, he waved his hand, and the demon slave guards that were blocking the entrance of the manor immediately retreated to the sides, opening up a path for the 2 of them. The people outside obviously thought that Yi Xian had given in. They immediately looked at each other and grinned. The 3 Black Hole Realm guards at the front laughed heartily and led the people behind them into the mansion. "Ha ha! Like I said, your Highness is wise. Isn't this a happy ending for everyone? However, since these people are so insensible, we should chase them out of the Imperial City as soon as possible." As they spoke, these people had all entered the mansion and stood in the first courtyard of the 18th Prince's mansion. There were nearly 300 of them. Chapter 3109. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo, studio break their legs and throw them out, close the door. Clear the area. Guehai Dao, all of you stand guard outside. You'll be the coolies who carry them out later. All the secret guards will be in charge of the rest. Every single one of you, break the legs of every single one of you, and throw them out the door. After saying that, Yixin turned around and looked into the distance with his hands behind his back as if he was admiring the scenery. Guehai Dao and the other guards were stunned for a moment before they retreated to the periphery of the courtyard with ferocious expressions and gloated at the group of people. As for the close to 300 people in the courtyard, their expressions changed drastically. The 3 Black Hole Realm Guard commanders even started cursing loudly. Your Highness, what do you mean by that? This joke isn't funny at all. Yes. You're too disappointing. We're all old people in the residence. What's the matter? You're turning your back on us immediately after making a name for yourself? The world is so cold. He just got a little bit of ability, and he's making an example of us old people. How unkind. We won't accept this and swear to resist. We'll report it to the Imperial Clan Court and ask them to make the decision. That's right. We must expose this matter and let the world see what kind of ugly face the Prince Xian they're talking about is. He's a master who burns bridges after crossing the river. He's forgotten how we used to serve him. Screech. Without waiting for these people to finish speaking, the surroundings of the first courtyard suddenly rang out with a series of dense buzzing and whistling sounds. A large number of mosquito beasts and void soldiers appeared out of thin air. Their cultivation bases were mostly at the 8th major realm, the Black Hole Realm. Some of them were at the 7th major realm, the Galaxy Realm. There were about 200 of each. This was the result before all of them arrived. Yixin had arranged for the mosquito beasts and the void soldiers to form a secret sentry army in the 18th prince's residence. There were about 1,000 of both types of ferocious beasts. Now, only 1/5 of them were mobilized. But even so, the group of people who were hooting in the first courtyard were still scared to the point that their legs went soft at the first moment. Thump, 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 thump. All of them cried out in shock and fell to the ground. There were only 3 Black Hole Realm experts among them. However, hundreds of Black Hole Realm experts suddenly appeared around them. Moreover, they were all ferocious beasts. They had never seen a mosquito beast or a soldier ladle before, so they didn't know what these 2 ferocious beasts were. However, there was one thing that they were certain of, and that was that once these ferocious beasts attacked, they were definitely more terrifying than human experts of the same realm. Could it be that the ferocious beasts knew when to stop? With this thought in mind, some of these people immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. They cried and shouted that they wanted to die. Every one of them was crying. The moment this group of ferocious beasts appeared, they realized that the situation today was far from good. Prince Xian was no longer the Prince Xian of the past. How could he allow these unruly servants to bully and humiliate him? Your Highness, please spare our lives. We were forced to do this. It wasn't our idea to come here and cause trouble today. Yes, Your Highness. We were muddle-headed and were tricked by others. Please have mercy on us, Your Highness. Seeing that we have served you before, please spare our lives, Your Highness. For a moment, the entire first courtyard was filled with cries and begging for mercy. The group of mosquito beasts and soldier ladles that had already surrounded these people were all prepared to attack. Their eyes glowed with blood-red light as they stared fixedly at these people, looking as if they were going to devour them alive. This prince knows better than any of you who is tricking you behind the scenes, so there's no need to say more. As for sparing your lives, as I said earlier, I'll just break your legs and throw you out of the door. Don't worry, you won't die. In addition, in order to prevent you from spreading rumors outside, I'm sure that the people who tricked you here won't sit idly by and do nothing even if your legs are broken. If you meet a benevolent master, he might even help you heal your legs. Of course, if some people are more black-hearted and find it troublesome, it's also possible that they'll kill you to prevent future trouble. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it's up to fate. Speaking of which, it was your own choice to leave the 18th prince's residence and seek refuge with them. Therefore, I'm sure you know what will happen to you in the end. No matter how miserable it is, you can't blame others. Do it. Yi Xian shouted the last sentence. At the same time, he used his spiritual power to give the order to all the mosquito beasts and soldier ladles. In an instant, buzzing and whistling sounds rang out. All the mosquito beasts and soldier ladles rushed towards these people. Immediately after, the first courtyard was filled with miserable howls. This group of people were scared out of their wits when facing hundreds of mosquito beasts and soldiers. They didn't dare to fight back at all. All of them were rolling around on the ground, but the result was, without exception, that all of them had their legs broken. Those who fell into the hands of the mosquito beasts were better off. They were basically cut off by the mosquito beast's sharp mosquito arms. However, those who fell into the hands of the ladle soldiers were miserable. Without exception, their legs were nibbled away by the ladle soldiers bit by bit, all the way to their knees. More than half of them fainted on the spot due to the torture. In the end, Guihai Dao led a few squads of guards in the manor to carry all the wicked servants and their broken legs out of the door and threw them to the ground on the other side of the street. As for whether these people lived or died, it was not up to them to care, nor were they interested. When these groups of guards returned, the remaining groups of guards had already washed the first courtyard clean with clean water, and not even the slightest trace of the smell of blood remained. All the mosquito beasts and soldiers concealed themselves once more, and everything returned to normal. It was as if everything from before had never happened at all. Yi Xian was calm about all of this. As a 3-star general of the Immortal Army, Naples had naturally seen many things. Even the purplish warbler was not a big deal when he went out to train. What surprised Yi Xian was that Uncle Kong, an old servant in the residence, was not afraid at all, even though he had clearly seen the entire process. His expression did not change at all. He could not help but click his tongue in wonder. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian turned to look at Uncle Kong and asked gently, "Uncle Kong, I've been away for a long time, so I don't know much about the matters in the Imperial City. May I know who's in charge of the so-called Imperial Clan Court now?" The so-called Imperial Clan Court is actually a supervisory agency within the Imperial family. It does not receive any salary from the Imperial Court, so it is not an agency of the Imperial Court. It's an independent department within the Imperial family that is only under the jurisdiction of the Resident Elder Pavilion. Chapter 31:10. Imperial Clan Court. Upon hearing the first 2 sentences of Uncle Kong's explanation, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but have a strange expression on his face. Even though Prince Xian had been away from the Imperial City for a long time and didn't know who was in charge of the Imperial Clan Court, he couldn't possibly have forgotten the basic situation of the court, right? Yet Uncle Kong had chosen to go through the unnecessary details from the beginning. This clearly showed that he was certain that Yi Xian didn't know anything about this. In other words, Uncle Kong clearly knew that the person standing in front of him right now wasn't the real Prince Xian. Even though his bloodline and aura were completely identical, this person was no longer the same person. That was why he was so meticulous in his explanation. With this thought, Yi Xian couldn't help but glance at Uncle Kong a few more times. However, the latter's expression remained the same, and his tone was calm as he carefully explained everything about the Imperial Clan Court to Yi Xian. The main responsibility of the Imperial Clan Court is to control and supervise all members of the Imperial family, including the 5 princes and the 10 Imperial uncles. The Imperial Clan Court has the right to interfere in all matters. It even has the right to inquire about matters within the harem. Of course, this requires the Immortal Emperor's permission in advance. In short, the Imperial Clan Court has the right to inquire about all members of the Imperial family and all matters related to them. Its status is transcendent. Although the Immortal Emperor is the direct leader of the Imperial Clan Court in name, in reality, when required, the Imperial Clan Court can completely bypass the Immortal Emperor and directly report to the Imperial family's resident Elder Pavilion. All the guards and servants of the prince's residences do indeed need to register with the Imperial Clan Court. They naturally don't have the right to alarm the Imperial Clan Court, but the Imperial Clan Court has the right to manage everything related to the princes. The current governor of the Imperial Clan Court is named Long Shishou. He is a clan uncle of the current immortal emperor. In terms of seniority, Your Highness should call him Grand Uncle. This person's cultivation is extremely extraordinary as well. Just like Grand Imperial Uncle Long Huai, he's a supreme existence at the 12th level of the Void Realm. Of course, Grand Imperial Uncle Long Huai doesn't dare to make a move against him. Not to mention the position of governor of the Imperial Clan Court. Grand Imperial Uncle still has to address him as Clan Uncle when he sees him. It's precisely because of their extraordinary status that no one in the entire Eternal Imperial family dares to oppose them. In fact, everyone in the Imperial Clan Court, even the most ordinary of inspectors, is a member of the Imperial family. They are chosen from the younger generation of the Imperial family by an Imperial Elder dispatched by the Imperial Elder Pavilion. Each year, they're chosen from the younger generation of the Imperial family. At this point, Uncle Kong paused and looked up at Yi Xian before continuing. Your Highness, please don't mind this old servant for speaking too much. Since your 5 Imperial brothers have resorted to such underhanded means, I'm afraid they've already made up their minds to drag you down at all costs and regardless of the consequences. Therefore, there's no way they won't put in effort into the Imperial Clan Court. Of course, the Imperial Clan Court status is extraordinary. They don't have the ability to mobilize them at will, but they can make use of them. For example, the matter just now is enough for the Imperial Clan Court to intervene and investigate. If nothing unexpected happens, this old servant estimates that they're already on their way and will be here soon. Could it be that they're going to arrest me and interrogate me? Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned. His eyes couldn't help but light up. In fact, the anger in his heart had inexplicably surged out again. Although he was an imposter, his identity as Prince Xian had been recognized on the surface. Even so, ever since Yi Xian had come to this undying star, nothing good had happened to him. First, there was the Overwatch Council at the headquarters of the Heavenly Federation. Then, when he returned to his own manor, his 5 brothers were disgusting. Sigh, they sent a group of servants to make trouble. Then, the Imperial Clan Court came to question him. Could it be that he was raised by a stepmother? He was clearly returning to his own home, but they made it seem more dangerous than the Majin Galaxy behind the enemy lines. No one could be happy about this kind of situation. Uncle Kong clearly saw Yi Xian's displeasure and immediately laughed bitterly. He shook his head and continued to explain. Your Highness, please don't be angry. You must not blame the Imperial Clan Court for this matter, and you must not go against them. Otherwise, you'll be falling into the trap of your brothers. In fact, even if I were to speak, I would not say a single bad word about the Imperial Clan Court. It's just an organization within the Imperial family. Even if it did come here with the intention of denouncing you, it's only because your Imperial brothers seized its authority and used it. But your Highness may not be entirely at fault. After all, the Imperial Clan Court has its rules. Without rules, wouldn't a large Imperial clan be thrown into chaos? The matter of those servants is one thing. But your Highness, you suddenly summoned so many strong people, and even mosquitoes, and none of them are weak. This is the undying royal capital, and within the Imperial City. How can the Imperial Clan Court not do anything? Not just you. Even if this happened in the Great Uncle's manor, the Imperial Clan Court would still take action. They have their authority. There is no need for your Highness to be angry about this. In addition, although the Imperial Clan Court is filled with members of the Imperial Clan, this old servant dares to say that even the most ordinary of them can't possibly be bribed by your 5 brothers. The first rule of the Imperial Clan Court is that none of the members of the Imperial Clan Court are allowed to participate in the struggle for imperial power. Otherwise, if they're found to be guilty, the resident Elder Pavilion will send an elder in charge of punishment to deal with them personally. At that time, the punishment won't be as simple as losing one's life. 1,000 years ago, someone once committed this crime, and it is said that he is still struggling at death's door, enduring torture every day, all for the sake of intimidating the members of the Imperial Clan Court. That's why there can't be any injustice in the Imperial Clan Court. Even if they want to take action against you, your Highness, it's because your Highness made a mistake and gave the other princes a chance to use the Imperial Clan Court against you, the anger that had just surged up in Yi Xian's heart instantly dissipated. He wasn't an unreasonable person. Since the Imperial Clan Court was such a fair organization, everything they did was done impartially. What resentment could he have? If he had to blame someone, he could only blame his brothers for forcing him. According to normal procedures, Yi Xian only needed to create a roster and report it to the Imperial Clan Court. However, those royal brothers didn't give him the chance at all. They didn't even have the time to catch their breath before they started to stir up trouble. In addition, the commotion caused by the hundreds of people breaking their legs wasn't small, which was why the Imperial Clan Court was alarmed. Humph, humph, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to play dirty with me. Chapter 3111. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo, Studio. The dark-faced man, Long, hearing Yi Xian's order, the wretched mosquito slayer immediately turned around and left. As for Uncle Kong, he'd already said everything that should be said. As for the specifics of how this matter should be dealt with, it wasn't something that an internal chief manager of the prince's estate like him could decide. Thus, he silently took 2 steps back and stood silently at the side, with a posture of waiting for instructions at any moment. Among the 3 people behind Yi Xian, Yingtai also did the same. She did not say a word. Although she had obtained the approval of the Imperial Tutor and even had an Imperial Tutor token in her hand, she was not a member of the Imperial family. She was not even human. Therefore, she had no right to speak on this matter. At most, if Yi Xian needed her to do something, Yingtai would do her best to do it. On the other hand, Naples and Xian Yuan Xing immediately frowned after exchanging glances with each other. They had worried looks on their faces. Unfortunately, the 2 of them were also not members of the royal family. It was inconvenient for them to interfere in this kind of matter, and they even hesitated to give Yi Xian a suggestion. The battle for imperial power could be said to be incomparably dangerous. Any small mistake could lead to eternal damnation. They didn't dare to speak carelessly. As if feeling the heavy atmosphere, Yi Xian turned around and looked at everyone. He then grinned. Why are you all so serious? Isn't it just the Imperial Clan Court? Since it is an incomparably fair internal organization of the Imperial family, this prince is also a direct descendant of the Imperial family. How big of a mistake did I make? They can't just directly push me out and behead me, right? If that is the case, I'm afraid that the Imperial Clan Court's prefect, Longshaw, might be a spy of the Tianji clan. He beheads a direct descendant of the Imperial clan at the slightest provocation. This joke was not good at all. Naples and the purplish warbler were fine when they did not hear it, but when they heard it, they immediately rolled their eyes. However, Yingtai and Uncle Kong were still expressionless, as if they did not hear it. At the same time, as Yi Xian finished his joke, a resonant middle-aged man's voice suddenly came from outside the gate of the 18th Prince's mansion. There were people who scolded me in private. Half a year ago, there was even a descendant who scolded me for being a dog after getting drunk. Of course. After that, the first thing this person did every day after waking up was to lie in front of his own courtyard and bark 100 times. Counting the time, there's still half a year left. It should be over. But this is the first time I've heard someone call me a spy of the Tianji clan. It's still fresh. Most importantly, you did it in front of so many people. Prince Xian is indeed extraordinary. At the very least, your 5 useless brothers wouldn't dare to do such a thing. As these words rang out one after another, a middle-aged man with a burly figure, a round, tanned face, and a long beard all over his face walked in through the gate of the 18th Prince's mansion. There were not many people following behind him, only 2 of them. They were also dressed in black and gold. They were expressionless, but their cultivation auras were not weak at all. They were both at the peak of the 9th level of the mystic light realm. As for the person walking at the very front, his identity was clear from his words. He was the Imperial Clan Court's deputy Long Shishou. Even the current immortal emperor had to call him uncle when he saw him. However, he did not reveal any aura of cultivation. At a glance, he looked like an ordinary citizen of the dynasty. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Naples and the purplish warbler behind him sighed and rolled their eyes at Yi Xian. Yingtai was still expressionless. As for Uncle Kong, He was obviously shocked by this coincidence. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he cupped his fists and bowed slightly to the dark-faced man. Long Kong greets the prefect. What made Yixian's jaw drop was that the prefect of the Imperial Clan Court, Long Shisho, who had an unusually high seniority, reacted a little too strongly when he saw Uncle Kong bow to him. Although he only cupped his fists and bowed slightly, his reaction was a little too big. He actually jumped to the side, as if he didn't dare to accept Uncle Kong's greeting. He even rolled his eyes in anger. All right, you're always acting like this. In terms of seniority, this magistrate has to address you as Uncle Kong. What's the point of acting like this? You're scheming against me the moment we meet. Fortunately, I was smart and jumped to avoid it. At this moment, not only did Yixian open his mouth wide, but Naples and Xian Yuanzing also looked at Uncle Kong with dumbfounded expressions. Even Ing Tai, who was standing to the side with an expressionless face, couldn't help but raise her eyes to take a few more glances at Uncle Kong. As for the wretched mosquito butcher, who was holding a small booklet in his hand and was rushing over from the second courtyard of the manor, after seeing this scene, his eyes darted around, and he swept his gaze over Uncle Kong twice without batting an eyelid. Then, before Uncle Kong subconsciously turned his head to look, he coincidentally shifted his gaze away, and the strange light in his eyes was also restrained, not revealing the slightest bit. "Master, the roster is here." When he came close, the wretched mosquito butcher waved the roster in his hand and retreated to the side, no longer saying anything. Uncle Kong did not pay attention to the words of Long Shisho of the Imperial Clan Court, as if he did not hear it all. However, at this time, he glanced at the wretched mosquito butcher with a smile that was not a smile. The latter was a well-behaved person, his eyes lowered, as if he did not feel anything at all, quietly standing to the side. "Boy, you're also smart. In such a short time, you've already prepared the roster?" Long Shisho's gaze swept over Yixian a few times. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and the booklet in the wretched mosquito butcher's hand immediately flew into his hand. Without even looking at it, he casually threw it to one of the two experts behind him. Then, he continued, "If I'm not wrong, those mosquito beasts and void-swallowing beasts should all be your pets, right? As for the thousands of demons in the court, even the Tianji clan has been brought over by you, and you've also obtained the approval of the state preceptor. The state preceptor's order has been bestowed upon you. So what are thousands of demons? With your intelligence, you must have already pointed out their identities in the roster." "Not bad, boy, well done." As soon as these words were said, the expression on Yixian's face suddenly became strange. Everything was exactly as the other party had said. There was not the slightest difference. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that in such a short time, the other party had already grasped the entire situation of the 18th Prince's Court. The Imperial Clan Court of the immortal royal family was indeed worthy of its reputation. As for those wicked slaves outside who have missing arms and legs, humph, not to mention sparing their lives, it's fine even if you kill them. This old man does not dare to say that the court of the Imperial clan is in the hands of others, but as long as it is in the hands of this Long Shisho, no matter who it is impossible for them to use the rules of the court of the Imperial clan to do things for them. Chapter 31:12. A treasure training ground. After Long Shisho arrived and said a few words, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Their impression of this Imperial Clan Court magistrate was also very good. Only Uncle Kong shook his head and smiled bitterly. Sure enough, just as Yixian and the others put their hearts back into their stomachs, the other party immediately changed the topic. The latter half of the sentence directly changed the flavor of the conversation. Today's matter shouldn't have alarmed this magistrate, but this magistrate still came. Of course, even if there wasn't, this magistrate would still come. "You brat, recently you've been in the limelight. This magistrate also wanted to see how many heads you have on your neck. AI, after all this time, you're just like me, too disappointing." Just as Yixian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, Long Shisho rolled his eyes and said again, "Let's get straight to the point. Originally, this matter wasn't a big deal, but you brat, as soon as you came back, you used an iron-blooded method. You made the imperial city cry like ghosts and howl like wolves for half a day. An old monster in the Elder Pavilion couldn't even find peace in his closed-door cultivation. In a fit of anger, he said that this matter must be investigated. This magistrate is only following orders. I can't afford to offend those old monsters. They can kill me with a single finger. So, why don't you give this magistrate some face? Cooperate with me and put on a show. It's best if you make it sound a little sad, so that the old ancestor won't be angry. This matter can be turned into a small matter, and a small matter can be turned into nothing. Hearing this, Yi Xian almost fainted and fell to the ground. What happened to being fair and honest? What happened to being upright and honest? Uncle Kong's words were still ringing in his ears. Now that the head of the Imperial Clan Court said such words to him in front of so many people, it was as if he was treating the strict rules of the Imperial Clan Court as a child's play. Such a huge disparity was a little hard to accept for a while. Look at your black face. Do you think this magistrate will harm you? Even though challenging the Clansman Tower isn't a good thing, with only 3 or 4 out of 10 people going in, and 1 or 2 of them being half-crippled or scared out of their wits, it's still an important inheritance ground of my immortal royal family. As long as you're lucky, you'll still get some benefits. Seeing Yi Xian's dark expression and frequent frown, Long Shisho immediately rolled his eyes and urged, "Are you going to do it or not? Brat, give me a straightforward answer. If you do, we'll leave right now. If you don't, then I'll take you and leave right now. It's all the same anyway." He was probably the only one with such a straightforward personality. Hearing this, Yi Xian rolled his eyes again, then turned to look at Uncle Kong. This was the first time he had heard of the Ancestral Tower. He didn't even know what it was. Hearing Long Shisho's words, it seemed that although it was dangerous, there were some benefits. If he wanted to go, he had to at least figure out. At this time, he saw something fishy. With Prince Xian's status, it was impossible for him not to know about the Ancestral Tower. However, Yi Xian turned to look at Uncle Kong, clearly wanting to ask for advice. When this scene entered Long Shisho's eyes, a wisp of light clearly flashed through his eyes. However, an even more interested smile appeared on his face. He sized Yi Xian up from head to toe and grinned. There was no need to say much about Uncle Kong. From the time he explained the Ancestral Tower to Yi Xian was sure that he wasn't the real Prince Xian. However, he didn't care. At least, his pure immortal royal bloodline couldn't be faked. If he wasn't Prince Xian, then he was the illegitimate child of the immortal emperor. If he really wanted to talk about it, there was no difference at all. Therefore, Yi Xian was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. If Uncle Kong knew, then so be it. In any case, he had the confidence, so there was nothing to be afraid of. If he acted a little more carefree, he wouldn't attract any suspicion. The Ancestral Tower is actually the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda of the royal family. It was built by an immortal emperor and has a total of 9 floors. Each floor has a different fortune. All members of the royal family have the right to apply to enter the tower to train. Of course, basically no one would take the initiative to do so. This is because although the fortune in the 9th level of the pagoda is not small, the torment required to go through is truly too perverse. Basically, if 10 people enter, at least half of them will die in there. Over time, there were almost no juniors who took the initiative to apply, to challenge the tower, and receive the inheritance. In order to ensure that the bloodline inheritance of the imperial family was not severed, the Court of Clansmen began to make use of this tower. They gave it another name, the Clansman Tower. If any royal family member has done something wrong, they would often be punished to enter the pagoda to train. Although it's called a punishment, it's actually an excuse to force the royal family members who don't dare to enter the pagoda to train. Of course, if one doesn't have the ability, this so-called disguised training would become a real punishment. It's very normal to die in there. Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly came to a realization and understood everything. What kind of nonsense disturbed the cultivation of some old monster in the Elder Pavilion? This was all an excuse. It was obvious that those old monsters saw that his bloodline had reverted to its ancestral roots, so they turned a corner and forced him to enter the pagoda to train. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that some old monsters knew his identity and wanted to use this opportunity to kill Prince Xian, who was clearly a fake but couldn't be exposed in the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. This way, the fake would die, but Prince Xian's reputation would be preserved. To the immortal royal family, this was the best of both worlds. At this thought, Yi Xian's heart sank. It seemed that he had to enter the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda no matter what. Just at this moment, Uncle Kong, who was at the side, continued speaking. Although the Grandmaster Pagoda is dangerous, it's the place of inheritance of the immortal royal family. There are obviously many benefits. The Grandmaster Pagoda has a total of 9 levels. Every 3 levels is a stage. In other words, once you enter the pagoda, you have to rush to the 3rd level before you can choose to exit the pagoda. Of course, if you choose to continue, you have to reach the 6th level before you can exit the pagoda. After that, you have to complete the entire pagoda and exit the pagoda from the 9th level. However, ever since this pagoda was built by the first immortal emperor, no one has successfully exited the 9th pagoda safely. Although it's not like there haven't been any monstrous sky prides of the royal family who made it to the 9th level. Only 2 sky prides of the royal family ever made it out of the 9th level. What they transported out of the 9th level were merely corpses. Even the members of the royal family who made it out of the 6th level in tens of thousands of years only numbered in the tens of thousands of years. Apart from those who died of old age, the rest are now in the royal family's Elder Pavilion. Oh, by the way, there are 2 people outside of the Elder Pavilion. One is the current immortal emperor, and the other is the governor of the Grandmaster Court. As for your 5 royal brothers, they all chose to exit the pagoda from the 3rd level and didn't dare to continue upwards. Chapter 31:13. Translator, Nioibo, Studio Editor. Nioibo, Studio entering the tower. In addition, the 3rd and 6th levels of the pagoda have some inherited bloodline divine abilities that belong to the immortal ancestral dragon. As long as one succeeds, one will be able to obtain one from the 3rd and 6th levels. Of course, the bloodline divine ability inheritance obtained after each level is different. As for what kind of fortune lies on the 9th level, no one knows. Although 2 people have reached the 9th level, it was obvious that they failed and were only transported out as corpses. Uncle Kong did not say anything else. His gaze was fixed on Yi Xian's face as he quietly waited for his decision. As for the latter, great waves had already surged within his heart at this moment. Successfully breaking through a level would allow one to advance by 1 level. Damn, this was simply the best place to cheat and train. Okay? This sounded ridiculous, but when one thought about how the pagoda was the inheritance ground of the entire immortal dynasty, everything was not difficult to understand. Advancing 1 level by 1 level must have been achieved through the accumulation of energy in the pagoda over countless years. In that case, wouldn't one directly advance by a large realm after breaking through all 9 levels? Yi Xian was currently at the 4th major realm, the 5th order planet realm. If he could walk out of the 9th level unscathed, his cultivation would directly leap to the 5th major realm, the Stargrade 5th order. Such a miraculous speed was something that he had never experienced before. It was definitely an unprecedented temptation. Furthermore, he could also obtain 2 bloodline abilities from the immortal ancestral dragon on the 3rd and 6th levels. As for the 9th level, as the final destination, the reward would not be as simple as just 1 bloodline ability. In short, as long as one could successfully break through this so-called clansman pagoda, the benefits would definitely be shocking. Even Yi Xian could not ignore it. With his devouring system, which was a cheat, it would take a long time to advance by 9 levels. Especially now that his foundation was already at the 4th major realm, the planet grade, the further he advanced, the harder and slower it would be to advance. This time, there was a rare opportunity to advance by 9 levels, which was a major realm, right in front of him. Given Yi Xian's character, he would definitely not miss this opportunity, no matter how dangerous it was. This clansman pagoda, I will break through. Clenching his fists, Yi Xian immediately made his decision in a clear voice. On the side, Uncle Kong nodded his head and smiled in relief. Ying Tai was still expressionless, but Naples and Xian Yuan Zing exchanged glances. They both frowned slightly, obviously worried. The clansman of the clansman office, Long Shou, immediately raised his head and laughed. Ha ha. Kid, you better think carefully before you make a decision. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Regardless of your cultivation, but you can't bring any external objects in, including the beast ring, including the beast ring on your ring. No one can stop you. That is to say, after you enter, don't count on external help. You have to rely on your own ability to break through the tower. Otherwise, the death rate of those who enter the tower would not be so high. Have you thought about it? Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes. You're talking as if I could decide whether to go or not. Who was the one who said that he would force me to enter the tower? Now you are pretending. What's the point? Long Shou was a straightforward person, and Yi Xian did not have the habit of beating around the bush when talking to such a person. Ha ha. Kid, you are interesting. Although you are not polite with your words, it suits my temper very well. How about this? If you can come out of the 3rd level alive, I will personally invite you to have a drink. Ha ha. Who said I'm going to come out of the 3rd level? Without waiting for Long Shou to finish laughing, Yi Xian rolled his eyes again. Such a good opportunity. Every time I clear a level, I'll be able to level up by a small level. This prince is currently at the 5th level of the planet realm. When I clear the 9th level, I'll be at the 5th level of the star realm. Although you didn't say it, I have guessed it. This tower is not a place that can be entered just because you want to, right? Hearing this, Long Shou was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded and said, That's right. Every member of the royal family only has one chance to enter the tower in their lifetime. If you come out of the 3rd level this time, even if you think you can pass the 6th level next time, there is no way you can enter the tower. See, it is indeed so. Yi Xian's eyes lit up and immediately said, There is only one chance. If you come out of the 3rd level, won't you give up the opportunity to advance 6 levels in a row? Only a fool would do such a thing. In other words, all the members of the royal family who chose to leave from the 3rd or 6th level after entering the tower were fools. This included Long Shou, who also left from the 6th level and didn't continue to the 7th level. However, Long Shou didn't care about the disrespect in Yi Xian's words. His expression was strange as he looked at Yi Xian from head to toe. Then he asked in a muffled voice, Kid, do you really want to go all the way to the 9th level? Let me remind you, don't forget that the people who came out of the 9th level were all 2 corpses. You don't want to become the 3rd one, do you? Listen to my advice. At most, you should let go at the 6th level. The last 3 levels really aren't as simple as you think they are. In history, the 2 people who were teleported out of the 9th level as 2 corpses didn't have a single reputation. Right now, all of them are the most monstrous geniuses in the history of the immortal royal family. But they also died on the 9th level. While saying this, Long Shou's expression became very serious. Stinking brat, this is not some kind of pretense. It's rare for me to meet someone among the younger generation of the royal family that I like, no matter what those old monsters are thinking, at least on my side. I really don't want you to die. Hearing these words, Yi Xian's heart warmed. With Long Shou's temperament, he naturally wouldn't say such hypocritical words. What's more, with his position and status, there was no need for him to be so friendly in front of Yi Xian. Everything could only come from a heart. It was indeed a congenial temperament with Yi Xian. Governor, don't worry. This prince's life has always been very tough. No matter how dangerous that immortal ancestral dragon pagoda is, it won't be easy for it to take my life. While speaking, Yi Xian cupped his fists towards Long Shou and asked the governor to lead the way. This immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, this prince will either die or walk out of the 9th level. Huh? Good. Good Prince Xian. Chapter 31:14. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo, Studio The Mysterious Kong, His words made it clear to Yi Xian that his entry into the pagoda was no longer just a matter of his life and death. The lives of Naples, Xian Yuan Xing, Ing Tai, the mosquito beasts, soldier ladles, Gui Hai Yi Dao, and the other demon experts in the 18th Prince's mansion all rested on his shoulders. Although Yi Xian had the pure bloodline of the imperial family, the fact that he wasn't Prince Xian was already known to all the core members of the imperial family. Under such circumstances, coupled with the fact that Prince Xian was in the limelight, even the imperial family couldn't deny this matter openly. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to slapping themselves in the face. However, this didn't mean that the core members of the imperial family, especially the pedantic and old-fashioned Su Lao Ge, would be willing to swallow this insult. This time, forcing Yi Xian into the clansman pagoda was equivalent to punishing him. As long as Yi Xian died in the clansman pagoda, the knot in their hearts would disappear. Prince Xian's reputation would be preserved, and more importantly, the imperial family's reputation wouldn't be damaged in the slightest. At most, after this incident, Yi Xian would be posthumously given the title of imperial family's elite. Throughout history, regardless of the political power, this kind of trick had always been played to perfection. Although Long Shishou didn't say all of this explicitly, his words, which were stirred by Yi Xian's heroic spirit, had already hinted at this point. Therefore, after hearing Long Shishou's words, both the Naples and the purplish warbler shook their heads and laughed bitterly after being stunned for a moment. Now that the situation had developed to this extent, if they still hadn't reacted, then they were simply donkeys. The Prince Xian in front of them was indeed not the real Prince Xian. Otherwise, why would the upper echelons of the imperial family force him so bitterly and want to kill him immediately? Even Prince Xian's birth mother hadn't shown up until now. Perhaps the immortal emperor had already sent word, and Consort may had already known everything. At this moment, she probably only had deep hatred for Yi Xian. It would have been fine if she hadn't shown up, but once she did, Yi Xian really wouldn't be able to escape death. Consort May wouldn't show up until that moment. Could it be that she was supposed to suppress the anger in her heart and show Yi Xian a kind of filial piety on the surface? After realizing all of this, the Naples and the purplish warbler once again exchanged a glance. Only they knew the complicated meaning in their hearts. I give it to. It's obviously a fake, but he can still force the entire immortal royal family into such a situation. His Highness is really a god. After lowering his voice, the Naples knew that there was no way out. He simply made up his mind and laughed bitterly. This time, if His Highness were to die, then so be it. Even with the protection of the prefectural magistrate, there's no point in living. What can I do if I follow His Highness? But if His Highness can really turn the misfortune into a blessing and walk out of the 9th floor of the Clansman Tower, then I'm afraid even the Elder Hall of the immortal royal family won't be able to do anything to him. When that time comes, His Highness will soar into the sky, and from then on, the fake will become the real thing. Needless to say, I, Naples, will sacrifice my life and do it vigorously. Even if I die, I won't regret it. The purplish warbler listened to the emotional words of the Naples and smiled faintly. Although his words weren't fierce, his resolute tone didn't back down at all. The daughter of the Xianyuan family has never had a precedent of changing her mind. Although the marriage contract hasn't been set, since my father said so himself, it's already set. In life, I'll be his, and in death, I'll be his soul. Ha! Naples raised his head and laughed. For a moment, a heroic aura surged around him endlessly. Even the clansman court's Long Shishou, who was leading Yi Xian out of the 18th Prince's mansion, couldn't help but cast a sideways glance. Yi Xian also stopped in his tracks and turned around. With a gentle look in his eyes, he said, "Although I don't know what you're talking about, I can roughly guess. Let's go, follow this prince. Let's see how I'll fight for you to be admired by thousands. Rest assured, Your Highness, this old servant will lead them there soon." Although the Clansman Tower is an important place in the inner city, no one dares to stop this old servant. Without waiting for Naples and the purplish warbler to speak, Uncle Kong had already stepped forward and expressed his opinion. These words didn't sound like the words of an old servant of a prince's mansion at all. It seemed that Yi Xian's heroic spirit had infected him as well. He didn't have the intention to deliberately hide his origin at all, even though his true identity was still a mystery in Yi Xian's heart. All right, since Uncle Kong has already said so, what else are you worried about? If he really wants to go to the inner city, even the current immortal emperor wouldn't dare to stop him. You brat, you're really lucky to be able to make him take the initiative. Hearing Uncle Kong's words, Long Shishou's face revealed a hint of surprise. He turned to look at Yi Xian with envy. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. It seems that if you don't die, no one in the imperial family will dare to do anything to you in the future, including the elder Su Ge. What the F***CK? Uncle Kong, this Yi? Thanks you here. Yi Xian cupped his hands towards Uncle Kong and bowed deeply. This time, he didn't refer to himself as this prince, but as Yi Xian. Everyone knew what he meant. Ha ha. With just this sentence, everything this old man has done is worth it. Uncle Kong laughed, then waved his hand as if he was swatting a fly. Go, go, go. Isn't it just going to take a walk around the tower? Even if you don't have the ability, that person, this old man will prepare the celebration wine and immediately lead people to cheer you on. After saying this, Uncle Kong turned around and walked towards the inner city. For some reason, when he said the word, that person, Yi Xian clearly felt the corpse lamp tattoo on his chest heat up. Could it be that the person Uncle Kong was talking about was this tattoo? If this was really the case, then this Uncle Kong's mysteriousness would increase by another level or two. Yi Xian had come into contact with many strong people, but if he thought about it carefully, before this, only Mad Mosquito knew about the existence of the headless infant corpse, but now, there seems to be another. Uncle Kong. In fact, the only reason why Yi Xian was so confident was because of the headless infant corpse. No matter what the objective of the infant corpse was, at least it was now a parasite on Yi Xian's body. Therefore, as long as it was present, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't die. Of course, other than this, Yi Xian couldn't use any external forces after entering the tower. Even the Demon Scout Fortress and Lightning Fortress in his undying world couldn't be used, according to Long Shishou's words. However, everything in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness shouldn't be included in this category. After all, being able to enter his sea of consciousness was equivalent to a part of his foundation and strength and couldn't be separated. Other things couldn't be used, but what about his own divine abilities and secret techniques? Chapter 31:15. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio Uproar. Prince Xian was going to challenge the Clansman Tower. Once this news spread, the entire imperial city was in an uproar. Countless members of the royal family came from all directions with different thoughts, but all of them were extremely excited. Immediately after, the entire immortal imperial city was in an uproar. The news continued to spread. In the end, it wasn't just the immortal star that was shocked. Even the countless elites on the 9 satellites of the immortal star were shocked. Most of the ordinary imperial subjects on the immortal star and the 9 satellites had no idea that Prince Xian had returned to the immortal star. Only a few people had received news of what had happened at the Federation's Overwatch Council before it was sealed off. And now, Prince Xian had returned to the immortal star. Not only was he going to challenge the Clansman Tower immediately, but he had even said that he would either die inside or walk out of the 9th level. The reason why the news spread so quickly was because the immortal imperial family had secretly added fuel to the fire. For the core upper echelons of the imperial family who truly held power, they couldn't wait for the news to spread to the world. When that time came, once Prince Xian died in the Clansman Tower, everything that had troubled them would be completely resolved. The fake prince would be executed, but Prince Xian's reputation would be preserved. He had died in the process of challenging the immortal ancestral dragon tower of the imperial family. This matter would only benefit the imperial family and not harm them. As one of the members of the imperial family, challenging the tower was his duty. Prince Xian had said that he wouldn't leave unless he reached the 9th level. This matter would raise his reputation to another level. At the same time, once Prince Xian died in the tower, the reputation of the imperial family's immortal ancestral dragon tower would reach its peak. Even a monstrous existence like Prince Xian couldn't pass the 9th level. From this, it could be seen how high the immortal ancestral dragon tower of the imperial family was. All of this was a secret scheme and plot. Not many people knew about it, but to all the ordinary subjects of the dynasty, the only thing they knew and were concerned about was that Prince Xian was going to challenge the clansman pagoda. To challenge the tower, one step led to life and one step led to death. If one died, one's reputation would remain, and everything would be for naught. If one lived, one would reach the heavens in one step. From then on, no one in the entire immortal imperial family would be able to suppress Prince Xian. Perhaps the next immortal emperor would be him. After all, in the entire history of the immortal imperial family, no one had ever truly stepped out of the 9th floor of the clansman tower alive. The immortal ancestral dragon pagoda was located in the inner city of the immortal imperial city. It was an area between the inner city harem and the dorm elder pavilion. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary 9-story tower, but in reality, even if the old monsters in the dorm elder pavilion, who had surpassed the 12th realm, the void realm, attacked this tower with all their strength, they could not shake it at all. Although the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda looked ordinary, it was actually the spiritual symbol of the entire immortal royal family. However, because the pagoda itself was a heaven-defying treasure, it wouldn't budge even if supreme existences beyond the void realm attacked it with all their might. As such, the immortal royal family didn't send anyone to protect it. It was purely superfluous. At this moment, the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda was surrounded by a large number of members of the royal family. Only the members of the royal family could come here. Even Imperial Preceptor Dier didn't have the qualifications to get close to the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability, but that it wasn't convenient for him to do so. Otherwise, it would cause a misunderstanding in the dorm elder pavilion. Among the members of the royal family gathered around the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, the 10 imperial uncles had all arrived, including the Federation's Inspector General Long Huai and Yi Xian's earliest acquaintance, Long Tianba, were all present. The 5 princes were even more so. They were surrounded by members of the royal family who supported them. They vaguely formed 5 groups, each occupying an area. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian followed behind Long Shishou of the imperial court from the outer city of the royal family. He approached the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda step by step. He stood only 100 steps away from the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda and raised his head to observe this seemingly ordinary green stone pagoda. A thick, desolate aura rushed toward him. Yi Xian instantly understood that this green stone pagoda was definitely a treasure from the desolate antiquity era. It belonged to the same era as the golden divine dragon and the giant starry sky tortoise. At this moment, Uncle Kong, who was leading a few people behind him, slowly walked over from the outer city area. There were only a few people behind him: Naples, the purplish warbler, Ingtai, the wretched mosquito butcher, and Guihai Dao. On the surface, Uncle Kong's identity was clearly just an old servant of the 18th prince's estate. However, at this moment, there were a few people behind him. Along the way, he encountered all the members of the royal family, whether it was Long Xian's generation, first imperial uncle Long Huai's generation, or even those who were a generation older than Long Huai. When they saw Uncle Kong, their expressions changed one after another. They hurriedly made way for him. Everyone lowered their heads slightly and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This scene made Naples and the purplish warbler behind him open their mouths wider and wider. Following behind Uncle Kong, they felt even more pressure. Unknowingly, they were sweating profusely. Of course, the wretched mosquito butcher was an exception. This old fellow seemed to feel that this situation was a good opportunity to show off. At this moment, he held his head high and puffed out his chest, looking insufferably arrogant. He strode forward, his arms almost reaching the sky. This made the members of the royal family, who saw this scene, stunned at first. Then, when they understood that this old fellow was pretending to be powerful, their expressions immediately darkened. They all gritted their teeth and remembered him. In the distance, at the peak of the Imperial Advisors Hall between the inner city and outer city, the immortal Emperor and the Imperial Advisor, the heir, stood side by side. Although they were quite far from the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda in the depths of the inner city, everything in the distance was reflected in their line of sight. The immortal Emperor seemed to be extremely surprised by Uncle Kong's arrival. His face was full of astonishment. After a long time, he said, "I didn't expect Uncle Kong to officially show up. That brat, he's quite capable. Even I'm greatly surprised and have a new level of respect for him. Also, who the hell is that demon behind Uncle Kong? Why do I feel that he's even more arrogant than Uncle Kong?" At the side, the Imperial Advisor, Pan Er's gaze was originally fixed on Yi Xian, who was standing in front of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. After hearing this, he subconsciously glanced at the wretched mosquito butcher's back. At first, he didn't seem to care. He curled his lips and said, "It's just a fox pretending to be powerful." No, this old fellow. It's actually him? Boo. At the side, the immortal Emperor was obviously shocked. Based on his understanding of the Imperial Advisor, the heir, an existence who was qualified to be called out so lightly was definitely not simple. At least, it was definitely not simple compared to Uncle Kong. It's getting more and more interesting. I didn't expect that shameless old fellow to also come. He's actually following that brat as an old servant. Chapter 31:16. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Level 1. Hearing Imperial Preceptor Dier's words, the immortal Emperor's expression changed. He took a deep look at the wretched mosquito slayer, who didn't look like an expert at all. Although he didn't continue speaking, he deeply remembered this figure in his heart. There weren't many people who could make Imperial Preceptor Dier give such an evaluation. Even Uncle Kong seemed to be slightly inferior. The key was that this person was more mysterious, so the immortal Emperor couldn't help but pay attention to him. At the same time, because this person came to the immortal dynasty with the so-called Prince Xian and appeared as an old servant, the immortal Emperor couldn't help but feel even more complicated about this so-called Prince Xian. In this world, there was no such thing as a father or mother recognizing the wrong son. Even the old monsters in the Elder Pavilion and the first imperial uncle, Long Kuei, had a certain understanding of this Prince Xian's background. Naturally, the immortal Emperor didn't need to worry about it. However, the immortal Emperor's feelings were far more complicated than the former. The first Emperor, Long Huai, couldn't refute this because the aura of the other party's pure royal bloodline couldn't be faked. However, the Elder Pavilion of the royal family didn't care about this. Although it wasn't convenient for them to directly question Prince Xian's identity, they could use a roundabout way and use a tactful method to erase his existence. For example, Prince Xian was currently challenging the Clansman Tower. In general, the Elder Pavilion of the royal family didn't have much objection to impersonating Prince Xian. The mainstream opinion was that he had to be erased. However, the immortal Emperor was different. In his eyes, from a certain point of view, whether Yi Xian was the real Prince Xian or the fake Prince Xian wasn't important. What was important was the immortal royal bloodline that flowed in his body. It was real, no matter how he obtained it. Even if he killed the real Prince Xian and used some unknown method to steal his bloodline, the immortal Emperor still didn't care. Even so, Fang Qi had stolen the bloodline of the real Prince Xian. But now, he had returned with Prince Xian's bloodline. From a certain perspective, what was the difference between this and the return of the real Prince Xian? At this level, it was no longer a narrow-minded view. Immortal Emperor might not be as good as those old monsters in Su Lao Gu in terms of cultivation strength. But since he could become the immortal Emperor of this generation, he had his own unique vision and vision. This was also something that those old monsters in Su Lao Gu could not understand and could not achieve. Unfortunately, even though he was the current sovereign of the everlasting dynasty and his words were law to the outside world, it was not the same within the imperial family. At least, the opinion of the Su Elder Pavilion was not something that he could casually influence. A mature regime was just like that. Even the most powerful heavenly gods on the surface had powers that could restrain their heavenly gods in the dark. To the immortal emperor, the Elder Pavilion was an internal power that restricted the immortal emperor. Therefore, the immortal emperor's attitude towards Yi Xian was complicated. He knew that Yi Xian was not his own prince, but at the same time, he knew that the bloodline in Yi Xian's body belonged to Prince Xian. From a personal point of view, he hoped that Yi Xian would die. However, from the perspective of the imperial family's righteousness, he also hoped that Yi Xian could soar into the sky. After all, it had been too long since the immortal imperial family had produced such a stunning genius. In addition to the influence of the imperial preceptor, the heir, the immortal emperor was now vaguely inclined to support Yi Xian and nurture him. He wanted him to use Prince Xian's identity to create another glorious era for the immortal imperial family. Unfortunately, even he did not expect the Su Lao Gu to suddenly launch an attack this time, let alone stop it. He could only follow the orders. Don't worry, old friend. That kid doesn't look like he'll die young. As if he could feel the immortal emperor's complicated feelings and bitterness, the imperial preceptor, the heir, turned to look at him and sighed. He then continued, apart from that shameless freak I recognized just now, that kid has an even more mysterious aura. Even I can't see through it. Perhaps the reason why that old fellow, Uncle Kong, unexpectedly supported him so much has something to do with this aura. You also know that Uncle Kong is far more knowledgeable than I am. He's a true 1,000-year-old monster. If that's the case, the chances of that kid dying in the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda are very slim. Even though you and I both know the difficulty of the 9th level, and in our opinion, there's almost no chance of him surviving, but aren't there still miracles in this world? Who knows? Maybe this time, a miracle will really happen. If that kid can survive this ordeal, I'll find a chance to talk to him later. No matter what, you can't keep this knot in your heart. Although he's not the 18th prince, at least he has the pure bloodline of the imperial family. What you want is an explanation from him. Sigh. At the end, the imperial preceptor, the heir, sighed faintly. The immortal emperor's face was also filled with bitterness as he shook his head and laughed bitterly. At the same time, in front of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, in the inner city of the immortal imperial city, the first prince, Long Xiang, the second prince, Long Xiao, the sixth prince, Long Yuan, the ninth prince, Long Qian, the 13th prince, Long Shu. All the members of the royal family were basically gathered in these 5 camps. The rest were scattered in 2s and 3s, and those who were not in a position of power. At this moment, everyone's gazes fell on Yi Xian as if they were looking at a dead person. Behind Uncle Kong stood Naples, the purplish warbler Guihai Yi Dao, and the wretched mosquito killer. They did not approach. Although no one dared to stop Uncle Kong from bringing a few outsiders into the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, he clearly did not intend to take advantage of his seniority and tactfully stood at a distance. Kid, haven't you noticed? These fellows are looking at you as if you're already dead. I've been tainted with your bad luck as well. He didn't reply and went straight to the point. He raised his hand and pointed at the green stone tower in front of him, then said, "All right, you've been standing here for so long. Open this broken tower. Go in early, come out early." Yi Xian was stunned. He stretched his neck, rolled his eyes, and glared at him in annoyance. He didn't reply and went straight to the point. He raised his hand and pointed at the green stone tower in front of him, then said, "All right, you've been standing here for so long. Lousy pagoda? You're really asking for a beating, aren't you? If those old monsters in the dorm Elder Pavilion heard you, I'm afraid they'd kill you on the spot." Long Shishou also rolled his eyes and pointed at the pagoda. This is the immortal imperial family's bloodline inheritance pagoda. It originated from the primordial age. Only you would dare to say that. Go on. There's no need to talk about opening the pagoda. As long as you're a descendant of the immortal imperial family, a beam of light will take you in when you reach the pagoda. Chapter 31:17. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio Planet Realm Level 8 inch. He's finally gone in. This kid is definitely going to die this time. He has no one to blame but himself. Seeing Yi Xian disappear, the ninth Prince Long Qian immediately grinned with a smug look on his face. He thinks he's so great just because he's a little famous outside? Humph, he's still far from being comparable to the two historical geniuses of the royal family. That's right. Even those two died on the ninth floor, and only their corpses were sent out. This kid obviously has no chance at all. The second Prince Long Xiao nodded and smiled faintly, looking very relaxed, as if he had gotten rid of a big problem. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that this kid is destined to not be able to reach the ninth floor. Only the corpses of those who have reached the ninth floor will be sent out. The rest will be decomposed, and their cultivation will be turned into nutrients for the Clansman Pagoda. What a pity! Otherwise it would be good to chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Humph, second prince, aren't you afraid that father will hear you? Regardless of whether he's the 18th prince or not, there's nothing wrong with his pure royal bloodline. Chop them up and feed them to the dogs? If Imperial Father were to find out, he would definitely skin you alive. Before the second Prince Long Xiao could finish speaking, the first Prince Long Xiang snorted coldly and poured a bucket of cold water on him. Seeing that Long Xiao did not speak again, he felt that he had won a small round and smiled proudly. He did not continue to harp on this matter and change the topic. Besides, that kid said that he wants to go to the ninth floor. Does he have to go? How can there be such a stupid person in this world? If he realized that he couldn't do it, would he not even care about his own life? If this prince is not wrong, by the time we reach the third level, those who should come out will still come out. But that doesn't matter. He's a liar. The 18th prince's reputation will be tarnished from now on. The other princes were stunned at first, and then nodded one after another. At the same time, on the first floor of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, the space on the first floor was very vast. It was a misty green world, and no matter which direction one looked from, they couldn't see the end of it. The moment Yi Xian was sucked into the space on the first floor of the pagoda, he was certain that the origin of this green stone pagoda must have originated from the primordial era. This was because they were only on the first floor of the pagoda, but they were already overwhelmed by a thick, ancient aura. It was the same aura that Yi Xian had sensed from the fallen sky Bao in the Dongshu chapter. In addition, the desolate cage that was connected to the Forbidden Valley in the depths of the demonic imperial city also had the same aura. The only difference was that although the first floor had a strong, ancient aura, there were no stars. It was clear that it was not in the boundless Milky Way, nor was there any land. It was clear that it was not in the interior of a star. It was empty all around. There was no sky or earth. There was only a monotonous, misty green light, which seemed very mysterious and empty. In addition, the moment he entered this place, the immortal royal bloodline in Yi Xian's body was fully activated. Because the immortal royal bloodline was passed down from the golden ancestor dragon of the Desolation era, the power of the black and gold dragon scale in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness was also activated. It automatically emitted a layer of black and gold light that shrouded his body. Behind him, a black and gold demon dragon phantom of about 100 feet long appeared. As the black and gold demon dragon phantom appeared, the misty green light around them suddenly stagnated. Then, like water, it all rushed toward Yi Xian. After entering his body, he directly broke through the bottleneck of his cultivation with a boom. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next realm. Current realm, planet 6th order. As the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind, Yi Xian was completely stunned. This misty green light was obviously the energy accumulated in the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda for hundreds of millions of years. When it entered his body, it was just right for him to advance by a small level. This was not surprising. However, didn't they say that they would only give him benefits after he passed the first floor? He had just arrived and had not even started, but they had already given him benefits. What the hell was this? Could it be because he had already passed the first floor? F***CK. Wasn't this too fake? How could he be done without doing anything? He had been down to pick up dried fish by the river. Long Shirsho had described the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda as if it was the 18th level of hell. It was extremely dangerous, and he had been bragging for half a day. Just as he was thinking about this, the azure light that was 30% denser than the azure light around him appeared once again. It wrapped around Yi Xian, and he felt his vision blur as he arrived at the second level. The situation on the second floor was similar to the first floor. It was still a vast and endless space, and there were still no stars or land. However, when Yi Xian suddenly arrived in the distance, he could clearly see the backs of some fierce beasts flashing past. They seemed to be in a hurry, as if they were escaping in a hurry. Immediately after, the misty green light around him surged into Yi Xian's body again. The familiar system prompt sounded again, leaving him speechless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next realm. Current realm, planet 7th order. All right, I'm not here to challenge the pagoda. I'm here to inspect the work and accept some gifts. Will that do? In the face of all this, Yi Xian was completely speechless. Although he spoke helplessly, he already had some guesses in his heart. Sure enough, when a misty green light appeared again and wrapped his body up and entered the third floor, Yi Xian could see clearly more fierce beasts in the distance. Originally, the first 3 floors were not without tests. These fierce beasts should have just been illusions created by the power of the stone pagoda. However, they were shocked by the demonic dragon phantom that appeared behind Yi Xian, and none of them dared to approach him. That was why he was able to pass through 2 floors easily. All right, it should be the third floor. As the fierce beasts in the distance disappeared quickly, some of the misty green light on the third floor surged into his body like water. Crack! The faint sound of a bottleneck being broken rang out from within his body, and Yi Xian's cultivation increased by another small level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next realm. Current realm, planet 8th order. He was already at the 8th stage. Wouldn't he be at the peak of the planet 9th order after another small level? It hadn't even been a minute. As these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, he was very excited. This broken pagoda was really a good place. It was a pity that each person could only enter once. Otherwise, wouldn't he be invincible if he entered a few more times and advanced to the next realm? Unfortunately, this was just a thought. It was impossible to realize. However, on the third floor, besides the benefits of advancing one's cultivation by a small level, it seemed like he could also obtain a special bloodline ability. Where could he put it? Yi Xian turned around and looked around. Chapter 3118. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, the 4th level. He arrived at the 4th level in the blink of an eye. It took less than a minute, but Yi Xian was not happy at all. Instead, he was furious. That was too much. It was agreed that there would be at least 1 bloodline power as a reward on the 3rd level, the 6th level, and the 9th level. However, just now he had passed the 3rd level at an unprecedented speed. Yet, the bloodline power that was supposed to be given to him was taken away for no reason. Of course, he did not know that the bloodline power on the 3rd level was hidden in the body of a Desolation-era fierce beast that was simulated by the Cyan Stone Tower. Defeating that Desolation-era fierce beast would give him the inheritance of that bloodline power. However, due to the existence of the phantom of the demonic dragon behind Yi Xian, the fierce beasts on the 3rd level were so scared that they ran away as soon as they caught a whiff of the aura of the demonic dragon. How could he get the bloodline power as a reward? That was the demonic dragon Candle Dragon. Although it was only a phantom of the inheritance, it was not something that those ordinary Desolation-era fierce beasts on the 3rd level dared to face. After all, even their real bodies were not qualified to participate in the great battle of the Desolation era that Yi Xian had seen in the picture of the inheritance of the Heaven-Sundering Bow. However, the demonic dragon Candle Dragon, the golden divine dragon, and the void gigantic tortoise were all existences that stirred up the wind and clouds in that great battle. The gap between them was too big. It was understandable that they would run away as soon as they caught a whiff of the aura. At this moment, Yi Xian, who had entered the 4th level for no reason, was attracted by the scenery on the 4th level after a brief moment of anger. The third level was just a misty blue, without any sky or ground. However, the fourth level in front of him was still misty, but at least there was a ground below. It seemed to be the interior of a star. There were overlapping mountains everywhere, giving off a strong sense of desolation. It was similar to the Desolation Cage world that was connected to the Forbidden Valley of the Devil Emperor star. In the distant land of this area, between the rolling mountain ranges, the roars of some fierce beasts could be heard from time to time. It seemed that from the fourth layer onwards, the level of the fierce beasts had also increased. At the very least, they were no longer the cowards of the first 3 layers who would immediately turn around and run away upon smelling the scent of the demon dragon. After entering the fourth level, the green mist energy that floated in the air didn't immediately surge into Yi Xian's body like it did in the first 3 levels. This meant that even though he'd entered the fourth level, he hadn't successfully passed it. He reckoned that he'd have to defeat at least one fierce beast in order to achieve this. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately wandered around. Back then, when he was in the desolate ancient cage, he had seen many descendants of the desolate ancient beasts. No matter how powerful the desolate ancient beasts were, they could only act like cowards with their tails between their legs. Yi Xian really didn't place these so-called fierce beasts in his eyes. Moreover, the fierce beasts in the green stone tower were not real. They were just illusions created by the stone tower. At the same time, outside the immortal ancestor dragon pagoda, just as Yi Xian was transferred from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor by the green light, the ancient green stone pagoda suddenly shone brightly. A door appeared on the 3rd floor of the green stone pagoda that originally had no doors or windows. Everyone present was familiar with this scene. This meant that the member of the royal family who entered the tower had successfully passed the 3rd level. If he chose to end it here, he would be able to walk out of this door very quickly. Of course, Yi Xian was an exception. When he passed the 3rd level, although the time it took him was slightly longer than the previous 2 levels, Yi Xian was so focused on finding the so-called bloodline ability that he did not notice the white exit in the misty blue light in the distance. Therefore, when the time limit passed, he was immediately transferred to the 4th level. Before that, when a portal on the 3rd floor of the pagoda appeared, all the members of the royal family around the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda subconsciously opened their mouths wide without exception. Their faces were full of shock. How long had it been since he entered? Not even a minute, right? He had already passed the 3rd level? Even the 2 geniuses in the history of the immortal royal family who had once reached the 9th level were far inferior to this speed. After being stunned for a few seconds, the members of the royal family around them suddenly burst into an uproar and began to discuss. Several of the royal uncles frowned, and all had a bad feeling. As for the 5 princes, they all cried out in alarm. What's going on? He passed the 3rd level just like that? It's not even a minute, right? It's not even that fast to climb the stairs directly, right? Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. This kid cheated. I protest. I seriously protest. What the F asterisk CK no? It should be F asterisk KED by F asterisk King Dog. This is simply unheard of. It's over, it's over. I thought this kid was going to die inside. I didn't expect him to come out in the blink of an eye after going in for a walk. The door is already open. I don't believe he dares to go down. Following the exclamations of the 5 princes, even the dorm elder pavilion sent out a few divine senses, but they quickly retreated. Clearly, they were very surprised that Yi Xian had passed the 3rd level so quickly. Even Uncle Kong opened his mouth in shock at this moment. As for the Imperial Court's deputy Long Shishou, he was so shocked that his jaw almost fell to the ground. He could not understand how Yi Xian had passed the 3rd level in less than a minute. It was too illogical. Almost all of the royal family's elites had passed the 3rd level of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. Even a Void Realm Master could not kill those primordial beasts in the form of energy in less than a minute. At this moment, at least half of the royal family members thought that Yi Xian would soon come out of the 3rd level of the Greenstone Pagoda. However, the 3rd level of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda suddenly disappeared after half a minute. The time limit was over. Everyone only had half a minute to choose. After half a minute, the door would close. The only choice was to continue. Seeing this, the five princes immediately began to grin. Ha ha, this kid is going to suffer for his pride. I'm afraid he's already been teleported to the 4th level. The beasts on the 4th level are far stronger than those on the 3rd level. Moreover, he can only make it to the 6th level before he can choose again. He won't survive. You speak as if you've passed the 4th level. 6th brother, I remember that you also came out of the 3rd level, right? You've only heard about how terrifying the beasts on the 4th level are. F***CK. So what if it's just a guess? What does it have to do with you if I want to? Chapter 3119. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin the 5th level this time. Yi Xian didn't spend too much time on the 4th level of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. Only about 2 to 3 minutes. When he jumped to a mountain range, he quickly caught sight of more than a dozen desolate era beasts. Compared to the previous 3 levels, the desolate era beasts on the 4th level were indeed of a higher level. They were all at least in the black hole realm. Among the dozen desolate era beasts, there are even a few in the mystic light realm. In terms of overall strength, they were even much stronger than the descendants of the desolate era beasts in the Forbidden Valley in the depths of the demonic emperor planet. However, in terms of the desolate era bloodline in their bodies, these desolate era beasts were obviously much weaker than the descendants of the desolate era beasts in the cage. Seeing Yi Xian's figure appear, the dozen or so desolate ancient beasts all roared angrily, but their roars were clearly strong on the outside and weak on the inside. It was obvious that they were all frightened by the phantom of the demonic dragon candle dragon that appeared behind Yi Xian. At this moment, their angry roars were just a bluff. Even so, compared to the desolate era beasts on the 3rd level who fled after hearing the news, Yi Xian could only catch a glimpse of them. They were still much stronger. Even so, it was still a bit of an exaggeration to say that they dared to fight Yi Xian head-on. Although Yi Xian didn't show much strength, and any one of these desolate era beasts could crush him with a finger, the difference in strength between the desolate era beasts was actually secondary. What was more important was the suppression of their bloodlines. The immortal ancestral dragon bloodline within Yi Xian's body had already returned to its ancestral roots. In addition to the mutated demon dragon bloodline, the innate pressure of this bloodline was already at the level of an existence like the void tortoise, and even faintly surpassed it. Facing these ordinary desolate ancient beasts, even though he was currently weak, the heavenly might of his bloodline was enough to crush everything. As the furious roars of the dozen or so desolate ancient beasts sounded out, Yi Xian's figure flashed and went forward to welcome them. In the end, without any suspense, the dozen or so desolate ancient beasts that were bluffing immediately turned around and scattered. They didn't even have the courage to fight him head-on. However, they still had the guts to flee at such a distance. Just this alone was enough to show that they were much, much stronger than those cowards from the 3rd floor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current realm. 9th Order Planet Perfection. As the dozen or so primordial beasts dispersed, the green misty energy in the surroundings once again surged into Yi Xian's body. Very soon, he broke through the bottleneck of his cultivation. Yi Xian heard the familiar sound of the system prompt in his mind. In the next moment, the green light appeared again and wrapped around Yi Xian's body. He disappeared from the 4th floor and went to the 5th floor of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. The environment of the 5th floor was roughly the same as that of the 4th floor. The sky was green and misty, and below it was land and rolling mountains that exuded a strong primordial aura. It seemed that the environment of every 3rd floor of this immortal ancestral dragon pagoda was similar. Of course, compared to the 4th floor, the primordial beasts on the 5th floor were obviously much stronger, but they still did not dare to fight Yi Xian head-on. With the previous experience on the 4th floor, Yi Xian soon encountered a group of primordial beasts after searching for a while. This time, they even roared and cautiously surrounded Yi Xian. However, in the end, Yi Xian activated the black gold dragon scale that was suspended above his sea of consciousness, causing the demonic dragon phantom behind him to erupt with power. It even let out a roar that shook the heavens. These beasts could not withstand it and finally turned and ran away. The result was no surprise. Yi Xian passed the 5th floor with ease, taking only 2 to 3 minutes from start to finish. When the green light wrapped around him and arrived at the 6th floor of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, Yi Xian's cultivation had already broken through the planet realm and entered the First Order star realm. From this moment on, he was a starry sky powerhouse of the 5th major realm. The 6th floor was the last floor of the 2nd stage. Even in the entire history of the immortal royal family, only a few hundred people had successfully passed this floor. There were probably less than 100 people who were still alive today, including those old freaks in the Elder Pavilion. From this point alone, it could be inferred that although the 6th floor was the 2nd stage of the pagoda's 9 floors, like the 4th and 5th floors, it was the last hurdle of the 2nd stage. After passing it, not only would one obtain the opportunity to choose to leave, but they would also obtain a special bloodline ability. Therefore, the difficulty of this floor was incomparable to that of the 4th and 5th floors. Yi Xian had already sensed this as soon as he entered the 6th floor. Although the environment was still the same, the number of desolate ancient beasts on the 6th floor had increased by several times. Moreover, the individual strength of each of the desolate ancient beasts was far from what it used to be. At the very least, when facing the demonic dragon behind Yi Xian, none of the desolate ancient beasts were afraid. Instead, they revealed their ferocious appearances. In a few short breaths, dozens of desolate ancient beasts pounced towards Yi Xian with surging auras. There were a total of 37 primordial beasts, all of whom were at the mystic light realm. At this moment, they were all charging toward Yi Xian together. It was no wonder that so few members of the immortal royal family could pass this floor. Even if the condition to pass was to kill one of the beasts, it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to successfully kill one of the beasts when facing dozens of equally powerful beasts. Not only were these 37 primordial beasts powerful, but they were also extremely large. They were all hundreds of meters tall. Even if there was only one beast, it would not be so easy to kill it with ordinary means. Seeing that these primordial beasts did not fear the demonic dragon behind him at all, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. His expression became unprecedentedly serious. He couldn't let these guys get close. Otherwise, any one of them would be able to crush him like an ant on the spot with a stretch of their fingers. Right now, his only choice was to kill one of the beasts as soon as possible and complete the condition to pass this floor. At that time, the azure light would immediately appear and wrap around Yi Xian and immediately leave this place. At that time, no matter how unwilling the remaining 36 primordial beasts were, they could only roar and give up helplessly. However, these 37 primordial beasts were all at the mystic light realm. If he wanted to quickly kill one of them, Yi Xian would have to ask the headless infant corpse for help and obtain the right to use the weeping soul bloodhorn again. It would be very difficult for him to quickly kill one of them. Unfortunately, when he tried to communicate with the headless infant corpse, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. There was no response at all. Chapter 31:20. Killing with a single arrow at the critical moment, the headless corpse went on strike. Yi Xian was so angry that he almost cursed. But even though he was angry, the current situation did not allow him to continue dilly-dallying. Otherwise, he would definitely die here today. That would be really tragic. In a moment of desperation, Yi Xian could only grit his teeth and use all his strength to activate the small golden bow that was suspended above his knowledge sea. Of course, he still had other trump cards that he could use. For example, the Rai-D seal that was also suspended above his knowledge sea. This seal had long been refined by Yi Xian. Not only could it release thousands of green and golden lightning bolts, it also contained the Thunder Origin Orb that he had condensed in the Demon Domain's Starry Sky Lightning Tomb. A single Thunder Origin Orb would probably kill more than half of these 37 Desolate-era ferocious beasts. But that kind of damage would be too great. Yi Xian only had 9 Thunder Origin Orbs. Every time he used one, he would have one less. His heart ached. It was the same for the thousands of green lightning bolts in the Thunder Emperor seal. Back then, he had filled his stomach in the Thunder Tomb and stored them inside. However, he had only used a little bit of them. If it was only used in this kind of situation, Yi Xian wouldn't be willing to do the same. Of course, this was also because he was absolutely certain that he could guarantee his own safety. Once a true calamity descended, the headless infant corpse would definitely not sit back and do nothing. With this kind of certainty, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before quickly coming to a decision. Now that he had stepped into the fifth great realm, the Starry Sky realm, his cultivation was much stronger than before when he used the Fallen Sky Bow. With his current cultivation base, the power that he could display when using the Fallen Sky Bow would definitely be different from before. It might not be impossible to kill a desolate era ferocious beast at the Mystic Light realm. At the very least, he should give a try. This way, he could estimate the maximum power that he could display when using the Fallen Sky Bow. In the future, when facing a crisis, he could instantly decide whether to use this ability or not. With a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian immediately raised his left hand. At the same time, the small golden bow that was suspended in his knowledge suddenly disappeared. In Yi Xian's left hand, there was originally nothing, but at this moment, a giant golden energy bow silently appeared. At the same time, the power of his cultivation and the power of his flesh and blood quickly converged towards Yi Xian's left hand as if it didn't cost money. In the blink of an eye, the bowstring of the golden bow in his left hand had already condensed. At the same time, a golden energy arrow appeared in the center of the bow, becoming more and more solid, dazzling to the eye. Wong! Before the arrow was released, a buzzing sound with an extremely fast frequency sounded. The sound was low and weak, but it instantly spread thousands of miles. It seemed that the entire sixth-floor space was alarmed. In the distance, the roars of countless ferocious beasts sounded one after another at this moment. All of them revealed an extremely uneasy feeling. As for the 37 desolate era ferocious beasts that were roaring and whistling over, their bodies suddenly paused. There was fear in their eyes. Obviously, they all realized the monstrous danger of this arrow. Roar! The primordial beast at the front was an earth dragon. It had a single horn and was fiery red in color. Its body was around 500 to 600 meters long, like a small mountain. One look, and one could tell that it was an extremely ruthless existence. In fact, this was indeed the case. The 37 desolate era ferocious beasts all paused, and the other existences all remained silent. Only the one-horned earth dragon in the lead was extremely arrogant. Although its body paused, the ferocious flames around its body did not weaken at all. It even roared at Yi Xian provocatively. "You still dare to roar? Then it's you." The corners of Yi Xian's lips slowly raised, outlining a ferocious arc. While muttering softly, the 3 fingers of his right hand that had been pulled to the maximum suddenly loosened. "Xiao!" An ear-piercing sound rang out in an instant. The golden arrow whistled out in an instant. As soon as it left the bow, it disappeared in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already in front of the one-horned earth dragon. Before it could react, it had already shot into the head of the one-horned earth dragon and exploded with a bang. At the same time, the golden energy bow in Yi Xian's left hand also disappeared in an instant. It once again turned into a small finger-sized golden bow, appearing above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, slowly rotating. To Yi Xian's surprise, this time, when the golden arrow left the bow and shot out, although the familiar feeling of weakness still appeared in his body, compared to every time before, it was clearly much weaker. Although his consciousness was still weak, it was far from the extent where his limbs would go soft after shooting the arrow. As for fainting on the spot, that was even more impossible. With the improvement of his own cultivation, when he used the Fallen Sky Bow again, not only did the power displayed by the arrow become more terrifying, but the side effects on Yi Xian's body were also getting weaker and weaker. This was a great thing to be happy and even surprised, but just as the smile on Yi Xian's face appeared, it immediately froze in the next moment. Instead, it was replaced by a touch of grief and indignation and anger. In his line of sight, the moment the one-horned earth dragon's head exploded, the pupils of the other 36 desolate-era fierce beasts instantly dilated, as if they were shrouded by a great sense of fear. Without exception, the 36 desolate-era fierce beasts turned around at the same time, turned around, and ran away. In the next moment, the entire body of the single-horned earth dragon exploded, but the power of the arrow had yet to be completely diluted. As the single-horned earth dragon's entire body turned into flesh and blood, it completely exploded. At the same time, a misty green light rushed out from its body and shot towards Yixian. At this moment, Yixian's eyes lit up as if he was enlightened. He instantly understood the meaning of this green brilliance. It was clearly the reward of the 6th floor, which represented a kind of bloodline ability. As long as he could obtain it, the reward of the 6th floor would be in his hands. Unfortunately, before the pleasant surprise in Yixian's heart could be completely revealed, the enormous mist of flesh and blood that was formed from the explosion of the single-horned earth dragon's entire body suddenly spread out. In an instant, it enveloped the green light that shot out and then completely disappeared, leaving not a single hair behind. Seeing the bloodline ability disappear in the blink of an eye, Yixian was stunned on the spot. At this moment, he had a bad feeling. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your realm has increased. Current realm, Star Realm Level 2. As the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind, the power of Yixian's cultivation soared again. After a short 30 seconds of stunned silence, the green brilliance suddenly appeared again without warning, wrapped around his body, and disappeared on the spot. He went to the 7th floor of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. Chapter 31:21. Alarmed Elder Pavilion as a door suddenly appeared on the 6th level of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. All the members of the imperial family waiting outside opened their mouths wide and fell into a daze. The first 3 levels in less than 3 minutes. From the 4th to the 6th level in less than 10 minutes. What kind of concept was that? There had never been such a monster in the history of the Immortal Empire's imperial family. Even the 2 who had reached the 9th floor only to be teleported out as corpses had taken almost half a day to pass through the 6th floor. Compared to Yixian, who took less than 15 minutes, it was simply incomparable. How was this a trial of the pagoda? It was clearly a simple flight of stairs, going straight up without stopping to rest at all. It's over, it's over. This kid is really courting death. He's really going to the 7th level. Before anyone could regain their senses, the passageway leading to the 6th level of the pagoda had already disappeared. Everyone knew what this meant. Prince Xian was indeed a man of his word. He actually gave up the opportunity to leave the 6th level and headed straight for the 7th level. Seeing this, Long Shursho of the Imperial clan courtside. At this moment, he was really worried for Yixian. If such a monster could survive, it would definitely be the Imperial family's fortune. Even if he wasn't the 18th prince, so what? His pure bloodline of the Imperial family couldn't be faked. After a long sigh, Long Shursho seemed to have aged several years in an instant. He didn't think that Yixian would be able to pass through the next 3 levels, especially the 9th level. Since the beginning of time, no one in the entire immortal royal family had ever been able to pass through alive. In the distance, Uncle Kong seemed to have realized this as well. His expression finally darkened when the door on the 6th level disappeared. Originally, Uncle Kong thought that Yixian would come out from the 6th floor's portal. After all, being able to pass through the 6th floor already explained the problem. All of the royal family members that were still alive, including Long Shursho, the Immortal Emperor, and any of the old monsters in the Elder Pavilion, had all walked out from the 6th floor. No one dared to go to the last 3 levels. Of all the royal powerhouses who went to challenge the last 3 levels, perhaps some succeeded in passing the 7th or even the 8th level, but not a single one succeeded in passing the 9th level. At least, none of them were alive. Even though Yixian's performance in the tower this time was so stunning, and he passed the first 6 levels in less than a quarter of an hour, as easy as climbing a flight of stairs. In Uncle Kong's opinion, his chances of successfully passing the 9th level were still less than 30%. Because of this, when Uncle Kong discovered that Yi Xian had not come out from the door of the 6th level, his expression instantly turned gloomy. If even he was so pessimistic, there was no need to mention the others. Perhaps it was because they were certain that Yi Xian would definitely die this time. Although the imperial uncles didn't say anything, the 5 princes praised Yi Xian in a rare manner. Perhaps they felt that since they were going to die anyway, they could take advantage of this opportunity to show their generosity and care for their brotherly feelings. Sai, 18th brother, can be considered unprecedented. He passed the first 6 levels in less than a quarter of an hour. Such a stunning performance can be considered as making our immortal royal family proud. That's right. Previously, I thought that old 18's fame was flashy, but not practical. Today's matter has made me realize that old 18th is really a monster. Even if he can't be compared to the 2 ancestors in history who had reached the 9th level, compared to us brothers, old 18th is really a god. That's right. 18th brother is indeed not an ordinary person. If he can come out alive and pass the 9th level of the ancestral dragon pagoda smoothly, I will follow his lead in the future. So what? Such a stunning figure should carry the weight of the immortal royal family. That's right. 18th brother is indeed an outstanding talent of his generation. Unfortunately, he died so young. Sai, the heavens are unfair. It's rare for our immortal royal family to encounter such an outstanding talent in 10,000 years. But it's like a flash in the pan, withering early. 18th brother, your royal brother feels injustice for you. As these fellows shamelessly put in their best performances, a series of obscure divine scents swept over from time to time from the royal residence Elder Pavilion in the distance. Compared to when Yi Xian passed through the first 3 levels in a short period of time, the number of imperial family elders that were alarmed this time was clearly greater. There were at least a dozen divine senses that swept over, and they stayed for a longer time. Although they still silently retreated in the end, all of the imperial family experts that felt the power of these divine senses were moved. More than a dozen divine senses of the imperial elder pavilion were no joke. Usually, when something shocking happened in the immortal royal family, only 1 or 2 elders would be alarmed. However, this time, more than a dozen elders were alarmed at the same time. This was nearly a third of all the imperial elders in the entire imperial elder pavilion. For tens of thousands of years, there had never been a situation where more than a dozen elders were alarmed at once. Just based on this point alone, Prince Xian could die without regrets. Of course, this was only the thoughts of the members of the royal family outside the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. As far as Yi Xian was concerned, not to mention alarming a third of the old monsters in the Elder Pavilion, even if the entire Elder Pavilion was mobilized, he wouldn't feel that it was worth it for him to be willing to risk his life for it. Everything else was meaningless. Only his own life was the most important thing. All this time, Yi Xian had always thought so. Therefore, from a moment he entered the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, his vigilance had been raised to the extreme. This was because the 7th level was too extraordinary and different from the previous 6 levels. The entire immortal ancestral dragon pagoda had a total of 9 levels. Every 3 levels basically had the same background. In the first 3 levels, the sky and earth were all nothingness. It was a misty world. No matter whether it was up or down, it was all in the void. The 4th to 6th levels were similar to the ancient cage world connected to the Forbidden Valley of the demonic emperor planet. Although the sky was misty and empty, the ground below was a primitive and unadorned land with rolling mountains. As for the 7th level, the 8th level, and the 9th level after the 7th level, it was obviously a different background environment. Yi Xian wasn't unfamiliar with this background environment. In fact, he was extremely familiar with it. It was the desolate, ancient, starry sky. In the inheritance picture of the void giant tortoise, in the inheritance picture of the heaven-falling bow, Yi Xian had seen this simple and unadorned background of the desolate ancient starry sky more than once. The moment he entered the 7th level, Yi Xian even had an illusion. He thought that he had entered the inheritance picture of the heaven-falling bow again and arrived at the battlefield of the incomparable battle that took place in the desolate ancient times. The only difference was that the simple and unadorned starry sky in front of him was not only quiet, but also not a single desolate ancient ferocious beast could be seen. Chapter 3122. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The desolate ancient starry sky, the immortal ancestor dragon pagoda, had 9 floors in total. The first 3 floors were the void cleansing. The 4th to 6th floors were the starland. The 7th to 9th floors were the desolate ancient starry sky. The 3 floors were of different levels, so the desolate ancient ferocious beasts that appeared in them were naturally different. The ferocious beasts that appeared in the 7th to 9th floors were all the ones that Yi Xian had seen in the picture of the sky-fallen bow. They were the ones that were qualified to participate in the battle of the desolate ancient starry sky. Because of that, the demonic dragon's silhouette behind him did not have much of a deterrent effect in this place. Indeed, the desolate ancient demon dragon was one of the most outstanding beings among the desolate ancient creatures that had the qualifications to participate in the desolate ancient era's war. However, what appeared behind Yi Xian was only the phantom of a demon dragon. Just this phantom of a demon dragon alone wouldn't be able to suppress these peak desolate ancient creatures. It was far from enough. When Yi Xian appeared, there was nothing but stars in the desolate ancient starry sky on the 7th floor of the immortal ancestor dragon pagoda. He did not see a single creature of the desolate ancient starry sky. However, a heaven-shaking roar suddenly rang out, and a boundless ferocious aura spread out. In the surrounding void of the galaxy, gigantic primordial creatures the size of small planets appeared one after another, one after the other. The desolate ancient ferocious beasts on the 6th floor were only a few thousand feet in size. But here, as far as the eye could see, every creature of the desolate ancient starry sky was at least 1,000 feet in size. Among them, there were even some that were several thousand feet in size. It was no longer appropriate to call them desolate ancient ferocious beasts. For the time being, Yi Xian could only call them creatures of the desolate ancient starry sky to distinguish them from the desolate ancient starry sky. A look of horror appeared on his face at once. He had seen such creatures of the desolate ancient starry sky before, but only in some pictures of the inheritance. Even in the desolate ancient cage connected to the forbidden valley of the demon emperor's star, the largest desolate ancient starry sky fierce beast that Yi Xian had seen was only a few thousand feet in size. Yi Xian only saw a large number of such creatures in the battle of the desolate ancient starry sky in a picture of the inheritance of the sky-fallen bow. But now it was different. In the picture of the immortal ancestor dragon sky, it had nothing to do with him. Everything in the picture had nothing to do with him, and it could not affect him. Desolate ancient starry sky. Starry sky. Ancient starry sky. Yi was desolate. Ancient starry sky was sky. Sky. Ancient starry sky was sky. Sky was sky. Ancient starry sky. Ancient starry sky was sky. Sky starry sky was sky. Countless members of the immortal imperial family had entered the immortal ancestor dragon sky, pagoda, and died there. This was a bloody fact. Therefore, although Yi Xian had seen many pictures of the immortal ancestor dragon sky pagoda, he had never felt such a great sense of crisis before. All the hairs on his body stood on end. Roar, roar, screech. Numerous roars that were powerful enough to shake the void of the universe rang out. Every single one of them caused the river of stars to move. Even though they were separated by the distant starry sky, that power still caused Yi Xian to tremble in fear. This had nothing to do with fear. It was a natural reaction. After all, they were all powerful and mysterious creatures of the desolate ancient starry sky. They were at different levels of life. In their nature, there was a suppressive deterrent effect. Even though Yi Xian was not afraid, he could not avoid the feeling of fear in his heart. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the powerful creatures of the desolate ancient Starry Sky Pagoda were all locking their auras on Yi Xian without exception. Although there was no enmity between them, the immortal ancestor Dragon Pagoda had its own rules of operation. As a treasure of the desolate ancient Starry Sky Pagoda was left in the depths of the immortal imperial city. Its purpose was to carry out some sort of scale selection for the members of the immortal imperial family. Therefore, from a certain point of view, no matter which level, the fierce beasts and creatures of the desolate ancient Starry Sky Pagoda would subconsciously view the human experts who entered the pagoda as their mortal enemies. For example, Yi Xian was clearly in such a situation. Every powerful creature of the desolate ancient Starry Sky Pagoda that appeared in the distant Starry Sky Pagoda were all glaring at him with huge red eyes. Their hatred was locked on him, and they rumbled toward him without moving an inch. At this moment, a strong sense of crisis enveloped Yi Xian's entire body and mind. He finally understood why there had never been a single monstrous genius in the immortal royal family who had successfully passed the 9th level's trial for tens of thousands of years. The 7th to 9th levels were all set in the desolate ancient Starry Sky Pagoda, so it was easy to imagine how grand and powerful they were. Just on the 7th level, the creatures of the desolate ancient Starry Sky Pagoda were already at least 10,000 feet in size. What more on the 9th level? Yi Xian had no doubt that on the 9th level, he might even encounter supreme existences like the void giant tortoise, the divine golden dragon, or the desolate ancient Yiksha. It might even be the grand battle of the desolate ancient Starry Sky Pagoda that he had seen in the Heaven's Fallen Bow's ability. If that was the case, who could successfully pass? From this perspective, the two freaks of the immortal imperial family who had reached the 9th level and died a violent death, only to be teleported out with their corpses, were truly amazing. At the very least, with Yi Xian's current strength, if he didn't rely on the headless infant's corpse and the weeping soul bloodhorn, he might not be able to charge into the 9th level. At this moment, there were countless creatures of the desolate ancient Starry Sky Pagoda that flashed swiftly over from all directions, and every single one of them was extremely formidable. The highest realm Yi Xian knew was the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm, and Long Huai of the Overwatch Council of the Myriad Luo Federation possessed a cultivation at this realm. But at this moment, as far as the eye could see, the aura of every single creature of the desolate ancient Starry Sky Pagoda far surpassed Long Huai's Void Realm cultivation. Even though they weren't as formidable as the Void Giant Tortoise and Divine Golden Dragon, they were far from being something Yi Xian could go against now. He even had a very clear feeling, that even if he utilized the Heaven's Fallen Bow once more, he would probably return empty-handed. This ability came from the desolate ancient Yiksha that was similarly a top-rate existence of the desolate ancient Starry Sky Pagoda, so was naturally extraordinary. However, Yi Xian's current cultivation was limited, so even if he used his full strength and disregarded the losses, he was unable to display the true might of the Heaven's Fallen Bow. Even though based on his experience from the 6th level, even though there were numerous creatures of the desolate ancient Starry Sky Pagoda that flashed over from all directions, he only had to kill one of them in order to smoothly pass the 7th level. However, the current Yi Xian wouldn't be able to deal with even a single one of these creatures of the desolate ancient Starry Sky Pagoda that had all surpassed the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm. Chapter 31:23. The Withered Blood Horn Helpless. Yi Xian could only try to communicate with the headless corpse that had turned into the headless corpse lamp tattoo on his left chest. To his surprise, although the headless corpse did not respond to Yi Xian this time, it seemed to be very clear about the situation Yi Xian was facing. The instant Yi Xian's consciousness approached the corpse lamp tattoo on his chest, the corpse lamp tattoo burned, and a blood-red light rushed out from between Yi Xian's eyebrows. It was the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. This time, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn wasn't controlled by Yi Xian at all. Instead, it was controlled by the headless infant corpse as it charged out of his body. Although the situation of the appearance was exactly the same as before, because it was personally activated by the headless infant corpse and not Yi Xian using a one-time use imprint. The might was clearly different from before. As soon as it appeared, a monstrous pressure burst out, and it wasn't the slightest bit weaker than the desolate era creatures that were shooting over from the void of the galaxy in the distance. Although these primordial creatures were complete, they were still energy forms simulated by the green stone tower, so there was a certain gap between them and their original bodies. Moreover, even though they had descended with their true forms, they were still far inferior to the primordial beings like the spatial tortoise, the divine golden dragon, and the weeping, soul-weeping bloodhorn. As a result, even though the weeping, soul-weeping blood ape only had a single horn left, the might of the soul fragment in the horn was still enough to contend against the primordial beings. Of course, it was only able to contend with them. It was impossible to completely crush them like Yi Xian did every time he used the weeping soul bloodhorn. Screech! The weeping soul bloodhorn expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it had already reached a size of 300 meters, far surpassing the size of 3 meters in Yi Xian's hand. Such a huge blood-red horn was like a pillar that could pierce through the heavens. After it appeared, it didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately shot towards the closest ancient creature. It was a powerful creature that looked like a starry sky raging bear. It was over 10,000 meters tall, and although it was not the strongest among these primordial creatures and was even a little smaller, its aura was extremely fierce. At a glance, it gave people the impression that it was tough to deal with. However, when facing the weeping soul bloodhorn that shot over, the starry sky raging bear's originally ferocious momentum clearly slowed down abruptly, and its aura revealed a trace of hesitation. Obviously, it was slightly shocked by the weeping soul bloodhorn's unstoppable momentum. In the next instant, the weeping soul bloodhorn that transformed into a blood-red torrent that moved swiftly to the extreme pierced into the starry sky raging bear's chest without the slightest suspense, causing it to let out an explosive roar that shook the heavens. Subsequently, the starry sky raging bear's entire body suddenly exploded with a bang, and it transformed into an enormous mist of blood and flesh. Its entire body was obliterated, and not a single strand of hair was left behind. Even though it didn't crush the starry sky raging bear like it had in the past, it could at least be considered to be overwhelming. Yi Xian was instantly overjoyed when he saw this scene. All of these were supreme existences that had surpassed the 12th level of the Void Realm, yet he never expected that the weeping soul bloodhorn would be able to crush them as well. Doesn't that mean that even if that old fellow Long Huai really infuriates me, then as soon as the weeping soul bloodhorn appears, he would similarly be unable to fight back and perish immediately? After all, even though he knew that these primordial creatures had surpassed the 12th level of the Void Realm, he didn't know exactly how much they'd surpassed it. If they surpassed it by a few realms, then the weeping soul bloodhorn would probably be able to crush Long Huai, just like before. Unfortunately, this wild joy had just appeared when Yi Xian immediately noticed that something was off. After completing this strike that was absolutely not a single strike, the weeping soul bloodhorn's aura had clearly weakened, and its originally extremely fierce blood-red color had instantly shrunk back and become extremely weak. Looks like this strike was its full strength, and it was probably just deceiving itself when it said it had an overwhelming advantage. The weeping soul bloodhorn had clearly seized the initiative, otherwise it would probably not have been able to annihilate this raging bear with a single strike. This discovery more or less caused Yi Xian to be slightly disappointed. Is this already the limit of the weeping soul bloodhorn? In the next instant, the bloody mist formed from the weeping soul bloodhorn's entire body rumbled and exploded, seemed to be drawn by a great suction force, and it instantly entered the weeping soul bloodhorn's body. The weeping soul bloodhorn's aura that had suddenly weakened instantly recovered, and it obviously improved slightly. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian rejoiced again. He had forgotten that the bloodhorn could absorb the energy of its opponent's flesh and blood to increase its own power. After this battle, it would most likely be equivalent to being destroyed and then reborn. Although the weeping soul bloodhorn was only a virtual creature created by the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. Even if its flesh and blood was not real flesh and blood, it would definitely be able to absorb the energy of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. In this way, as long as it was absorbed by the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, it would obviously have the same effect on the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. It was equivalent to nourishing the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn's cultivation base and strength. It seemed that after this battle, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn's power would increase again, which was a pleasant surprise. Just as he was thinking about this, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, who had already finished this battle, once again turned into a blood-red light and shot towards Yixian's body. At the same time, the other creatures in the surrounding space gradually disappeared without exception, and a small part of the thick ink-like green mist in the surroundings surged towards Yixian's body. There was no doubt that he had passed this level. Sure enough, the expected system prompt sounded in Yixian's mind at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current realm. 3rd Order Star level. Boom! With the influx of the green mist energy, Yixian's body seemed to rumble, and his cultivation base instantly soared. The higher the level of the Starry Sky realm, the greater the difference between each level. Since entering the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, he had already leveled up 7 times consecutively. Compared to his 5th Order Star level when he first entered the pagoda, the difference was like heaven and earth. Immediately after, the green light appeared again and wrapped around Yixian's body, instantly disappearing on the spot. He had finally passed the 7th level of the Great Back of the Starry Sky realm successfully. Throughout the entire 7th level, Yixian's time was about the same as that of the 4th to 6th levels, only about 2 or 3 minutes. It was a pity that the experts outside the pagoda did not know this, otherwise their eyes would have popped out of their sockets on the spot. No one dared to believe this. Whoosh! After a short moment, the green light appeared again. He had reached the 8th level. Screech! Roar! Chapter 31-24. Starry Sky, Stew. The entire 8th level was just like the 7th level from before. It was still an expanse of space like a river of stars, and it was filled with a thick and desolate aura. However, on this floor, Yixian did not see many creatures of the Desolation era. After counting them several times, he was finally sure that there were only 2 of them. On the left was a celestial dragon. It wasn't a golden divine dragon, nor was it a mutated demon dragon like the candle dragon. It was just a grayish-yellow horned dragon, but its aura was still far stronger than the ordinary primordial creatures on the 7th floor. It wasn't as strong as the golden divine dragon, the void tortoise, or the desolate yiksha, but it wasn't too far away. As for the desolate ancient creature on the right, Yixian's eyelids twitched when he saw it. His eyes revealed astonishment, but of course, it was even more shock. It was actually a void weapon ladle. However, this void ladle soldier was clearly different from the ones he had seen in the black hole of life in the first universe. Even the ruler of that group of soldiers, the 9-star ladle emperor, was only an ant compared to it. He was like the soldier ladle supreme in the Starry Sky. It was most appropriate to call it the Starry Sky ladle. The 9-star Ladybird Queen was 1,000 feet long, but this Starry Sky Ladybird Queen was 15,000 feet long, which meant that it had a diameter of 15,000 meters, which was much larger than a star fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Other than that, the 9-star Ladybird Emperor had a 9-star ghost face on its back, but this revered Starry Sky Ladybird had 9 huge golden horns on its back. In addition to the even bigger horn on its head, there was a total of 1 big and 9 small golden horns. A ladybug with horns, what else could it be but a ladybug? As for the difference in their cultivations, there was no need to mention it. The 9-star Ladybird Emperor was only at the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm, while this exalted Starry Sky Ladybird was clearly in battle with the enormous horned dragon as soon as Yixian arrived here. Their strengths were on par, which meant that the exalted Starry Sky Ladybird was the same, and it was an existence that was only inferior to the Void Tortoise and the other top beings of the primordial era. Even the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn would find it difficult to deal with such an existence. Not to mention, it had just experienced a great battle. Although it had obtained the flesh and blood energy from the exploded body of the furious starry sky bear, it still needed some time to refine it. It was not suitable for the weeping soul bloodhorn to act again. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was so regretful that his intestines turned green. If he had known earlier, wouldn't it have been better if he had just delayed a little more? The only two primordial creatures on the 8th floor were currently engaged in a fierce battle. If he had come any later, both of them would have been heavily injured. At that time, he could have easily passed the level by picking up a dried fish. But it was too late to say anything now. If he wanted to pass the 8th floor smoothly, he would have to deal with at least one of the two primordial creatures on the left and right sides. In his depression, Yi Xian seemed to have quickly thought of a solution. His eyes lit up, and he immediately said to himself excitedly, "That's right. Since they are enemies, this prince can choose to temporarily cooperate with one of them. When the time comes, this prince will be the main attacker, and this prince will be the assistant, waving the flag, shouting, and so on. At most, I will launch a sneak attack and harass them. Wouldn't the problem be solved easily?" Speaking of this, he couldn't help but grin. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, angry roars and whistles came from the left and right sides again. Roar, screech. Following these two roars and whistles, which were clearly more powerful than before, the giant horned dragon on the left and the void ladle on the right rushed towards Yi Xian at the same time. This was clearly the rhythm of attacking him at the same time. They had agreed to cooperate and fight 2 against 1. But in the blink of an eye, he was alone, 1 against 2. The change was so fast that Yi Xian was scared out of his wits. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and without hesitation, he turned around and fled. There was no other way. He couldn't deal with existences of this level at all. Although he had consecutively advanced 7 small stages in less than 2 hours, even so, he was still only at the 5th major stage, the Star Realm. In front of these two, he was not even an ant. F***CK. Just a moment ago, you were fighting to the death, but in the blink of an eye, you were ganging up to bully this prince alone. Where is your heart of a powerhouse? Where is your moral integrity? As supreme beings who aren't much weaker than the supreme beings of the primordial era, aren't you ashamed to do this? Hey, stop chasing me. This prince surrenders. As he turned around and fled, Yi Xian continued to shout. Unfortunately, whether it was the giant horned dragon or the starry sky sovereign, who was charging over from the other direction, they didn't have the slightest intention of paying attention to him. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them were extremely far away from him, even if Yi Xian used all his strength to turn around and run, he would have been caught up long ago. As he ran, Yi Xian tried to save himself. He kept trying to contact the corpse lantern tattoo on his left chest. Unfortunately, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no response. At this moment, the giant horned dragon and the starry sky sovereign were already closing in. Compared to them, Yi Xian's speed was basically negligible. It was just that he was originally too far away, so it took him a bit of time to catch up. Judging from the current situation, Yi Xian would be caught in a dozen seconds at most. At that time, he would either die in the mouth of the giant horned dragon or fall into the stomach of the starry sky ladle sovereign. Although this was a suspense, it didn't make any difference to Yi Xian. Just as he was in despair, a gray light suddenly rushed out of his mind without any warning. Without the slightest delay, it directly shot towards the starry sky venerate beast. It was the void marrow crystal that was suspended above its knowledge sea. It was also the core of the giant void marrow essence that he obtained from the black hole of life. Now, the void marrow essence had been thrown into his undying world by the devouring system. It was fusing with his undying world, but this void marrow crystal had remained in Yi Xian's knowledge sea. It had not played any significant role until now, other than emitting a mysterious and obscure aura that made all the void ladle soldiers feel close to it and treat it as a mother. It had not shown any other power. Yi Xian did not expect that this void marrow crystal would fly out on its own at this critical moment after sensing the aura of the void ladle. What made Yi Xian even more taken aback was that such a powerful starry sky venerate was actually unable to resist at all when facing this small void essence crystal. After roaring towards the sky, the void essence crystal suddenly flashed and shot out a gray light that landed on the huge golden pillar above its head. The huge void ladle shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it turned into a little ladybug the size of a fingernail. It was absorbed into the void marrow crystal and disappeared. Damn, this is clearly a robbery. It's even more powerful than the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. This time, it actually caught one alive. Chapter 31:25. The tower is exhausted. After entering the pagoda, Yi Xian finally realized how extraordinary this immortal ancestral dragon pagoda was. It was definitely a supreme treasure of the starry sky level. After all, its interior was capable of evolving the desolate starry sky and a large number of desolate creatures, including existences close to the level of desolate supremacy. How could it be ordinary? Regardless of whether it was the bloody mist of the starry sky raging bear that was blown up by the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, or the starry sky venerated ladybird that was captured alive by the void marrow crystal, although they were illusions created by the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. Judging from the power they displayed, they were definitely not simple illusions. At the very least, the terrifying amount of energy the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda consumed in order to materialize them was absolutely obvious. Under such circumstances, the mist of blood and flesh of the starry sky raging bear that had already exploded was not a big deal. No matter what, it was still a spoil of war from the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, so it was more or less reasonable to collect it. However, this revered starry sky ladle was different. This was clearly a blatant robbery. It had come to someone else's territory to play the game of capturing them alive. Yi Xian watched with trepidation. He was afraid that the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda would summon another dozen existences of the same level to besiege them in a fit of rage. If that really happened, unless the headless infant corpse made a move, everything would be over. The mysterious power of the void essence crystal was probably only useful against existences like the void soldier ladle. Even if it was at the level of the venerable starry sky ladle, its natural suppression was still there, so it was useless against it. However, against other existences of the same level, the void essence crystal definitely didn't have this ability. Furthermore, with the headless infant's cold and arrogant personality, he might not be able to give up his pride and come out to save the situation. Fortunately, his worry did not come true. After capturing a starry sky ladle that was close to the level of supreme primordial, the void marrow crystal immediately turned into a gray streak of light and flew into the spiritual altar in front of Yi Xian's forehead, returning to his spiritual ocean. However, Yi Xian peeked around cautiously, but did not see any powerful ancient creatures. Even the giant horned dragon, which was already close to him, became fainter and fainter after the starry sky ladle was sucked away by the void marrow crystal. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. This meant that Yi Xian had inexplicably passed the test of the 8th level without a hitch. Furthermore, the time taken was still very short, around 2 to 3 minutes. With unexpected joy, a small portion of the green energy mist that was as thick as ink surged towards Yi Xian. Immediately after, a loud boom sounded from his body as his cultivation and strength suddenly increased explosively. After everything was over in the blink of an eye, the familiar notification from the devouring system quietly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current realm, 4th order stellar level. 4th order stellar level? The 5th major realm. The 4th order stellar level? This speed was so fast that it was nothing compared to the speed of a rocket. When he entered the pagoda, he was only a 5th order stellar level. In less than 2 hours, he had already advanced to the 4th order stellar level. One level was equivalent to an entire major realm increase. Even if no one else could do it in the future, it was definitely unprecedented. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was still in a daze. Suddenly, he felt as if he was in a dream. Everything was so unreal. At this moment, the green streak of light quietly appeared and wrapped around Yi Xian's body. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already on the 9th level of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. In the next moment, unprecedented roars and roars surged over like a tidal wave from all directions, instantly stunning Yi Xian. The scene that unfolded before his eyes caused him to be overwhelmed with shock and petrified on the spot. This. What kind of joke is this? The 9th level is actually this? Yi Xian cried out in surprise. No, it should be said that he wailed. This is too unfair. It's clearly a certain death. At the same time, the moment Yi Xian was wrapped by the green streak of light and entered the 9th level, the entire immortal ancestral dragon pagoda suddenly blazed with a green light without warning. For a moment, the entire ancient green pagoda was overflowing with a treasure light that made people not dare to look at it directly. Ever since Yi Xian entered the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, including this time, the Greenstone Pagoda had a total of 3 strange occurrences. The first 2 occurrences were when a portal appeared behind the 3rd and 6th levels of the pagoda, respectively. This meant that the challenger had successfully passed the 3rd and 6th levels. If he chose to leave, he could immediately walk out of the portal that appeared. Of course, this choice only had 30 seconds to make. Before 30 seconds passed, the portal would disappear. And now, this was the 3rd time the strange occurrences appeared. However, it was not the portal that appeared on the 9th level outside the pagoda. After all, Yi Xian had not passed the 9th level yet. This time, it was the entire pagoda that lit up, green radiance erupting. Moreover, it didn't immediately disappear, but rather continued to do so. This strange occurrences meant that the challenger had successfully entered the 9th level. In history, this strange occurrences had appeared twice. However, both times, the 2 geniuses of the immortal imperial family who had successfully entered the 9th level were transported out as corpses. When the challenger entered the 9th level, the entire pagoda would shine with a green light. It would continue to shine until the challenger died or successfully passed the 9th level. At that time, the green light would dim. In the previous 2 occurrences, the first time, the entire pagoda lit up for 45 seconds. The second time, it lit up for 1 minute and 8 seconds. However, at this moment, everyone outside the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda was not thinking about how long Yi Xian could last on the 9th level of the pagoda this time. Their thoughts were far from reaching that level. At this moment, everyone was still in a state of extreme shock. They were all dumbfounded as they stared blankly at the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda in front of them. It was as if they had just been struck by lightning. Without exception, this included Uncle Kong, Long Shirsho, Naples, and the purplish warbler. Even the wretched mosquito slayer was the same. As for the imperial uncles, Long Xiang, and the other 4 princes, their faces were full of expressions as if they had just been F***ed by a dog. Their mouths were so wide open that a fist could definitely be stuffed in, an adult's fist. Even though all the members of the royal family present knew what the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda represented when the entire pagoda glowed with green light, at this moment, after the initial daze, the princes still couldn't believe it and muttered to themselves in an incomparably wooden manner. Who can tell me what happened? Could it be that the pagoda is broken? That must be it. Otherwise, how could it be possible? It hasn't even been 10 minutes since he passed the 6th level, right? He's already on the 9th level? Is he toying with us? This kid is really a troublemaker. Before he died, he still caused us trouble and damaged the pagoda. Chapter 3126. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo, Studio The Great War of Antiquity Immortal Imperial City, Imperial Preceptor's Hall. Since Yi Xian entered the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, Immortal Emperor and Imperial Preceptor Dier had been standing outside the Imperial Preceptor's Hall, looking at the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda in the depths of the inner city. Previously, when Yi Xian passed through the first 3 levels in less than 10 minutes, Immortal Emperor and Dier were already quite shocked. Then, in less than 10 minutes, Yi Xian directly passed through the 4th to 6th levels as if he had cheated. At that time, Immortal Emperor and D-Heir's feelings could no longer be described as simply shocking. They were simply aghast and almost did not dare to believe it. At this moment, when the entire immortal ancestral dragon pagoda in their line of sight suddenly shone with a green light, it meant that Yi Xian had successfully passed through the 7th and 8th levels. Similarly, in less than 10 minutes, he had already entered the 9th level. Immortal Emperor and D-Heir were both shocked and almost fell from the top of the Imperial Preceptor's Hall. When they finally calmed down, both of them were already aghast. When they looked at each other, they saw a hint of suspicion in each other's eyes that they were in a dream. What's going on? Could it be that the pagoda is really broken? Otherwise, that guy, isn't he too abnormal? This is indeed a little strange. In history, the two people who had successfully reached the 9th level took more than a day to reach it. How long did this guy take? Less than half an hour. Isn't that the same as climbing stairs? Immortal Emperor and D-Heir said nothing after they finished talking to each other. However, deep in their eyes, there was clearly a burning light at the same time, as if they had seen some kind of dawn that they did not dare to hope for. They were extremely excited. With their intellect, they would naturally not believe that the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda had been damaged. Therefore, there was no doubt about the answer. No matter how Yi Xian did it, he had done it. In less than half an hour, he had reached the top of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda and successfully entered the 9th floor. Furthermore, he had done so with ease. In addition to the immortal emperor and the imperial preceptor, D-Heir, just as the entire immortal ancestral dragon pagoda suddenly shone with a green light from the imperial residence elder pavilion, which was also located in the inner city of the imperial city, there were also many powerful divine senses that continuously shot out and circled around the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. Although no one said anything, none of them left. Clearly, they were waiting for the final result of the 3rd attempt in the history of the royal family to reach the top of the tower. These elders were the true foundation of the entire immortal royal family. In a sense, their authority even surpassed that of the immortal emperor. When there was a major event that concerned the survival of the imperial city, the words of one of them carried more weight than the immortal emperor. However, even for them, when they challenged the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda back then, they only managed to reach the 6th floor before leaving. It was not that no one had attempted to challenge the 7th floor, but as mentioned before, all the members of the imperial clan that attempted to challenge the 7th floor had died. There were only 2 people who had made it the furthest and reached the 9th floor, and only 2 corpses were teleported out. As for the rest, they stopped at the 7th and 8th floor. Even their corpses were qualified to be teleported out and turned into nutrients for the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. Therefore, from a certain point of view, the current Yi Xian was actually something that even these old fellows had to look up to. Perhaps Yi Xian's current strength was not comparable to theirs, but when their cultivation strength was only at Yi Xian's level back then, compared to the current Yi Xian, it was probably more than just a little bit of difference. At the very least, they would be left in the dust by several streets. No matter what, even if Yi Xian failed to pass the pagoda today and was ultimately teleported out as a corpse, Prince Xian's name would definitely be recorded in the immortal royal family's genealogy and shine brilliantly. He was in the top 3 of the royal family's potential throughout history. Even if he died, he would still be honored with incomparable glory. In fact, among the elders of the royal family who were circling around the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda with the power of their divine senses, there were more or less a few who already had hoped that Yi Xian would be able to come out of the 9th floor alive this time. They also wanted to know what the 7th and 8th floors after the 9th and 6th floors would be like. They also wanted to know what kind of rewards would be obtained after someone successfully passed all 9 floors, and what kind of surprises would there be. All the royal family members who knew about this were, without exception, all dead. Not a single one of them had made it out alive from the 9th floor. Although this was far too difficult, Yi Xian's performance today was simply too stunning. He had passed the 9th floor in less than half an hour. Even the 2 elders in the royal family's history who were publicly acknowledged to have the greatest potential were left in the dust by several streets. However, Even these elders of the royal family who had hope in their hearts didn't know that at this very moment, Yi Xian, the person involved in the 9th floor of the pagoda, was truly in despair for the first time. Everything that had unfolded before his eyes made him believe that he was definitely going to die without a doubt. There was no chance of survival at all. Everything was too exaggerated. The starry sky was still the same starry sky from the primordial era. The living beings of the primordial era were still those living beings of the primordial era, but there were simply too many of them. This was clearly the scene of the unprecedented battle that broke out in the primordial era from the inheritance of the heaven-falling bow. It was suspected to have destroyed the entire primordial era and cut off the path to the primordial era. This wasn't the first time Yi Xian had seen such a scene, so he shouldn't have been so flustered. However, the difference was that he had seen it from the inheritance of the inheritance, so he had seen it from an outsider's point of view. But now, he clearly knew that he had entered the real battle. Because the moment Yi Xian's figure appeared, the countless living beings of the primordial era who were fighting in the primordial era all turned their heads to look at him at the same time. Even the living beings of the primordial era who were fighting in the endless battlefield did the same thing. It was as if a woman with big breasts and big buttocks had suddenly appeared out of thin air in a bustling men's bathhouse. Even a blind man would be able to smell the different fragrance of meat at the first moment. Right now, Yi Xian was such a delicious piece of cake. There was probably no one in history who could attract the attention of so many powerful living beings of the primordial era at the same time. Among them, even the supreme beings of the primordial era, such as the primordial yakshas and the golden divine dragon, were very familiar with him. Unfortunately, although Yi Xian was familiar with them, they clearly didn't know who he was. At this moment, even the primordial yakshas and the golden divine dragon were looking at him with murderous intent. What was even worse was that Yi Xian clearly had an incomparably clear intuition. This time, if he wanted to successfully pass the 9th level's test, even though he only needed to kill a single ancient creature, but it had to be a primordial sovereign at the level of the golden divine dragon. Chapter 31:27. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Don't be impulsive. Although Yi Xian still did not know the truth behind the epic battle that happened countless years ago and was suspected to have destroyed the entire primordial era, he more or less had some guesses. After all, he had come into contact with a lot of clues, so he could always analyze some things through these clues. In his opinion, that unprecedented battle was definitely related to a shocking secret. Furthermore, the headless corpse of the infant was the core of this shocking secret. In addition, that battle affected the entire primordial era's boundless void, and all the creatures of the primordial era, regardless of whether they were primordial supremes or ordinary primordial ferocious beasts, were involved in it. Regardless of whether they were active or passive, they were divided into two camps. Perhaps there were some who were neutral, but they were not the main camp. The main camp was the two camps that were hostile to each other. The divine golden dragon, the void giant tortoise, and the primordial yaksha clearly belonged to the same camp. Moreover, not only were they among the 108 primordial supremes in this camp, but this camp should also be on the side of the headless infant corpse. This could be seen from the fact that these guys had left behind a trace of their obsessions in the inheritance item and were fighting for territory in Yi Xian's body. As soon as the headless infant corpse appeared, they immediately cheered and retreated, as if they were excited to find that the headless infant corpse was not completely dead. As for the Weeping Soul Blood Ape that left behind the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, although its strength should also be on the same level as the Primordial Supremes, it was definitely not on the same side as the headless infant corpse. This could be seen from the fact that the headless infant corpse directly refined the Bloodhorn without hesitation. At the same time, Yi Xian saw in the inheritance image that the Weeping Soul Blood Ape stood alone outside the battle, watching the entire battle from the back of a huge star. Not only was this fellow not a paragon of the headless infant corpse's camp, but it was also not a powerhouse from the opposing camp. It was impossible for it to be a neutral existence. It was more like a schemer, as if it wanted to gain some sort of enormous benefit from this battle. Unfortunately, it failed in the end. Even the weeping soul bloodhorn, condensed from his remnant soul's desire to live a second life, was refined into a slave by the headless infant corpse. No matter how shocking its scheme was, even if it had existed for countless years, but now, everything had turned into an illusion and ceased to exist. Although there were countless ancient creatures participating in this unparalleled battle, Yi Xian was able to tell which one of them was a supreme expert from the primordial era just by looking at their auras. As for the faction, there was no need to mention it. It was obvious at a glance. In his line of sight, Yi Xian had seen the headless infant corpse's faction in the inheritance of the Skyfall Bow's ability. There were still 107 of them, including the Golden Divine Dragon and the Primordial Yiksha, but he did not see the Void Giant Tortoise. There were about the same number of Primordial Supremes on the opposing side, about 100 of them. However, Yi Xian was extremely unfamiliar with these Primordial Supremes of the opposing side. He did not recognize any of them, and due to their strange shapes, Yi Xian could not even name them accurately. There was only one primordial demon dragon that was as large as the Golden Divine Dragon, but its body was covered in black dragon scales. Yi Xian recognized it at a glance. It was the legendary demon dragon Candle Dragon. He did not expect it to be the primordial supremes of the opposing side of the headless infant corpse. Legend had it that the Candle Dragon had a dragon's body and a human's head, but that was not the case. Its appearance was exactly the same as the Golden Divine Dragon's, but the only difference was that its body was covered in black scales, and its huge dragon eyes were clearly closed. The so-called human head and human face was completely false. It must have been a rumor. Legend had it that when the Candle Dragon opened its eyes, it was day, and when its eyes were closed, it was night. The change of day and night in the universe happened when its huge dragon eyes opened. That was definitely an exaggeration, but it at least proved that the Candle Dragon's demon dragon's most powerful ability should be in its huge eyes. This was originally just Yi Xian's guess. Although its golden dragon scales had mutated due to its bloodline reverberation, it also possessed the demon dragon's bloodline while possessing the golden divine dragon's bloodline, and even obtained a beginner bloodline ability of the demon dragon's bloodline, called the demon dragon's eyes. However, it was only a beginner bloodline ability after all, whether it was this ability or his demon dragon's bloodline. Hence, Yi Xian did not know what the demon dragon Candle Dragon's most powerful ability was. At least, he did not know yet. However, his guess was soon confirmed. The most powerful ability of the demon dragon's bloodline was indeed related to its huge eyes, because at this moment the gigantic black demonic dragon that was hundreds of thousands of feet in length finally opened its eyes. Two huge beams of green light shot out from its eyes like candlelight pillars. Although the mysterious and eerie aura could not instantly cover the entire Milky Way and turn it from night to day, it was not an exaggeration to say that it reflected on the universe and looked into the depths of hell. The moment the two beams of green light appeared, a large patch of green light spread out and instantly covered more than half of the battlefield in the starry sky. Yi Xian's entire body suddenly froze. At this moment, not only could he no longer move, even his divine sense and spiritual power became sluggish. The green demon dragon's candlelight was actually so powerful. With a face full of shock, Yi Xian subconsciously looked around. He discovered that in the entire battlefield, a large number of ancient creatures seemed to be the same as him. They were restricted by the demonic dragon's gaze that was spreading over. Although not all primordial age creatures were as weak as him, unable to move their bodies and divine sense normally in an instant, they were more or less affected. In a battle of this level, a small mistake could often lead to death, not to mention such a degree of mobility restriction. Moreover, the area affected was so large that even if the time limit was very short, it would probably affect the final outcome of this unprecedented battle. When these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, his face was already filled with horror. The terrifying ability of the demon dragon Candle Dragon was definitely of a strategic level. It had an almost unlimited and large-scale influence. In such a large-scale battle, it was simply an invincible and supreme ability. Screech, roar, whoosh. Sky-shaking roars and roars immediately sounded. Although the demon dragon candle dragon's most powerful bloodline ability was terrifying, supreme beings like the golden giant dragons and the primordial yakshas were not affected much. Originally, their killing intent was all locked onto Yi Xian, but at this moment, they roared and roared at the candle dragon in the distance. At this moment, the candle dragon in the distance stretched out its neck and roared, dashing towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian almost fainted on the spot, because other than the candle dragon, the desolate ancient Yiksha in the camp also raised its left arm towards the distance. A dazzling golden bow suddenly appeared. This was clearly the rhythm of wanting to kill Yi Xian with a single arrow. Chapter 31:28. Translator, Nioi Bo, Studio Editor. Nioi Bo, Studio. The arrival of the infant corpse Yi Xian was confused as to why the demon dragon candle dragon was charging towards him, but he didn't have the time to think about it in detail at this critical moment. However, he knew better than anyone else how terrifying the heaven-sundering bow was. The bow was definitely an extremely lethal weapon. Furthermore, the heaven-sundering bow wasn't a weapon, but a divine ability. It was a supreme divine ability that was passed down from generation to generation in the body of a primordial supreme being like the primordial Yaksha. It was a simple arrow, but all the power in its body, cultivation power, flesh, blood, and even life force were gathered in an instant, condensing into an arrow that was shot out with a rumble. Under such circumstances, it wasn't an exaggeration to call the arrow the heaven-sundering bow. Yi Xian had seen the primordial Yiksha shoot an arrow into the vast firmament of the desolate ancient galaxy in the inheritance of the heaven-sundering bow. After the arrow was shot, the primordial Yiksha immediately withered, which was probably the root cause of its eventual demise. The arrow was shot out, and all the power in its body, including life force, was poured into it. The result of that arrow was that a small part of the desolate ancient galaxy in the inheritance of the inheritance collapsed. Although it didn't really cause the heaven-sundering bow to fall, it did seriously injure an existence that was suspected to be the will of the desolate ancient heavenly Tao. And now, the arrow was aimed at Yi Xian. Although this arrow was different from the one Yi Xian saw in the inheritance of the inheritance, and the power that the primordial Yiksha poured into the arrow wasn't as terrifying, Yi Xian still felt like he was caged in a cage, and at the same time, he felt a chill run down his spine. At this moment, the desolate ancient Yiksha was a supreme existence at the great desolate realm. Even if this arrow was casually shot out for fun, it would definitely be able to blast Yi Xian into pieces on the spot. Not a single hair would be left behind. The reason why the other party did this was clearly because they would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. After all, the battle had already developed to such an extent, so it was not surprising that they would have such thoughts. Yi Xian's arrival was too strange. No matter how one looked at it, he did not seem to fit in at all. The demon dragon, candle dragon's eyes had been closed the entire time, but when he arrived, he suddenly opened them again. Furthermore, after using his eyes to temporarily restrict the movements of most of the ancient creatures on the battlefield, he directly charged at Yi Xian. This was enough to cause some sort of misunderstanding. At the very least, the desolate Yiksha was clearly mistaken. It regarded Yi Xian as a member of the enemy's camp. Due to the strangeness of his arrival, Yi Xian might have been the key to some kind of conspiracy. Therefore, even a supreme existence like the desolate ancient Yiksha did not hesitate to use the heaven-falling bow to point at Yi Xian from afar. As long as it let go of its right hand, the arrow would instantly pierce Yi Xian's head. The heaven-falling bow was a terrifying divine ability. Even when used by a weak existence like Yi Xian, it could cross an infinite distance in an instant and appear in front of its target, as if it had teleported, let alone the desolate ancient Yiksha. Yi Xian knew this better than anyone else. The only thing he needed to do now was to stop the desolate ancient Yiksha from letting go of the golden arrow in its right hand. With this thought in mind, he did not even pay attention to the terrifying demon dragon that was rapidly charging at him. He was paying attention to that fellow. In such a critical situation, it was definitely not enough to yell at the other party that he was on the same side. Not to mention whether the other party could understand him. If he yelled so loudly that the other party trembled in fear and suddenly let go of the golden arrow in its right hand, it would be too late. It was better to use the most direct way to show his loyalty. As such a thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all after he finished howling. He directly activated the small golden bow that was suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness. At the same time, he quickly raised his left arm in the direction of the candle dragon. In the next moment, a golden bow that was exactly the same as the one in the hands of the desolate ancient Yiksha appeared in Yi Xian's left hand, pointing at the demon dragon candle dragon that was charging over. Even its aura was the same. Because of the difference in size between the two, the golden bow that was slightly different in size appeared in Yi Xian's left hand, pointing at the demon dragon candle dragon that was charging over. Although Yi Xian did not fully activate the heaven-falling bow because it was just for show, the golden energy arrow did not appear. However, the huge golden bow and the aura that it gave off were enough to explain the problem. In addition, Yi Xian raised his left arm and pointed in the direction of the demon dragon candle dragon, which was on the opposite side. Therefore, all the creatures of the desolate ancient era in the distance understood almost instantly. At the same time, they were all stunned. In particular, the desolate ancient Yiksha was stunned. At this moment, its entire mind was in a mess. It did not understand how the heaven-falling bow's divine ability, which was only passed down in the bloodline of the desolate ancient Yiksha, could appear in the hands of a human ant. Moreover, it was so pure. Other than the fact that its power was not as strong as its own, its aura was not impure at all. It was not inferior to its own at all. That was absolutely impossible. A large amount of flour and water suddenly rushed into the desolate ancient Yiksha's head. The former was on the left, and the latter was on the right. If it moved its head slightly, it would turn into paste. However, although it was confused, at least it understood Yi Xian's position and attitude from Yi Xian's actions. In fact, all the other creatures of the desolate ancient era on the same side, including the golden giant dragon and the other supreme beings, looked at Yi Xian with enmity in their eyes. On the contrary, countless creatures of the desolate ancient era on the opposing side of the demon dragon and the candle dragon roared angrily in unison. Endless killing intent covered the sky and covered the earth, firmly locking onto Yi Xian. Yi Xian even vaguely saw a huge eyeball in the dark void far behind the opposing side. It was very similar to the eye of the heavenly way in the desolate ancient cage connected to the forbidden area of the Demon Emperor planet, but it was countless times more powerful. Although this eye of the heavenly way was only slightly narrowed, when its gaze fell on Yi Xian, it had already chilled him to the bone. Even his divine soul was frozen. This was definitely the true incarnation of the will of the heavenly way in the desolate ancient era. It turned out that the biggest boss of the opposing side was really the will of the heavenly way in the desolate ancient era. After realizing this, Yi Xian's heart turned cold. Although the desolate ancient era was long gone, since the desolate ancient cage still existed, who dare to say that the will of the heavenly way in the desolate ancient era was no longer there? If it was no longer there, then who was the one who created the desolate ancient cage in the forbidden area of the Demon Emperor planet? In other words, even in reality, Yi Xian had gotten himself into big trouble. He had casually made the will of the heavenly way in the desolate ancient era join the opposing side. He was definitely tired of living and courting death. As this thought surfaced in his mind, Yi Xian even felt like dying. At this moment, when the eye of the heavenly way in the distance, which seemed to be the incarnation of the will of the heavenly way in the desolate ancient era, slightly narrowed its eyes and fixed its gaze on him, Yi Xian suddenly felt a sudden heat on the left side of his chest. In the next moment, an earth-shattering roar sounded. Screech. Chapter 31:29. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Hundreds respond to calls. There was a saying that went, hundreds respond to a call. But at this moment, Yi Xian learned another saying on his own, which went, hundreds respond to a call. To be more precise, it should be thousands, tens of thousands, and countless responses. The moment the headless baby rushed out of Yi Xian's left chest, the entire vast land of war in the primordial age exploded as if a drop of ice water had been dropped into a pot of boiling oil. The headless infant corpse still had that strange appearance, but it didn't have a monstrous aura. It was small, about the size of a human baby, but it didn't have a head on its neck. Its eyes were closed, and it was hugging its head in its arms. But although it didn't look powerful, it shocked all the creatures of the primordial age as soon as it appeared, including the demon dragon candle dragon that was charging over, including the primordial yiksha that had just put down its left arm and put away the giant golden bow, including the giant eye of the heavenly Tao that was suspected to be the incarnation of the primordial age's will of the heavenly Tao at the back of the enemy camp. The demon dragon candle dragon was obviously scared out of its wits. Its aura froze and shrank instantly, and it retreated hurriedly as if it had encountered a real monster. It was horrified, like the other 106 supreme-level creatures of the primordial age on the same side. The primordial yaksha's aura suddenly surged. With endless joy, it raised its head and roared fiercely. As for all the creatures of the primordial age on the enemy camp, including the supreme-level creatures of the same level as the golden dragon and the primordial yaksha, they were all horrified and roared furiously. As for the giant eye of the heavenly Tao that was formed from the will of the great desolate heavenly Tao at the very back of the enemy camp, it was completely opened at this moment. A gray aura that was like primal chaos surged out and locked onto Yi Xian and the headless infant corpse. Screech! An earth-shattering roar sounded. The small head and the headless baby's arms opened for the first time at this moment and faced the giant eye of the heavenly Tao at the primordial age. In an instant, it cut off the aura that the giant eye of the heavenly Tao had locked onto Yi Xian. The gazes of the two beings of the way, of the heavens, of the untainted land met. Although there was no sound of explosion, at the center of their gazes, the boundless void of the Star River collapsed instantly. Countless creatures of the primordial era, including several supreme beings of the primordial era from the opposing camp, were instantly sucked into the collapsing void of the Star River and turned into nothingness. It was only a single meeting of the eyes, but it was already so powerful. Now, Yi Xian finally confirmed that the headless baby's body was definitely an existence of the same level as the primordial age's will of the heavenly Tao. However, he did not know who had cut off its head. At the moment when the headless baby's body and the giant eye of the heavenly Tao, which was suspected to be the incarnation of the primordial age's will of the heavenly Tao, several majestic auras enveloped Yi Xian. However, they were not hostile at all. Instead, they carried a strong sense of friendliness and even flattery. Yi Xian immediately identified the origin of these auras. They were the primordial yaksha, the golden dragon, and several creatures of the primordial age who were relatively close to him. They were all supreme-level existences of the enemy camp. At this instant, the feeling of being caged and alarmed once again arose in his heart, because these auras had clearly come with the intent to protect him. Previously, Yi Xian had unexpectedly displayed the divine ability of the heavenly fallen bow. Even now, the desolate ancient Yiksha's mind was still filled with paste, unable to understand what was going on. However, all of this was no longer important, at least compared to the fact that the headless baby's body, which countless creatures of the primordial age had single-handedly protected with their lives, had actually rushed out of Yi Xian's body. This was enough to make all the experts of the primordial age on the same camp realize the importance of Yi Xian. Some of the supreme existences had vaguely realized that all of this was mostly related to time and space. Even so, even though Yi Xian and the headless baby's body that had unexpectedly appeared in front of them and was strangely beheaded and holding its head came from a certain period of time in the future, at least one thing was certain. That was the headless infant corpse. In the end, it still survived this battle. Moreover, its guardian, Yi Xian, was a human ant, so their courage also made them feel gratified. This was the scene of an unprecedented battle in space during the primordial age. The fact that a mere star-grade human ant could display such courage was enough to make these supreme-level supreme existences look at him in a new light. This wasn't the main point either. The main point was that the headless baby's body that they had protected with their lives would live and die because of Yi Xian's life in the future. When they realized this, all 107 supreme-level beings of the primordial age were shocked. The fastest few of them immediately launched a protective barrier around Yi Xian to ensure his safety in this battle. As for the other supreme-level beings of the primordial age, they roared in anger and shot beams of light towards Yi Xian one after another. This was an inheritance that belonged to the 107 supreme-level beings of the primordial age. Perhaps the hundreds of nine-eyed golden eyes in Yi Xian's hands also contained the same inheritance, but it definitely wasn't as direct and powerful as the one passed down by the 107 supreme-level beings of the primordial age personally. Rumble. Boom. The 107 beams of light came from the 107 supreme-level beings of the primordial age, excluding the void giant tortoise. All of them, including the primordial Yiksha and the golden divine dragon, entered Yi Xian's body in a short period of time. They didn't enter his sea of consciousness and were hidden somewhere. In short, although they existed, they couldn't be seen for the time being. After doing all of this, 2 of the 107 primordial sovereigns were left behind to guard Yi Xian's left and right, protecting his safety. As for the rest, it was as if they'd just been injected with chicken blood as they all charged towards the enemy's camp. Yi Xian still didn't understand the truth of this battle. However, as he watched up to this point, he at least understood one thing. When this final battle began, the commander of his camp, the headless corpse of the infant, was basically dead. It was hard to say whether he would live or die. It could be said that this battle was initiated by the enemy camp. After the headless corpse was killed, the giant eye of the heavenly way, which was suspected to be the incarnation of the will of the heavenly way of the primordial age, led all the creatures of the primordial age of the enemy camp to carry out the final massacre of all the experts of the primordial age of the enemy camp. As a matter of fact, in history, they did succeed. The primordial cage, connected to the forbidden valley of the Devil Emperor planet, was the best proof. In that vast pool of corpses, countless experts of the primordial age of the enemy camp were buried, including supreme-level beings such as the primordial Yiksha. Even their flesh, blood, and bones after they died in battle were imprisoned by the enemy camp for eternity. Chapter 3130. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio the Bandit Leader. This reversal might be meaningless. Even if the battle in the immortal ancestral Dragon Pagoda ended with the final victory of their camp, it wouldn't have the slightest impact on the history that had already become an established fact in reality. However, in all of this, other than Yi Xian and the headless infant's corpse, everything else, including the primordial supreme-level existences in both camps, the commander of the opposing camp, and the giant eye of the heavenly Tao that was suspected to be formed from the will of the primordial heavenly Tao. Without exception, all of them were ignorant. Therefore, the following battle seemed so real that even Yi Xian almost fell into a trance, suspecting that he had really returned to the primordial era in a dream. Roar, screech, whoosh. A series of earth-shattering roars rang out. After a short truce, due to Yi Xian's sudden arrival, the 2 camps had started fighting again. The entire vast void of the primordial era, as far as the eye could see, was full of battlefields. This was a real massacre. The only difference was that 2 supreme masters of the primordial era had withdrawn from the battlefield and were guarding Yi Xian closely. This kind of treatment made his heart, which had been beating wildly, finally calm down completely. Who else would be able to enjoy such a supreme treatment as this prince is enjoying right now? With two supreme masters of the primordial era by his side, he strolled casually on the battlefield with his hands clasped behind his back, as if he was inspecting his work. Behind him, the two supreme masters of the primordial era followed closely. When some small ants from the opposing camp appeared in front of them, the two guards only needed to release some of their auras to make them explode and die instantly. As for those powerful supreme masters of the opposing camp, they were all held back by a supreme master of the primordial era and had no time to come. In the distance, the giant eye of the heavenly way that was suspected to be the incarnation of the will of the heavenly way of the primordial era was also fighting with the infant corpse of the heavenly way of the primordial era. That area was shrouded in a gray and chaotic aura. Even the supreme masters of the primordial era could not see the scene clearly. But at the very least, the enemy camp's commander was being held back. He definitely had no time to care about Yi Xian. This made Yi Xian even bolder. He walked and stopped, pointing out and commenting on this and that from time to time. He behaved like a leader. In the end, the two supreme masters of the ancients who followed him on his left and right couldn't stand it anymore. Their eyes were burning with anger. If they hadn't been sober, they would have slapped Yi Xian to death on the spot. Rumble. It was also at this moment that the battlefield in the distance that was enveloped by endless gray and hazy chaotic chi suddenly exploded with a shocking sound. The entire immortal ancestral dragon pagoda shook slightly. The strength of this explosion seemed to have approached the limits of this primordial treasure. Even the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda shook slightly, not to mention the primordial void that was illusory on the 9th floor. Countless stars in the primordial void exploded in an instant. The aftermath of this explosion killed countless primordial creatures. Fortunately, Yi Xian was protected by the two supreme masters of the ancients. He was unharmed, but his mind was in a daze, as if he had just been struck by lightning. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, the endless gray and hazy chaotic chi in that area quietly dispersed, revealing the infant corpse and the giant eye of the heavenly way of the heavenly way. The infant corpse was still the same as before. It was like a piece of meat on a hot knife. It was fearless and filled with hostility. However, the giant eye of the heavenly way that was suspected to be the incarnation of the will of the heavenly way of the primordial era revealed a wisp of wisdom. It subconsciously looked at the end of the shaking primordial void, as if it had seen through the essence of this place. It realized that this place was just an illusion and that everything, including this battle, was meaningless. Screech. At the instant it withdrew its gaze, the giant eye of the heavenly way suddenly shot out an intense gray light. It clearly didn't have a mouth, yet it emitted a vicious howl that was sufficient to tear the sky apart. Subsequently, the giant eye's body instantly collapsed, and the might that spread out directly annihilated countless primordial creatures from the enemy camp. More than half of them, including the 100 supreme masters of the ancients, perished under this earth-shattering vicious howl. Only a few remained. Even the few supreme masters of the ancients from the enemy camp seemed to have realized something from the final vicious howl of the giant eye of the heavenly way of the heavenly way. All of them raised their heads and roared with unwillingness, and their figures gradually dimmed down. Obviously, this battle was finally about to end. It was difficult to say who won or lost in the end, because even though the first to retreat was the enemy camp, they had clearly collapsed under the lead of the giant eye of the heavenly way of the heavenly way of the heavenly way. It was as if they disdained to be treated like an entertainer by the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, a precious treasure of the ancients, and wantonly toyed with it as they wished. In the blink of an eye, almost all of the supreme masters of the ancient from the enemy camp had disappeared, and most of the other primordial creatures were gone as well. Only the demon dragon, the candle dragon, was still staring fixedly at Yi Xian with a pair of bloodshot eyes. It seemed to be extremely unwilling and was looking for an opportunity to kill him. At this time, even a large number of primordial creatures from the enemy camp had already realized the truth of this primordial starry sky. Their figures had turned illusory and black, and they were about to disappear soon, including the two supreme masters of the ancients beside Yi Xian, who had been protecting him all along, as well as the golden dragon and the primordial Yiksha. Everything on the 9th level was clearly coming to an end. From the moment the enemy commander voluntarily retreated, Yi Xian could be considered to have successfully passed the consideration of this level. He had become the first existence in the history of the immortal imperial family, and also the first existence to successfully pass all 9 levels of the test since the first immortal emperor of the dynasty had taken out the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda and erected it in the depths of the inner city of the imperial city. In fact, the test of the 9th level was originally almost impossible to pass. The existence of the giant eye of the heavenly way of the enemy camp, which was suspected to be the incarnation of the will of the heavenly way of the primordial age, ensured that everything was possible. But who could have expected that the headless corpse of an infant attached to Yi Xian's body was actually in existence that could contend with the will of the heavenly way of the primordial age? Moreover, the giant eye of the heavenly way of the enemy camp, which was suspected to be the incarnation of the will of the heavenly way of the primordial age, was only an illusion after all. It was an illusion created by the supreme power of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. But the headless corpse of the infant that rushed out of Yi Xian's body was different. It was real. Just based on this point, it was obvious who was superior. The current outcome was already predestined when Yi Xian had just stepped into the 9th level. And at this moment, just as the illusion of the entire 9th level was rapidly collapsing, the headless corpse of the infant that had lost its opponent instantly stared at the demonic dragon, the candle dragon, with a fierce glint in its eyes. Its aura was locked on. It was clearly going to capture it alive again. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He shuddered, and a sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. Chapter 31:31. Fifth Order Star Order Screech. As if sensing the headless infant corpse's intention to capture it alive, the only demon dragon sovereign in the enemy camp who had yet to dissipate finally panicked. It stretched out its neck and let out a shrill roar, twisting its huge body and turning around to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. Kakik! The baby head in the headless infant corpse's arms opened its eyes again and let out an innocent chuckle. Even Yi Xian, hearing this for the first time, instantly felt a chill run down his spine. It would have been fine if the infant corpse didn't laugh, but as soon as it did, a terrifying aura spread out. Yi Xian was on the same side, so he only felt a chill in his heart, but he didn't feel the slightest pressure. However, the demon dragon sovereign who had turned around and fled was in a miserable state. As the infant corpse's sinister laughter entered its ears, its body instantly froze. At the same time, the headless infant corpse also arrived in front of the demon dragon sovereign. With a wave of its hand, a gray chaotic light shot out, instantly leaving a mark of the headless corpse lamp on the back of the black dragon's neck. Screech! The black demonic dragon once again let out a mournful cry, but this time it was no longer a sound. After this mournful cry, there was no more sound. Compared to refining the weeping soul bloodhorn back then, the process of refining this demonic dragon with a headless infant corpse was much faster and simpler. After all, the weeping soul bloodhorn was a real object, and this demon dragon sovereign was just an energy form imitated by the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. If there were no mistakes, the headless infant corpse only needed to cut off the connection between it and the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. However, although the refining was fast, the power of this demon dragon sovereign was left intact, but it was estimated that it would weaken every time it was used. In the end, all of its energy would be exhausted and it would basically dissipate, unless the headless infant corpse found a way to make it absorb energy to strengthen itself like the weeping soul bloodhorn and make up for it. All of this was not something Yi Xian could understand at his current level. At this moment, as the corpse lantern mosquito body appeared on its neck, the demon dragon sovereign's body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a black demon dragon the size of a little finger. If it weren't for the long horns on its head and its 4 limbs, it would be no different from a little black loach. Little Loach flew toward the headless corpse and transformed into a tattoo the size of a pinky finger on the right ankle of the headless corpse. Then it stayed on the ankle of the headless corpse. Immediately after, without waiting for Yi Xian to ask, the headless corpse once again transformed into a gray light. With a whoosh, it flew closer and directly stuck to the left side of Yi Xian's chest, transforming into a headless corpse lamp tattoo. There were no longer any movements. At this time, on the 9th floor of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, apart from Yi Xian, there was not a single primordial creature to be seen. Regardless of whether they were from the same camp or the opposite camp, they all dissipated and turned back into a canopy of green energy. The green energy on the 9th floor was so dense that it was almost squeezing out water. Yi Xian clicked his tongue in amazement at this scene. He suddenly had a better understanding of the wonders of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. This pagoda was definitely a primordial treasure. The pagoda had accumulated a great amount of green energy over countless years. A portion of it should have been replenished by the decomposing corpses of the imperial immortal powerhouses who entered the pagoda. The green mist energy could be divided and combined. When it was divided, it was pure and mysterious green mist energy. When it combined, it could evolve into primordial creatures. Even primordial supreme existences like the golden dragon could evolve. It was truly breathtaking. At this moment, Yi Xian even had a greedy thought. He secretly thought that it would be great if he could take the pagoda for himself. When the time came, he could command the pagoda to evolve into a golden dragon or a primordial yiksha to rush out of the pagoda to fight the enemy. Although it was a consumption type and would probably be finished in one go, the power it could display before it was finished was definitely enough to sweep away everything. Unfortunately, this was only a thought. Yi Xian also knew that this was impossible. Not to mention anything else, just the immortal imperial family side. If he were to really make this immortal ancestral dragon pagoda disappear, then the heavens would definitely be turned upside down. As he muttered to himself, 2 small wisps of spiritual energy rushed into Yi Xian's body from the dense green mist that filled the void of the 9th level. Then, a rumbling sound rang out from his body as his cultivation level surged. Before Yi Xian could react, the familiar sound of the devouring system quietly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current realm, star level 5. He had finally reached the 5th order star level. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then he clenched his fists tightly. The surprise in his heart was indescribable. At least, his initial goal of entering the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda had been fulfilled. When he first entered the pagoda, his cultivation level was at the 5th order star level. Now, after passing the 9th level, his cultivation level had reached the 5th order star level. From the 4th to the 5th major realm, his strength had increased by an entire major realm. He had successfully crossed it in less than an hour. Even though Yi Xian had always been used to riding on a rocket to increase his cultivation level, he couldn't help but feel as if he was in a dream. However, all this was obviously not over yet. Just as the system notification sounded out in his mind, the headless corpse tattoo on Yi Xian's left chest suddenly emitted a scorching sensation without any warning. Yi Xian clearly felt an obscure yet familiar energy flow into his body through the corpse lamp tattoo. It was as if he was familiar with the path, as if it was attracted by some kind of power and directly charged towards his sea of consciousness. Could this be? Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Then he was instantly overjoyed. If it was really as he guessed, he had really struck it big this time. At the same time, outside the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. This time, Prince Xian obviously took a longer time to enter the 9th level of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. In the previous 6 levels, he didn't spend more than 3 minutes on each level. But now he had spent more than 5 minutes on the 9th level. During this process, the entire ancient and unadorned immortal ancestral dragon pagoda had been glowing with a green light. This meant that the challenger of the 9th level was still working hard. He had not died yet, and had not successfully passed the 9th level. It was also at this time that the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, which had been glowing with a green light, suddenly dimmed. Its brilliance was restrained, and it returned to its original state. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Before long, Shersho, Naples, Uncle Kong, and the purplish warbler could react, the five princes had already burst out laughing after being stunned for a moment. "Ha ha! It's over, this kid is over. Did you see that?" The portal to the 9th level did not appear. He failed to pass the pagoda. Chapter 31-32. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales. Seeing light in peace. Just as Yi Xian had guessed, the obscure energy that surged out from the headless corpse lamp in front of his chest was extracted from the body of the devil dragon sovereign, who had been refined into a little loach and attached to his ankle. Therefore, as soon as this energy entered Yi Xian's body, it was immediately attracted by the black gold dragon scale in his knowledge, and automatically went to find it. By the time Yi Xian reacted, this energy had already drilled into the black gold dragon scale and merged with it. In the next instant, the system's familiar notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The bloodline dragon scale has leveled up. Current level. Variant growth level. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the demon dragon bloodline ability. Seeing light in peace in peace. Current level. Beginner. As the system's notification sounded, the black gold dragon scale in Yi Xian's knowledge clearly shone brighter. The black gold light intertwined, faintly forming a mysterious rune pattern on the surface of the dragon scale, giving off a simple and complex aura. In addition, there were also some incomparably obscure runes that appeared in Yi Xian's mind, which he instantly comprehended. This was the Demon Dragon Supreme's strongest bloodline ability, seeing light in peace in peace in peace in peace. Previously, the Demon Dragon Supreme had used this bloodline ability to imprison countless primordial creatures in the blink of an eye. Even the supreme existences of the primordial era had been affected to a certain extent. Yi Xian never thought that this strongest bloodline ability of the demon dragon would be forcibly extracted by the headless infant corpse from the demon dragon's body, although it might not be complete. After all, this energy demonic dragon was just an imitation of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. Although the demonic dragons and other primordial creatures it created could basically display their respective bloodline abilities, they definitely couldn't be the complete essence. Otherwise, wouldn't this immortal ancestral dragon pagoda be able to sweep through the primordial era? Even so, even though he had only obtained 10 or 20% of its essence, it was still impressive for Yi Xian. Unfortunately, the weakened version of the dark vision of darkness that he had obtained was only at the elementary level. The power that he could unleash would be even weaker. It would be unrealistic for him to unleash the power that the energy demonic dragon had previously displayed within a short period of time. He had to wait until Yi Xian's cultivation level increased before he could fully display it. At this point, Yi Xian finally obtained a bloodline ability after entering the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. Originally, he also had this opportunity on the 3rd and 6th floors. However, this type of primordial bloodline ability could only be obtained from the bodies of primordial creatures that he had slain. On the 3rd floor, all the primordial creatures fled in all directions when they smelled the demonic dragon's phantom behind him. None of them dared to show themselves. Naturally, the bloodline ability that he was supposed to obtain was gone. On the 6th floor, the primordial creature that Yi Xian had slain released a ray of light that should have contained the bloodline ability of the primordial creature. Although it was only a weakened version with only 20 or 30% of its essence remaining, it was still better than nothing. Unfortunately, when the primordial creature's body exploded, the inheritance ray of light that had rushed out from its body was also blown away. The second opportunity was missed just like that. And now, the headless infant corpse had captured a demon dragon sovereign in its energy form in the style of a bandit leader. The bloodline profundity of seeing darkness and seeing light was clearly the reward for the 9th floor. Although it was only 20 or 30% of its essence, it was still a consolation prize for Yi Xian. The unwillingness in his heart was also appeased. However, just when he thought that everything was over and that he had successfully passed through the 9th floor, the exit passage should appear soon. Then, he would be able to walk out of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda with his hands behind his back in a pretentious manner. While he was enjoying the complicated gazes of the imperial family members outside the pagoda, the real surprise finally arrived. Huh? Didn't they say that after successfully passing through the 9th floor, there would be a passage that would allow this prince to leave like the 3rd and 6th floor? Muttering softly to himself, Yi Xian's shoulders shook. His figure seemed to be wandering in the void of the galaxy as he wandered around, looking for the exit passage of the 9th floor. Like this, nearly a minute passed, but he still found nothing. Not to mention a door. He didn't even see a window. He couldn't even sneak out through a window. F***CK. Could it be that they want to force this prince to stay here? Could it be that the bandit leader had captured a demonic dragon and angered this ancestral dragon pagoda? Is this the rhythm of a rogue? Muttering to himself, Yi Xian couldn't help but be moved. Needless to say, this possibility wasn't completely impossible. If that was the case, wouldn't he be completely trapped in the pagoda? Just as he was feeling depressed and thinking of a solution, he could only whisper a few words to the headless infant corpse and persuade it to release the demonic dragon sovereign. In Yi Xian's mind, the familiar notification of the devouring system suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for passing the ultimate trial of the desolate ancient pagoda. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the qualification to accept the desolate ancient pagoda. Do you want to accept it immediately? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the desolate ancient pagoda's master recognition request. Do you want to accept it? Hint. Once accepted, there is a probability that you will obtain the energy of the desolate ancient pagoda in one go and increase your cultivation level. Hearing this, Yi Xian was dumbfounded on the spot. His mouth was wide open and his face was full of shock, as if he had just been struck by lightning. It turned out that the true name of this immortal ancestral dragon pagoda was actually the desolate ancient pagoda. This name was even more fitting. After all, the pagoda recorded the bloodline ability inheritance of all the desolate ancient creatures. Although only 20 to 30% of their essence was recorded, it was like an encyclopedia of bloodline ability, a dazzling array. From this point of view, it was indeed a pagoda of bloodline ability inheritance of the desolate ancient creatures, and not a private property of the immortal royal family. Since this was the case, Yi Xian didn't have any psychological pressure to accept it. At the very least, this pagoda had been in the hands of the immortal royal family for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. It was their own fault for not being able to pass the 9th level and obtain the qualifications to accept the pagoda as its master. Who could they blame? Occupying a latrine, but not taking a shit, that was a huge waste of resources. Following this, Yi Xian remembered the last notification of the system. Once accepted, there was a probability that he would obtain the energy of the pagoda. This was a great thing. He had just risen 9 minor levels. Could it be that he was going to continue rising? Chapter 31-33. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation climbing the stairs is so tiring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully recognizing him as the owner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for regurgitating the energy of the desolate ancient inheritance tower. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current cultivation level, 6th order star level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current cultivation level, 7th order star level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current cultivation level, 1st order star level. Ding! Energy regurgitation complete. Would you like to collect the desolate ancient inheritance tower immediately? As the system's notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind once again, the green energy in the 9th level of the galaxy void, which was so dense that it was almost dripping water, surged into Yi Xian's body once again. Immediately after that, The system's notifications of leveling up rang in his mind one after another, as if they didn't cost him anything. During this entire process, the rumbling sounds in Yi Xian's body kept ringing out. His cultivation level kept increasing rapidly. In the end, he advanced by another 5 levels in a short period of time. He had gone from the 5th level of the star level to the first order star level. Yi Xian had finally stepped into the 6th level of the star level, the nebula level. The energy regurgitation of the first owner of the desolate ancient inheritance tower had finally come to an end. The devouring system in Yi Xian's body once again gave him a new request, asking if he should collect the tower immediately. Yi Xian froze for a moment and couldn't help but hesitate. There was no doubt that as soon as he gave a definite answer, the tower would immediately shrink and automatically enter his knowledge sea. It would hover above his knowledge sea like the other treasures in his mind power source core. However, if that happened, the members of the royal family waiting outside the tower would definitely go crazy. Of course, no matter how crazy they were, this treasure tower was definitely an ultimate treasure of the desolate ancient era, so he still had to collect it. However, he had to be careful about how he should collect it. At the very least, Yi Xian couldn't just collect it directly. If he did, even an idiot would know that he was the one behind it. I'd better wait until I'm a certain distance away from the tower before I give the order to collect it. It's best to take advantage of the dark and windy night to sneak over and settle this matter, although that still won't wash away the suspicion of robbing this tower. At least on the surface, this prince will have an excuse to quibble about being innocent. That's what I'll do. After making up his mind, Yi Xian immediately ordered the devouring system, collect it later. For now, open the door to the 9th level. I'll leave first. Also, after this prince leaves, this pagoda will immediately close. Don't pay attention to anyone who approaches, even if they are immortal emperors. Now, this pagoda is this prince's private property. How can it be open to others? The devouring system immediately conveyed Yi Xian's wishes to the tower of the desolate ancient inheritance. The pagoda had already recognized its master, but it hadn't been collected yet. Everything would be according to Yi Xian's wishes. Of course, it was impossible for all of its power to be completely open to Yi Xian right now. It would gradually be open to him as his cultivation continued to increase. Otherwise, with just one word from Yi Xian, the tower of the desolate ancient inheritance would immediately produce a large number of ancient creatures, including supreme beings of the desolate ancient level. Once this ancient army left the pagoda, wouldn't it directly sweep across the 3 universes? If that was the case, the pagoda's existence would be meaningless. To put it bluntly, it was actually an ultimate treasure that preserved the inheritance of the desolate ancient era. It was an offensive treasure that helped a certain person contend for supremacy. However, since this pagoda had already recognized Yi Xian as its master, it was completely fine to open the door to the 9th level according to his wishes. With a flash of light, a portal similar to a space door immediately appeared on the surface of a distant star. Yi Xian understood tacitly. With a shake of his shoulders, he rushed over. Immediately after he stepped out of the space door closed instantly. The entire tower of the desolate ancient inheritance immediately entered a closed state of hibernation according to Yi Xian's instructions. It was no longer open to anyone, even if he was an immortal emperor. At the same time, outside the tower of the desolate ancient inheritance, before those sarcastic words from the 5 princes had faded away, a portal similar to a spatial door had already appeared outside the 9th floor of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda in front of everyone's eyes. This portal had only appeared twice in the past countless years. Both times, it was only a corpse that was sent out. Even so, this could be considered a supreme honor. This was because among the members of the royal family who had chosen to continue to the 7th level, even their corpses couldn't be sent out if they died on the 7th or 8th level. Their corpses and all the treasures on them would be decomposed by the power of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda and turned into misty green energy that accumulated in the pagoda. It was like the nutrients that maintained the normal operation of the pagoda. Of course, in addition to this, the pagoda would also absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the outside world. The reason why there was such a vast amount of misty green energy in the pagoda was the result of countless years of accumulation. At this moment, the portal to the 9th level finally appeared for the 3rd time after countless years. However, whether it was a lively Prince Xian or a lifeless corpse that was sent out from it, it affected everyone's hearts. At this moment, even the immortal Emperor and Imperial Preceptor Dier, who were watching from the peak of the Imperial Preceptor's Hall, couldn't help but feel their hearts in their throats. They held their breaths and quietly waited for the moment when the result would be revealed. Only Long Xiang and the other 4 princes were still gloating over the misfortune of others. Sigh, we're going to see 18th brother's corpse soon. This is really a sad day. 18th brother, have a safe journey. Don't pretend in your next life. Do everything within your capabilities. You were just lucky outside and were praised to the heavens. Don't be so complacent. Sigh, my 18th brother, you died so tragically. Without waiting for these fellows to finish howling, Yi Xian had already walked out of the 9th floor of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. He just so happened to hear the 5 princes gloating over his misfortune. Yi Xian rolled his eyes and immediately turned to glare at them. Are you all blind? This prince is alive and well. It's just I'm a little tired from climbing the stairs for 2 hours. Who said that I'm finished? Even if all of you die, this prince won't die. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened at this moment. It was as if they had seen a living ghost in broad daylight. They looked at Yi Xian in shock. Before the 5 princes could finish their words, they suddenly saw Yi Xian appear. He was alive and kicking, and his spirit was better than theirs. Caught off guard, the 5 of them couldn't catch their breath. Coupled with the unexpected shock, they almost rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot. Chapter 31-34. Number 1 of the Imperial family. Climb the stairs? That brat really did climb the stairs for an hour. To think that we were like idiots waiting outside to watch him climb the stairs. It's only the 9th floor, but he actually took almost an hour. How slow is that? He did it on purpose. He definitely did it on purpose. What the F***CK? After all this fuss, it was really the Clansman Tower that was broken. I knew it. With that brat's character, how could he come out of the 9th floor alive? After he went in, he didn't do anything at all. All he did was climb the stairs. You guys go and try too. I've already passed the tower, so I can't go back. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. Who cares if it's good or bad? I came out of the 9th floor alive. Seeing that Yi Xian really came out of the 9th floor of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda alive, the 5 princes couldn't accept it. Their minds were in a mess, and they couldn't even think properly. They foolishly believed Yi Xian's pretentious words. They even turned around and ordered the younger generation of the imperial family who hadn't passed the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda to take advantage of this opportunity to challenge the pagoda as well. After all, even if the pagoda was broken, the fact that Yi Xian was the only imperial family member to come out of the 9th floor alive was undeniable. No matter what, just based on this point alone, he was fully deserving of the title of number 1 of the imperial family. But if there was a large group of people following behind him, and all of them came out of the 9th floor alive, then Yi Xian's limitless glory would naturally be diluted. This was the real reason why the 5 princes instigated the imperial family members behind them to challenge the pagoda. Those fellows obviously didn't have enough brains to use. They actually believed Yi Xian's words as well. For a moment, it was as if they'd been injected with chicken blood. They put their arms around each other's shoulders and formed a group as they charged towards the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. Originally, when they were 30 feet away from the tower, a green light would appear and wrap them up and disappear into the tower. However, at this moment, more than 20 people were walking in front of the tower, jumping up and down. They were almost touching the tower, but the expected green light did not appear. After trying for a while, a full minute passed. Yi Xian had already descended from the 9th floor. At this moment, he was chatting with Naples, the purplish warbler, Long Sure Show, and the others with a smile. However, The green light still hadn't appeared. What's the situation? Why can't I go in? It's over, it's over. This brat is really a scourge. Our immortal ancestral dragon pagoda has been ruined by him. This brat is lying. How could he break the tower by climbing the stairs? I don't know what he's been doing in there, but after reaping the benefits, he actually completely cut off the other clansman's escape route. He's so bad. This matter isn't over yet. We must investigate this matter. This pagoda is the foundation of our immortal imperial clan. Yet now it was destroyed by the hands of 18th Elder. This cannot be tolerated. At this time, the five princes all reacted. When they realized that they had actually believed Yi Xian's words about climbing the stairs, their faces immediately flushed red with shame and anger. They kept insisting that the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda was damaged because of Yi Xian and that it couldn't be used now. All the blame was placed on Yi Xian. However, no one paid attention to these words. Throughout history, this was the first time in the entire immortal imperial clan that someone had successfully passed through the 9th floor of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda and walked out alive. Under such circumstances, it was understandable that the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda had some kind of unprecedented change. Although it seemed that the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda couldn't be used now. As long as the pagoda was still here, then everything wasn't a problem. They just needed to understand the situation of the last 3 floors from Yi Xian. If there was a problem, then they could think of a way to solve it. Moreover, even if there was a change after successfully passing through the 9th floor, it could only be a good thing, not a bad thing. Therefore, the real higher-ups present didn't pay attention to the 5 princes' ill-intentioned clamor. The dozens of imperial clan elders' divine senses that had been circling around the pagoda also retreated one after another and returned to the elder pavilion. They weren't in a hurry. They just needed to find a time to summon Yi Xian to understand the situation later. Even the immortal emperor and imperial preceptor Dier, who were at the peak of the imperial preceptor hall in the distance, had disappeared at some point. Apart from the 5 princes, there were only a few imperial uncles and a few members of the imperial clan present. However, Yi Xian didn't intend to pay attention to any of these guys. At this time, he was talking to Long Shursho, Naples, and the Purplish Warbler. As for Guihai, Yidao, and the wretched Mosquito Butcher, they were standing obediently at the side. Although they didn't say anything, they couldn't suppress the joy on their faces. Even a fool could tell a glance. Ha ha! Kid, you're now the #1 member of the Imperial clan in the entire Immortal Dynasty. Even the 2 freakish prodigies in history paled in comparison to you. I thought you'd come out from the 6th floor. I didn't expect you to have the guts to go to the 7th floor. What's even more unexpected is that you actually came out from the 9th floor so smoothly in such a short time. I almost believed you when you said you were climbing the stairs. I almost lost my brain. At this time, the prefect of the Imperial Clan Court, Long Shursho, had already patted Yi Xian's shoulder and raised his head to laugh. While he praised Yi Xian, he didn't forget to take the opportunity to belittle the 5 princes, who were gnashing their teeth at the side. These guys had schemed to use the Imperial Clan Court to deal with Yi Xian. Long Shursho couldn't pursue this matter because of his status, but that didn't mean he could pretend that it didn't happen. The 5 princes' faces that had just returned to normal immediately turned red after being ridiculed as they looked at each other angrily, but no one dared to say a word. They didn't dare to offend the prefect of the Imperial Clan Court. If they did, they would definitely be punished. Tell me, kid, how much did you get this time? You're the first person in history to come out of the 9th floor alive. If you say you didn't get great benefits, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Seeing that these guys were angry but didn't dare to say anything, and all of them were behaving quite honestly, Long Shursho was an elder after all. He didn't dwell on the previous matter and turned his attention back to Yi Xian. With a strong sense of curiosity, he directly asked him about his gains. It's nothing much. Apart from the 3 primordial bloodline abilities, I only rose 18 small ranks and 2 large realms. Chapter 31-35. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo, Studio Robber, Bandit Bastard. Puffed. The 5 princes almost spat out blood when they heard this. 3 types of primordial bloodline abilities. Plus, 2 large cultivation realms have been raised. They would have had to work hard for at least 100 years to obtain such benefits. Plus, they would have had to cultivate diligently every day for these 100 years. Even then, they might not have been able to reach such a level. Yet, Prince Xian had obtained such shocking benefits in less than an hour. Yet, he was still acting as if he was extremely reluctant and displeased. Comparing one to another was truly infuriating. What was even more infuriating was that this kid had actually said that his cultivation base had not even reached the star grade before this, and that he had only reached the nebula grade after advancing 2 large realms. Furthermore, the cultivation base he was displaying now was really at the nebula grade 1 nebula grade. He was clearly treating everyone like pigs. How infuriating! If one could pass the 9th level of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda before reaching the star grade, countless people would have passed the 9th level in the history of the immortal royal family. Although one's innate talent was the key to passing the 9th level of the pagoda, one's strength was the foundation. Even if one's innate talent and potential were heaven-defying, one would never be able to pass the 9th level of the pagoda. This guy was clearly pretending to be innocent after getting such a good deal. He was deliberately infuriating them. What a jerk. Don't be so arrogant, old 18th. Didn't you just climb the stairs in the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda? How capable are you to be so arrogant? The pagoda is broken now. If it wasn't, those 30 people might have all come out of the 9th level by now. Just you wait. You don't deserve to be called the number 1 person in the royal family. As soon as the pagoda is repaired, we will immediately send people in to try. That's right. You're not the only one who has passed the 9th level. Old 18th, you were just lucky to be the first one. Swish! Without waiting for the 5 furious princes to finish speaking, Yi Xian pursed his lips and took 2 steps forward. Suddenly, there was a clear sound of something breaking through the air behind him. Perhaps it was because Yi Xian had stepped out of the maximum range that the Tower of Desolation could accept, but this time, before Yi Xian could give the command to the devouring system, the Tower of Desolation behind him had already shrunk on its own. It turned into a wisp of green light and drilled into Yi Xian's body, directly entering his sea of consciousness. In the central region of his sea of consciousness, it occupied a corner with the Rai-D seal, resonating with each other from afar. Such an unforeseen event instantly caused an uproar. This time, even Long Shersho, Naples, and the purplish warbler were dumbfounded. The wretched mosquito slayer's eyes widened, and he muttered in a voice that only he could hear, "The Tower of Antiquity's inheritance actually recognized it as its master? Could it be?" Without waiting for the wretched mosquito slayer to finish speaking, the imperial uncles and the 5 princes finally regained their senses. Under the panicked cries of the imperial family members, they finally began to question Yi Xian at the same time. One by one, they questioned sternly and directly surrounded Yi Xian. "Old 18th, what are you doing? Are you robbing us? You are simply a robber, a bandit, a bastard. Yes, you're such a jerk. How dare you rob us in our own home? What's wrong with your head? Hurry up and return the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. You're quite bold, kid. You even dare to rob the entire immortal imperial family's inheritance pagoda in front of everyone. Is there anything you don't dare to do? Old 18th, this is not a joke. Hurry up and take out the ancestral dragon pagoda and put it back where it was. Otherwise, you will be the center of the entire imperial family. This is making an enemy out of the entire imperial family. What the F***CK? I've seen bold people, but to this extent, I've never heard of such a bold person. This prince has already said, this kid is simply a source of trouble. Once he entered the pagoda, he directly destroyed it. Although he obediently came out, he still destroyed the pagoda in the end. This kind of source of trouble must be chased out of the immortal planet. If one day the Heavenly Emperor's city is destroyed by him, then it will be troublesome. Don't say that. Just based on the things he did, this is really not an exaggeration. As these people spoke, although the other members of the imperial family did not dare to do anything, The five princes and the imperial uncles did not care. They immediately released their cultivation auras, especially the first imperial uncle Long Huai and another imperial uncle. The two of them were supreme existences of the 12th stage of the Void Realm. At this moment, their cultivation auras spread out, and their auras directly locked onto Yi Xian. They looked like they could attack at any moment. The atmosphere instantly became tense to the extreme, and a fight could break out at any moment. Long Shishou's face was also dark, but he did not dare to speak up for Yi Xian. He turned to look at him and said in a low, muffled voice, "I say, you brat, aren't you a little too bold? You really dare to rob in front of everyone in your own courtyard? Even if you pass the 9th level and know the way to collect the pagoda, can't you secretly sneak back in the middle of the night and rob me? I'm still here. You're clearly making things difficult for me." These words almost made the five princes and the imperial uncles vomit blood on the spot. Yi Xian also rolled his eyes when he heard this. He had truly experienced the virtues of the imperial clan court's magistrate this time. In the future, if anyone dared to say that the imperial clan court was strict, honest, and impartial in front of him, Yi Xian would definitely fight with his life. Yes, Your Highness, we know that you were just messing around just now, but now that you've played around, shouldn't you? Black lines crawled out of Naples' forehead. He raised his hand to wipe them away, while weakly persuading from the side, "Why don't we return the pagoda? Otherwise, today's matter really won't end well." Hearing this, Purplish Warbler could only nod her head vigorously, her eyes fixed on Yi Xian. This time, she was also scared silly. In the past, she already thought that Yi Xian's courage was big enough, but this time, Yi Xian had successfully refreshed her impression of him. Only Uncle Kong stood outside the encirclement with a cold smile on his face. When the five princes and the imperial uncles rushed over to surround Yi Xian, they didn't dare to include him. Looking at his nonchalant expression, it was obvious that he didn't take this matter to heart. However, from time to time, he would glance at Yi Xian's back. Wisps of light would appear and disappear quickly. It was obvious that he was also thunderstruck. "I say, aren't you guys being too unreasonable?" Without waiting for Naples to finish speaking, Yi Xian, who was also feeling a little helpless, pretended to be calm on the surface and rolled his eyes indifferently. "Could it be that you guys didn't see what happened just now? This prince is about to turn around and leave, but this stupid pagoda flew into my body on its own. Now that I can't find it anywhere, what if it becomes a stone in my bladder and causes constipation? I don't care. You guys have to think of a way to get it out. What piece of trash? Isn't this King harming me? Who did we offend? This is..." Chapter 31-36. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations summoned by the Dorm Elder Pavilion. Everyone looked at Yi Xian as if they were looking at a monster, including Naples and the Purplish Warbler. Only Guihai Dao and the wretched Mosquito Slayer remained calm as if nothing had happened. Even Uncle Kong was visibly uneasy. He frowned slightly and seemed to be muttering something to himself. Yi Xian was still so talkative at a time like this when such a serious matter had happened. His mental fortitude was indeed a little unbearable. "Hey, why are you all looking at me like that? You're making it seem like I'm lying to you. You really can't find it. If you don't believe me, you can search for it yourselves." Yi Xian's sea of consciousness was shielded by spiritual power, so he wasn't afraid of human cultivators searching at all. Therefore, he was completely confident in this matter. It just so happened that they were still present. Letting them search his sea of consciousness would also remove suspicion on him. At least on the surface, it would give him more confidence and an excuse to justify himself. "I've already let you search, but you can't find anything. Who can you blame?" Seeing that he was serious and didn't seem to be joking, Long Shishou, the prefect of the court of Imperial Clan, immediately had an odd expression on his face. He probed Yi Xian. "Stinky brat, you aren't joking?" It was a great taboo to allow other people's cultivation power to enter one's body and search wantonly. If they entered one's sea of consciousness and caused a ruckus, it would be a big deal. If he had a crushing advantage in terms of strength, that would be the rhythm of his soul being destroyed in an instant. However, Yi Xian didn't care about this concern at all. He was certain that these guys wouldn't be able to enter his sea of consciousness even if they used all their strength. Since that was the case, he might as well be generous and let them search as much as they wanted. The more people he tested, the better it would be for Yi Xian. There would be plenty to talk about later. Seeing that he was so confident, the five princes and the imperial uncles were also very suspicious. However, they couldn't let go of such a good opportunity in front of them. If they really found the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda in Yi Xian's body, his previous words would be pure sophistry. Once this matter was reported to the Dorm Elder Pavilion, even with Prince Xian's current reputation, he would have to suffer a lot. Therefore, as soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the imperial uncles immediately revealed expressions of interest. The five princes were a little self-aware. They knew that with their own cultivation, they were probably inferior to Yi Xian. They probably wouldn't be able to find anything even if they investigated, so they didn't say a word. Long Shishou glanced at the imperial uncles and then glanced at Yi Xian meaningfully. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, he could only shake his head helplessly and smile bitterly. Forget it. You're bold enough to do this, but what else do I not dare to do? But don't worry, I'll tell you this. This is the most dangerous thing. If someone dares to take advantage of this opportunity to make a move on you, I'll kill him on the spot, even if I have to give up my position as the magistrate of the imperial clan court. These words were clearly directed at Long Huai and the other four imperial uncles. Among the members of the imperial family present, Long Shishou was the strongest in terms of both status and strength in the imperial family. When he said these words in front of everyone, it had a certain degree of deterrence. However, he didn't leave the slightest bit of face for the imperial uncles. The imperial uncles looked at each other. Their faces were frighteningly gloomy, but no one said anything. At this time, it was unwise to go against Long Shishou on this matter. Although I've always been fair and impartial, this matter has already been widely discussed. Just as Long Shishou opened his mouth, Yi Xian rolled his eyes. His face unrestrainedly displayed an expression of disbelief, even if this prince was beaten to death. Long Shishou almost choked and glared at him fiercely. Then, he cleared his throat and continued, "But this is no small matter. So, I suggest that I and one of the imperial uncles, I'll call it Long Huai, the two of us just need to use our divine senses to search for old 18. After all, this is not a joke. If something goes wrong, I'll be suspicious and kidnap someone to serve in the imperial clan court. That won't be good." The group of imperial uncles looked at each other, and in the end, they all nodded. When it came to cultivation, Long Huai was the strongest among the imperial uncles. Although they were in a competitive relationship, the other imperial uncles still believed in Long Huai when it came to Prince Xian and Old 18. Unless he was stupid, he wouldn't side with Old 18 in this matter. The matter was settled, and none of the members of the imperial family present had any objections. Immediately after, in front of all the members of the royal family, Long Shishou was the first to arrive. He raised his hand and pressed it on Yi Xian's back. His spiritual sense poured in, and after a sweep, he retreated in less than a minute. Then he smiled bitterly. "Brat, today's matter is really strange. I can't find anything. There's nothing in your sea of consciousness, let alone in your bladder. It seems that you didn't lie. This matter is probably because of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. If we want to find a cause, we can only ask the old monsters in the Elder Pavilion to do it. In fact, his divine senses didn't enter Yi Xian's sea of consciousness at all. Everything was due to the psychedelic effect of the spiritual imprint condensed from the level 8 spiritual energy that the Mad Mosquito Emperor left outside Yi Xian's sea of consciousness as the last line of defense. It made him mistakenly think that he entered Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Everything he saw was normal. Just this point alone proved that the Mad Mosquito Emperor's strength was absolutely terrifying. Even a supreme existence like Long Shishou, who was at the 12th stage of the Void Realm, was fooled by the spiritual imprint he left behind. Wasn't this enough to prove the problem? Seeing that Long Shishou's attempt was fruitless, The expressions of all the members of the imperial family present changed, and they began to whisper to each other. The way they looked at Yi Xian also became strange. The five princes were even more nervous. The imperial uncles looked at each other, and in the end, they were still unwilling. The eldest imperial uncle, Long Huai, gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and cupped his hands toward Long Shishou. "Governor, it's not that we don't believe you, but this matter is of great importance. All right, there's no need to say more nice things. If you want to try, quickly." Long Shishou waved his hand and rudely interrupted Long Huai's words. The latter snorted coldly and also raised his hand to touch Yi Xian's back and immediately poured his divine senses into it. The result was obvious. His strength was slightly inferior to Long Shishou's, and the latter couldn't find any clues, so it was even more impossible for him to do so. This time, after a full minute and a half, Long Huai withdrew his right hand with a face full of unwillingness. Just as he was about to say something, an incomparably dignified voice suddenly came from the direction of the Elder Pavilion in the distance. It resounded throughout the entire inner city of the immortal Imperial City. "The elders of the Elder Pavilion summon Old 18. Come quickly without delay." Chapter 31-37. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo, Studio Imperial Tyrannosaurus Rex. All the Imperial Elders in the residential Elder Pavilion were well aware that Yi Xian wasn't the real Old 18. However, they weren't sure if Yi Xian was another Imperial bloodline that the Immortal Emperor had left behind. After all, this was the Immortal Emperor's private matter. Even as elders in the clan, it wasn't appropriate for them to ask. As a result, the entire Elder Pavilion was divided into two factions when it came to the matter of Yi Xian. One faction believed that they had to investigate thoroughly to see how the immortal imperial bloodline in Yi Xian's body came about. After all, the fact that he had used Old 18's name was already very suspicious. The other faction was extremely confident in the immortal imperial bloodline's inheritance. They believed that the imperial bloodline couldn't be transferred from Old 18 to another person through some other method. In other words, the elders in this faction believed that Yi Xian was the immortal emperor's child. As the ruler of the dynasty, who didn't have some romantic affairs when they were young while training and traveling outside, perhaps even the immortal emperor himself couldn't tell when Yi Xian had left behind his child. Therefore, in order to protect Prince Xian's reputation, the elders in this faction decided not to pursue this matter. After all, Prince Xian's reputation in the three universes was a kind of wealth for the entire imperial family. It was really unwise to destroy it for their own people. Although the two factions of the Elder Pavilion had different opinions on this matter, the matter was still so big that it wasn't to the point of contention. Under normal circumstances, even if they really wanted to summon Yi Xian, it would most likely take a period of time. However, after he became the first clansman in the entire imperial family's history to clear the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda and walk out alive, the entire residential Elder Pavilion was shaken. The matter of summoning him was immediately put on the agenda. On this matter, the two factions surprisingly agreed to summon Old 18 as soon as possible. After all, even the old monsters in the Dorm Elder Pavilion had not passed the 7th level. They also wanted to know what was beyond the 7th level, and how did Yi Xian manage to come out of the 9th level alive? In fact, the dozens of divine senses that had been circling around the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda began to discuss this matter as soon as they returned to the Elder Pavilion. Unfortunately, before they could finish their discussion, another major event occurred outside. Moreover, it was a truly world-shaking event. The disappearance of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, right after he left, shook the entire Elder Hall. Therefore, the summons, which could have been delayed for 1 or 2 days, came immediately at this moment. Although there were only a few dozen imperial elders in the Elder Pavilion, even the youngest among them were the uncles of the immortal emperor. The rest were even his ancestors. Moreover, in the immortal imperial family, it did not mean that one could enter the Elder Pavilion as long as one's seniority was high enough. There were also many ancestors in the imperial family who could only be mediocre. Perhaps even a direct descendant of the imperial family did not need to care about their attitude. In order to enter the Elder Pavilion, in addition to seniority, cultivation, and contributions to the immortal imperial family were more important. Seniority, cultivation, contributions to the imperial family. Three major conditions. In fact, among these three conditions, seniority was almost ignored. The imperial family members who were qualified to enter the Elder Pavilion basically used the latter two as the criteria. However, without exception, those who could enter the Elder Pavilion had to be at least the uncles of the current immortal emperor. Therefore, seniority was included. In the immortal imperial family, the Elder Pavilion status was extremely high. Although the immortal emperor was usually in charge of the immortal imperial family, when it came to a matter of life and death, the immortal emperor's right to speak was inferior to that of an ordinary elder. For example, this time, Yi Xian unexpectedly passed the 9th level of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda and walked out of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, alive as the first person in the history of the imperial family. Then, the entire ancestral dragon pagoda mysteriously flew into his body automatically and disappeared. This was a matter that shocked the imperial family and caused a lot of discussion in the imperial family. Once the Elder Pavilion intervened, the immortal emperor was not qualified to intervene. No matter what the Elder Pavilion decided on this matter, the imperial family had to abide by it. No dissenting voices could be heard. Even questioning was not allowed. This was the reason why Uncle Kong immediately frowned gloomily when he heard that the Elder Pavilion had summoned Yi Xian. As for the other imperial uncles and the 5 princes, after being stunned for a moment, they started to take pleasure in Yi Xian's misfortune. Of course, there was more or less a trace of envy hidden in their eyes and expressions. Although it wasn't a good thing, being summoned by all the elders of the Elder Pavilion at the same time showed Yi Xian's importance. At the very least, none of them had ever received such an honor, including the first imperial uncle, Long Huai. The Elder Pavilion has its own rules. I can go in by myself normally, but since I've summoned you for official business, I won't allow anyone to accompany you, although I can still enter with you. And that group of old fellows won't dare to do anything. I'm afraid that this will instead bring unfavorable effects to you. With a gloomy expression, Uncle Kong calmly expressed his opinion as he looked at Yi Xian and said, Go calmly. With me here, that group of old fellows won't dare to do anything to you. Even if there's punishment, it must be justified. Otherwise, I'll flip over the entire Elder Pavilion, and I won't let this matter rest. Even Yi Xian was shocked by these words. Needless to say, Naples and the purplish warbler on the side were even more shocked. Before this, they had endless wild and fanciful thoughts about Uncle Kong's identity. But after hearing these words, they realized that all their bold guesses were too conservative. An existence that dared to flip over the Elder Pavilion. How could this be described as domineering? This was simply a Tyrannosaurus Rex. In the entire Eternal Imperial family, they had never heard of such an existence. What was even stranger was that the imperial uncles, the princes, and even the members of the imperial family, including Long Shisho, didn't have any doubts. After hearing Uncle Kong's words, their eyes flickered, and they subconsciously shrank their necks. It seemed that they didn't have the slightest bit of doubt towards Uncle Kong's words. Could it be that this old man really had the ability to flip over the Elder Pavilion of the Eternal Imperial family? Thinking of this, even the wretched mosquito butcher couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. There was clearly a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Uncle Kong's words are too serious. The elders only summon me for a chat. It's not that serious. Chapter 31-38. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. A bunch of cowards. The Dorm Elder Pavilion was the most important place of the immortal royal family. Although there were only a few dozen old monsters inside, they were all terrifying existences. At the very least, the so-called 12th stage of the Void Realm was absolutely not qualified to enter. And it was far from enough. With Yi Xian's current status in the immortal royal family, he was not qualified to know the minimum cultivation requirement to enter the Dorm Elder Pavilion. The Dorm Elder Pavilion looked like an ordinary pavilion from the outside, but after entering, it was very spacious. However, Yi Xian did not see a single person. Not only did he not see the ordinary attendants, but he also did not see the dozens of legendary elders of the royal family. In the empty hall of the pavilion, there were only a few dozen extremely obscure but extremely powerful divine senses wandering around. Occasionally, they would sweep past Yi Xian, but they all stopped and did not rashly enter Yi Xian's body to investigate. As soon as Yi Xian stood still, a few male voices of unknown ages rang out. They reverberated in the spacious hall, and it was impossible to tell where they came from. Whether you are old 18th or not, since you are allowed to enter the Dorm Elder Pavilion, your status as a direct descendant of the royal family has been recognized. You can rest assured about this. Since you are a direct descendant of the royal family, you have a duty to the entire immortal royal family. Let's not talk about the ancestral dragon pagoda for now. Tell us how you passed the 9th floor of the pagoda, especially after the 7th floor, all the way to the 9th floor. Tell us everything, big and small, one by one. After all, they were elders of the royal family. When talking to a junior like Yi Xian, even if they deliberately paid attention to their tone, they still vaguely revealed a sense of disdain, as if they were looking down on the common people. Yi Xian did not take it seriously, but he did not show it on his face. After pondering for a while, he slowly said the response that he had long thought of in his heart. At the same time, he activated the black gold dragon scale in his sea of consciousness with all his might. The phantom of the demonic dragon appeared behind him, and a pure aura of the immortal royal family was revealed without a doubt. I did not see half a ferocious beast from the 1st to the 3rd floor. It was a lie to say that I climbed all the way up the stairs, but the truth was that it was much easier. I did not need to climb at all. All the ferocious beasts were fled before I could arrive. Then my strength immediately increased. My cultivation strength realm, and I was immediately wrapped up in a green light and sent me to the next floor. Of the ferocious beasts, I did not even need to climb. Of those ferocious beasts, I did not need to me, is his elder. Actually, the elders had already guessed this point. After all, they'd passed through the first 3 levels and knew that Yi Xian's bloodline had returned to its ancestral roots. Furthermore, it was a mutated return to its ancestral roots. It was entirely possible to scare away the ordinary primordial beasts on the 1st to 3rd floors with this mutated aura alone. But what they did not expect was Yi Xian's next words. Yi Xian knew that he had passed this level. His tone immediately became indignant. Although this saved us a lot of trouble, it is infuriating that when we reached the 3rd floor, there was supposed to be a bloodline divine ability as a reward, but the ferocious beasts on the 3rd floor fled after hearing the news. We didn't even see a single hair of the so-called bloodline divine ability. That broken tower is so bad. It specializes in bullying honest people. Hearing his words, there were a few faint coughs in the surrounding space of the pavilion. This was a sign that the elders were caught off guard by his words. There is no one in history who dared to speak like this in front of dozens of elders of the clan in the Elder Pavilion. But what Yi Xian said was the truth. Furthermore, he said it in such a sullen manner. It really made them speechless. Seeing that he seemed to be indignant and wanted to continue talking about this matter, a strange voice finally came from a certain direction. Ahem. Let's stop talking about the first 3 floors. We don't know the specific details. That's the ancestral dragon pagoda's business. Let's talk about the 4th to 6th floors. There is finally land on the 4th to 6th floors. The ferocious beasts on the 3rd floor have their feet firmly planted on the ground. At least they have some backbone. However, there is still a coward on the 4th floor who is strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. When the demonic dragon phantom behind me roared, it ran away with its tail between its legs and whimpered. The 5th and 6th floors are slightly better, but they are also cowards. The ferocious beast on the 5th floor was not frightened by the demonic dragon phantom, but when I took out the arrow, It also ran away like a dog with its tail between its legs. The ferocious beast on the sixth floor was even more powerful. It was only when I condensed the arrow that it ran away. In short, the first 6 levels were filled with idiots. They were all good-for-nothings. I didn't even use my full strength, but they were all scared away. That's fine. The key is that the 6th level originally had a bloodline ability as a reward, but after they were scared away, it was ruined. Don't you think that's infuriating? I'm so pissed off. This time, Yixian's words were half true and half false. However, with his current Nebula Rank 1 cultivation, he could easily achieve this if he used the Fallen Sky Bow at full strength. Therefore, he was full of confidence. He opened his mouth without the slightest bit of pressure. When he spoke up to hear, the surroundings were deathly silent since a long time ago. Even the numerous divine senses that swept through the surroundings seemed to have frozen, and they revealed a stiff feeling. It was obvious that the dozens of elders who had yet to show themselves were all stunned by Yixian's words. All the primordial beasts and beings on the first 6 levels were called good-for-nothings by him. If that was the case, then what were the rest of them, who'd only made it through the 6th level and didn't dare to make it to the 7th? Although these words were infuriating, they could not find any fault with them. When Yixian passed the first 6 floors, he did not stop at all. It was almost like he was climbing a flight of stairs. It was obvious that he had not experienced any battles. Wasn't it just as he said? He had scared away those cowards? Bow? What kind of bow is that? How could it be so powerful? Just the arrow alone can scare away the primordial beings on the 6th floor? After a moment of silence, one of the elders finally spoke up and asked the key question. Yixian originally didn't plan to hide this point. He had to reveal some sort of powerful foundation that didn't belong to an existence at his level. Compared to exposing the headless infant corpse and the Thunder Origin Pearl, he would rather expose the heaven-falling bow. Anyway, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was already exposed. Adding the Fallen Sky Bow was not a big deal. At the very least, this was not his true trump card. Actually, it's not a treasure bow, but a kind of divine ability. I accidentally inherited it when I was wandering in the demon domain. That's it. It's a bit powerful, but it's just that it takes a layer of skin off after each use. Chapter 3139. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. What a hoodlum. As soon as the Fallen Sky Bow appeared, exclamations came from all around. What? A Desolate Era ability? And to be able to display such power as a Nebula Realm cultivator. Could it be a supreme Desolate Era bloodline ability? It's even stronger than the Bloodhorn he used to kill Long Kuei. It's at least a Desolate Era bloodline inheritance. What did this kid go through? Did he rob a Desolate Era inheritance secret realm? Such power is enough to scare away the Desolate Era beasts on the 6th floor. This is really ha-ha. Interesting. I'm afraid this kid is the only one in the history of the Imperials who can pass through the 6th floor like this. What I'm most concerned about is where this ability came from. Is there a Desolate Era inheritance secret realm in the Demon Dweller galaxy? As the shocked voices came out, Yixian sneered inwardly. He spread his hands and said innocently, "The Bloodhorn and the Fallen Sky Bow were both obtained from the Demon Dweller galaxy's sacred ground. The Demon Dweller Galaxy's forbidden ground. When I was in the Demon Dweller Galaxy, I participated in the Black Mosquito tribe's new Holy Sun selection. I entered with 9 other people and obtained some good fortune. These 2 abilities are what I obtained. The Bloodhorn seems to have come from a giant blood ape with a single horn, and the Fallen Sky Bow seems to have been passed down by some ugly ghost called the Desolate Ancient Yiksha. The Demon Dweller Galaxy's environment is very similar to the 4th to 6th floors. At least the aura is the same. It's simple and ancient. The corpses of the Desolate Era creatures I saw in the tower were all there. Right. When I was on the 9th floor, I saw a giant Heaven's Eye in the Desolate Era. When I came out of the Demon Dweller Galaxy's forbidden ground, one of the giant corpses seemed to have come back to life. Anyway, the scene was like a heavenly tribulation. There was also a Heaven's Eye that appeared. It blasted countless black lightning bolts and killed a large number of ferocious beasts. Even the Desolate Era beast, that came back to life was killed. Hearing these secrets, gasps could be clearly heard coming from the surrounding space in the distance. After a long silence, some sighs could be heard again. The Demon Dweller Galaxy's desolate era cage. Even that person, his eye of the heavenly Tao, could be seen in its full power. It seems that the legend about the Demon Dweller Galaxy, is indeed. This kid's luck is shocking. As a human, he can actually enter the forbidden land of the Demon Dwellers. This matter is really troublesome. If it wasn't for his realm, there wouldn't be any other explanation for this. This old man simply can't believe it. What? You brat. How did you manage to fool the Devil Dwellers for such a long time? Yi Xian was Yi Xian? Xian Yi Xian Yi Xian. At this moment, the surrounding spiritual senses clearly tensed up as they faintly locked onto Yi Xian's aura once again. It was obvious that if he couldn't give a satisfactory answer, he would be suspected of being a spy for the Devil Cultivators. Yi Xian cursed in his heart, but his face didn't reveal the slightest bit of it. He indifferently took out a demon cultivator's brain core and secretly gave the devouring system an order to extract the energy from the magic core. Then, he held the demon cultivator's brain core in his hand and displayed it in front of everyone. Hey, this is the demon core, also known as the spirit source core. After all the demon dwellers are killed and their brains are cut open, you will find it inside. I accidentally killed a few Demon Dweller scouts in the Graveyard Galaxy and cut open their brains to get this thing. I also found that there seemed to be energy inside, so I wondered if I could absorb it like the Star Source Core. After some fiddling, I finally succeeded. I didn't expect that after absorbing those few, something the size of a sesame seed would grow in my brain. It seemed to be quite useful, so I hunted there for a while. After I finished absorbing all of them, I found that I inexplicably had the Demon Dweller's Spirit Source Core. This is a good thing. In the Demon Dweller Galaxy, won't there be as many of these demon cores as you want? So I sneaked into the Demon Dweller's Scout Fortress and climbed up step by step. Later, I found an opportunity to kill the leader of the Scout Fortress, Naibuishan. At that time, I harvested a lot of demon cores. I still have a lot in my hands. As he spoke, the Spirit Source Core in the Demon Core had been completely extracted. Yi Xian absorbed it on the spot, then flipped his hand and grabbed another handful to show in front of everyone. At this point, there was no need to say anything more. Not to mention Yi Xian's demonstration on the spot. The old monsters hiding in the dark all saw it clearly. Even without this, just by seeing him take the Demon Core like candy and carry a bunch of them on his body, even a fool would know that he was definitely not a Demon Core. The surroundings once again fell into a deathly silence. This time, it was likely that the group of old monsters had been struck by lightning again. The truth behind Prince Xian's infiltration of the Demon Core and his impressive battle record had always been a huge mystery. Now that the mystery was solved in front of them, they didn't expect it to be so simple. The old monsters all had a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. With this feeling, sighs of speechlessness could be heard from all around. Soon after, an old monster spoke again. All right, we figure out those things. Now, let's talk about the main point. What are the scenes on the 7th to 9th levels of the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda? Since the heavenly Tao Giant Eye on the 9th level has appeared, with your strength, how did you pass it? Also, where did the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda go? Don't say that it has nothing to do with you. This matter can't be hidden from us. It would have been better if you didn't mention this. Now that you mention it, I'm filled with anger. That broken pagoda is just a bunch of hooligans. It's blaming me. Yi Xian's face was full of anger. He continued, from the 7th level onwards, it's a void of stars. At the beginning, it was fine. There was only one ferocious beast, which I killed with the Bloodhorn. There were 2 beasts on the 8th level. They were fighting. I tricked one of them, and with the heaven-falling bow's sneak attack, I killed the other one. The 3rd level was troublesome. Countless ferocious beasts filled the starry sky as far as the eye could see. There were also some existences with extremely powerful auras. It was like a group of bosses bringing their underlings to fight. After passing this level with great difficulty, someone actually spoke in my head. It said something about passing the 9th level and meeting the requirements of the desolate ancient inheritance pagoda. Should I accept it immediately? Although I didn't understand what was going on, I basically understood. That desolate ancient inheritance pagoda should be the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda with a different name. But the problem was that I didn't dare to accept it. If I did, wouldn't you guys fight me to the death? I didn't expect that when I finally came out and was ready to leave, the voice in my head suddenly said something about successfully recognizing me as its master. Then, that stupid brain flew into my body with a whoosh. I couldn't find it for a long time. I don't know if it hit in my bladder. It would be troublesome if it turned into a stone.